parang
utility, map-red.
doon siya. Kasi matagal, hindi, sikat na siya sa Assassin, mga Lance. Pero di ba matagal siya hindi Assassin?
Kasi napahinga.
Naging utility ng sobrang tagal na sobrang habang season. Tapos nung nag-Assassin, parang nandun pa rin talaga yung prime niya sa Assassin.
Isang beses lang natalo yung Assassin meta nila, tapos wala, tuloy-tuloy na.
Tuloy-tuloy na.
Champion na.
Champion na ngayon.
Kyle, the GOAT.
Taste of MLBB.
Okay guys, next naman, may bubunutin dito sa Kelra. Ano to guys, mga player din to. Tapos, isasabihin mo Kel kung ano ba yung weakness or strength ng player na mabubunot natin. Start na natin. Ikaw na bumunot.
Di ako na.
Sige.
Isa muna na. Isa.
Sige.
Wala makuha. Super Yoshi.
Roam siya, Roam.
Roam.
Omega.
Siguro yung strength niya, magaling siya manghuli. Ang weakness niya lang siguro, pag may time na nanguhuli siya, wala siyang kasama. Magaling siya manghuli, pero madalas walang follow-up.
Timing na lang.
Timing.
Next, tulungan na kita.
Tulungan mo na. Oheb. Siguro yung strength niya, Oheb, yung sa team fight, magaling siya sa team fight. Pero yung weakness niya siguro, laning. Sa laning.
Next.
Sanji, may weakness ba to?
OP ba yan? OP
yata to eh. Siguro yung strength niya, magaling siya mang-reflect ng mga skill ng mga kalaban, tsaka magpabait. Ang weakness lang siguro, pag nasasobrahan siya sa pagre-reflect, minsan hindi niya na nare-reflect. Yung mga huli.
Okay, next, Kel. May kasama huli tayo dito. Ito naman, tapos na tayo sa mga player. Ito naman, sa mga hero naman to. Tapos, bibigyan natin sila ng tip kung ano nga ba yung mga best pang-counter dito sa mabubunot natin. Ayan, tulungan na ulit kita. Sige natin to.
Nathan.
Pang-counter
Dito si Irtel kasi di ba yung passive ng Nathan, pag ginit mo yung Irtel kahit nakakahit siya habang tumatakbo, kaya Nathan yung masakit sa kanya yung bumabalik-balik pag umaatake. Hindi siya tatamaan ng pabalik kasi naglalakad habang naatake, kaya yun yung counter mo sa kanya.
Single lang dapat, no?
Oo.
Nahihirapan siya pag in relationship.
Uy!
Dalawa yung babalik eh. At tulungan na kita, Kel. Nainggit ako sa'yo eh. Mopolen, tupa.
Ano counter dyan?
Ang lakas na sa lane.
Oo, lakas sa linya eh. Wait lang.
Tulungan kita.
Tingin mo.
Irritel na lang din.
Pwede, kaya rin ni Irrital yan. Kasi Irrital malakas siya sa lane dahil sa first skill second niya. Yung minus armor. Kaya malakas sa lane yung Irrital eh. Kaya niyan lalo na pag-level.
Tingin mo sa 1-1, naka-install ka.
1-1 din pala. 1-1 din pala. Oo, kasi yung panig-ulti yung Popol, may second skill yung 1-1, di ba? Madadodge yung ulti.
Pero ang hirap counter rin ito.
Pero mahirap yan.
Lakas
Katapat,
na lane
malakas na lane yan. May kasama eh.
Popol guys, gamitin nyo.
Try nyo yan.
And syempre, huling bunot. Kel, ikaw na.
Uy, parang danger to ah. 1-1.
Speaking of,
Irrital din.
madali lang eh, no?
Oo, dali lang. Irrital.
Weakness kasi ni 1-1 yung isa, laning.
Laning.
Tapos,
May na siya.
ayaw niya nang hindi siya nakaka-stack. Something na nag-fury guys, or
Mabilis. Ayun, tulad ng Irrital, nakapaglakad, hindi niya may stackan.
Mahirap yun.
Mahirap siya stackan.
Tsaka yung mga long range, like range.
Ranger.
Eto, Kel, dito na masusubok yung smiling face or serious face kasi kada may sasabihin akong player, pwede mong ngitian kung feeling mo mas malakas ka dun sa player na yun. Unahin natin, Kel, Aaron Shiki. Panis. Ang laki ngiti nun, parang no match yun Ang next natin, si Innocent. Ayan, sakto lang. Papalag. And next natin, Super Marco. No match. Eman. Papalag. Pwede. Toy. KO guys, KO. And huli, Kel, mortal enemy natin dito. Dalawa sa pinakamalakas kayo mag-gold. Head. Gold standard. Okay, last natin si Domen Aurora.
Hindi lang yun.
Ante lang. And next naman natin guys, magiging si Ben Abonda muna tayo kasi magpapasok tayo with Kelra. Kel, bibigyan ako sa'yo, pastok lang, tulungan na kita. Siyempre, TLPH or Aurora?
TL.
Bilis na Pastok yun
Pastok eh. Sabi mo
RG.
Sabi.
Turtle or Lord? King Kong o Brusco?
King Kong.
Carrot or Ranger? Meron agad. Gold or kill?
Kill.
Gold or jungle?
Jungle.
Banning or picking?
Picking.
Shoes to go or mom shoes?
Choose to go.
MSC or M-Series?
MSC. Mas malaki pera.
MSC guys, abangan nyo daw next week si Kelra. And nga pala guys, para nga pala sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro Series, siyempre mamimili tayo ng super fan sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro player. Kaya abangan nyo.
Kita kits.
Hello Super Fans! Episode 2 na tayo ng ating Meta Pro at syempre kasama natin si Edward dahil siya ang magbibigay sa atin ng tips, hindi ako. Uy! Ganun ang Meta Pro.
Yun pala.
Oo, mamimit ang Pro tapos magbibigay ka ng Meta. Paano? Umpisa natin.
Sige, bigyan example para mabilis.
Sige, ganito muna. Sa mga nagdaang panahon, matagal ka na, naka 500 games ka
Oo,
Palo
eh.
ka Ano yung pinakatumatak sa'yo ng meta?
Siyempre yung pakita Bene.
Pangito Bene.
Season 7.
Kubet.
Ubis
Rubik Strat. Okay. Ano yung mga pinaka-nadalian mo or nahirapan? Nadalian mo
Nadalian sa...
meta? Season 8, Pangito Bene pa rin.
Parang yun yung naging pick ko nun Pakita Bene, Esmura.
Parang ngayon, babalik.
Okay.
Yung mga nahihirapan ka naman, yung bad trip, sana matapos na tong meta na to.
Yung season 14, 13-14 ba yun? Yung tank.
Gatot din! Gatot din ayaw mo na.
Yung wala highlights, gatot.
Basta tayo doon, mabagal. Walang ginagawa, no?
Wala mo siyang pinipindot.
Tawa ko
May
lang.
masaktan dun. Sorry.
Mabagal. Hindi yun. Okay, pangalawang tanong, Edward. Kung gagawa ka ng sarili mong meta, ikaw may-ari ng yun Anong gusto mong meta?
As a whole ba na team or sa akin lang na explain?
Yeah, full team na. Sino ang hero yun? Bigyan kita idea.
Okay, sige.
Si Kelra, all assassin daw.
Bakit yun?
Bakit? Ano sa'yo?
Sa akin, 3 fighter, 2 mage.
Dalawang mix mo yun. Rambulan meta. Rambulan meta.
Rambulan yan.
Kagulo yun. Bahala na sila kung ano
bahala
yun.
na.
Mag-isip. Okay, Edward. Sa mga nagdaan season, sino sa tingin mo yung player or team na sobrang bilis mag-adapt sa meta bukod sa Aurora?
Hindi ko sagutin ko
Bawal yun. Bias ka no?
Bakit ba ka nun? Okay, siguro sa team na lang. Yung ONIC or TL. Ganun.
Kasi
Pagod sila.
mabilis. Okay lang. Okay lang. Okay lang. Masaya nga yung masaya At syempre, ngayon lang to, may special guest tayo.
Yun yan.
Galing sa Super Fans. Syempre,
Super
Aurora
Fans.
mismo.
Uy.
Welcome na natin si Miss
Sino
Pia.
yan?
Hello
Hello
po.
po.
Congrats dahil ikaw yung napili na makausap si Edward na ating prof ngayon. Syempre, may karapatan ka. Bibigyan kita ng karapatan na magtanong ng 3 tanong para kay Edward.
Sige nga.
Ano yung golden rule mo bilang Legend Zero and to remain Mr. Consistent?
Golden rule. Grabe. Hirap ng tanong na yun din. Ano yung maganda sagot doon? Ayan. Para sa akin, disiplina lang talaga. Doon lumalabas na yung pagiging consistent dun kapag disiplinado ka sa ginagawa mo sa everyday life mo. And yan.
Okay. Pangalawang tanong, Pia. Anong pangalawang tanong na gusto mo itanong kay Ed?
Curious ako kung ano yung ginagawa niya kapag yung enemy team is parang lahat ng hero pool niya at that meta is binaban nila.
Ban Edward, ano daw nasa isip mo or ginagawa mo?
Semi-proud kasi, ayun, at some point, ako yung nakikita nilang threat or nire-respect nila yung hero ko. Siyempre, nakakaano yun. Kasi nakaka-proud lang din. Mina-mindset ko lang na kaya kong gamitin lahat ng hero or kahit banan nila ako, kaya kong gamitin at anytime. Kahit wala akong practice. Ganun na.
Pangatlong tanong, Pia?
How do you make yourself adapt and be adept sa bagong heroes? Adapt sa meta, yung parang magigets siya. Tapos nagiging proficient kapag sa hero na yun. Gumagaling ka sa hero na yun.
Next question daw.
Next question, pwede bang skip? Okay na ba Tagalog?
Tagalog yun lang.
Di sa meta, di ba? Like, mag-shift ganun. Tingin ko naman, all throughout ng, bago mag-start yung MPL, na de-determine agad kung ano yung magiging meta. Which is kung ano yung ginagamit ng kalaban, maggagayahan. Kung sino yung una maglabas, maggagayahan pa yan. Doon pala magkakaroon ng idea na counter pickings, which is, doon lalabas yung mga off-meta heroes na, yun, tulad nga ng dati na tank EXP.
14.
Yun. So, doon mo ma-determine pa lang kung yun na lang.
Ano yung ginagawa mo para mabilis ka maka-adapt din sa game?
Wala sa ano lang talaga experience ng screen kung ano yung nagiging meta, ganun. Kumbaga, wala, adapt lang. Minsan, kopya-kopya lang, ganun.
Kailangan gamitin, no?
Oo.
Ginamit niyo sa amin, gagamitin ko sa inyo. Thank you so much, Pia. Maraming salamat sa pagsama. Okay, kaya.
Thank you.
And ayun lang guys, kung gusto niyo rin ma-experience yung kayo na mismo yung magtatanong sa ating mga mamimit na pro, huwag niyo kalimutan, bumili ng ticket dito lang sa link na to. And Ed, maraming salamat sa
Thank you,
pagsama.
Sir Ben.
Hanggang sa
Thank you,
muli
Sir Ben.
sa ating Meta Bro. Hello Super Fans! Ako nga pala si Bentings, pero hindi ako magbibigay
Pilipinas malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko hanggang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, beast to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko man yung wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas, kahit anong the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
The 16th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Infinite plays, infinite wins. Victories you can count on. Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas epic na bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. Power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharge with Clear. And Noor. Sarap panalo with Noor. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 16 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Sa laban namin, good luck. Galingan natin kasi para sa mga tao. Tapos, sa friendship namin, sana huwag ka magbago. Joke lang.
You're like candy up in my mouth, a little bit sweet with a little bit of sour. Got you all in my cheek, let my tongue swing round, make it count. Are you down? Baby, you're like candy up in my mouth, a little bit sweet with a little bit of sour. Got you all in my cheek, let my tongue swing round, make it count. Are you down?
all together, going out of my mind.
Magandang gabi, MPL Arena! This is your very own Odin.
And I'm Renmar Santa Cruz.
Mag-ingay dahil narito na tayo sa halfway point ng ating Season 16.
Yeah, and after today, we will be running it all back next week for round 2 of the season. But before we get there, we have 2 matches to get through first today.
We are going to be part of a reunion sa ating unang serye with TNC Pro Team versus ONIC Philippines. And to close out our first half of the regular season, our final match would be APBR versus Team Liquid Philippines.
At wag po natin kalimutan na ngayon ay ang Family Sunday dito sa MPL Arena. So we're inviting all of you to invite everyone that you know, friends, family, everyone in your house, neighborhood, community to witness how the strongest in MLBB play.
Invite nyo na lahat and keep watching because you are about to witness another absolute cinema unfold. Kaya sama-sama natin tunghayan ang
Lakas ng Pinas!
Happy Sunday, everyone, and welcome to MPL Philippines Season 16. Currently, we are in the final day of Week 4, and we'll be your casters for tonight. Umi here with Naisu and Leo. Gentlemen, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. It's been a while, been a few seasons since I've had to have you on desk with me, and
I love you.
I think we're excited for this. I love him too.
Hey, I love you both. It's been a hot minute since We Bear Bros has been on desk.
Oh, yeah.
And I've made the tour. I've been around.
I'm so glad that we're complete, and we're also equipped with all-day 120 FPS system, the next-gen Infinix GT30 Pro. It's the new official tournament phone, powering the next seasons of MPL Philippines. All of our pro players and the people playing in Fansiklaban are also using these phones.
I can't wait to get my hands on those phones, man. I know it's right there, but I have yet
No
to
touching.
play it. I know. We're not supposed to.
You can't touch it?
You can't.
I always touch you.
Can I touch you? We touch you. All right. Level up your game with Vibe by BPI. If you download and sign up for Vibe, you'll get 50 raffle entries. And trust me, that's a lot because we are giving out lots of diamonds too.
We are last month 200. That's 200 lucky winners received 1,250 MLBB diamonds each. And this month, we've raised the amount for you to potentially win. Get this, 50,000 diamonds for you guys that go ahead and join.
I can't even start to think of what I would do at 50G, but here's the thing. You can download and sign up for Vibe now and begin an epic tomorrow with Vibe by BPI.
And there's a little QR code over there if you want to scan that below. And by the way, this tournament is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Our first match of the day would be ONIC Philippines versus TNC Pro Team. Currently, TNC Pro Team is our 5th seed of the regular season, and ONIC Philippines is currently standing at 2nd with a healthy 4 points.
I'll say this, man. So far, now that we're just about to finish the halfway point of the regular season, I feel like I say it every season. Like, this is the most competitive season we've had. But this time, I feel like we are really there. Like, you don't know. Like, places 1 to maybe 7.
Oh, yeah.
Even 8.
Even 8.
Because what happened last night.
Oh, that's true.
The Clash of Titans, this chapter called The Legend of the Titans did not disappoint.
Yeah.
And we ended up with this kind of standings. Again, even 8th, you can't call out the Falcons just yet. You can't count them out.
Oh, we still have 4 weeks to go. Again, this is just the last day of our halfway point. Again, this is week 4, day number 3. And looking at our Infinix standings, it's still Aurora on top currently with 6 games winning streak for this week. I feel like they've already played all of their games for the first half of MPL. And next week will be their match against Falcons, currently with a 6-game losing streak. Tough break for Team Falcons over here.
The only loss, by the way, the only time Aurora ever lost in Season 16 is because of the 8th seed currently, because of Falcons. That's why you can't count them out.
That's true.
Everyone else above Falcons are just a win or 2 ahead. So that's how it is here in MPLPH. You win
so
a series,
close, man.
You get a point. That's it.
And now looking at our schedule for today, we're going to start up our Sunday with ONIC Philippines versus TNC Pro Team. Once again, this is 2 versus 5, but we've seen TNC Pro Team pull up upsets and miraculous comebacks from time to time. And I'm quite excited to see that matchup with Chaknu and Kelra, former teammates, former MSC champions together back in 2021. And to close up this week, number 4, it's going to be APBR versus Team Liquid Philippines. It's quite interesting to see the sophomore sophomores and old vets coming in from APBR up against a TLPH hot from their win yesterday.
Yeah, and I would say after yesterday's matchup we started to see with TLPH and Falcons, of course, it makes things, I guess, more interesting for APBR because it's like, okay, even a team that has been quote-unquote struggling, especially online, all the discussion, took 3 games, took TLPH 2-3 games, and APBR are probably, I mean, they've obviously gotten better over the seasons here too, so I can't wait to see what they're able to do.
And now, we talked about this earlier too, it's the Omega Pass. Chaknu and Kelra used to be teammates in Omega when they did win a lot of championships together, and not just Chaknu and Kelra, but also Etomax and Why Not. When we look back at 2021, I think Etomax was still an active player.
Yep, he was the mid laner, he was a team captain, and they did my boy Robbie Remar Kandoy 30. Hito was also part of that lineup.
That's true. And you know, when we look at the Omega Pass for the players and coaches involved here in our first match, we'd like to see how that era in Execration or Smart Omega during that time had given them the foundation that they have right now.
Didn't we talk about just, was it last week where we were mentioning the most, was it the biggest rivalry through all MPL Philippines history? And that was Execration Black, right?
Yep.
Execration Black that we had there. And when I had my first time coming into the season back in season 8, you know, a lot of that history was at its peak, I feel like, building. And when you go and look at what's happened here for these individual players and where they've gone and where they've come back, I think it's always interesting to see how much they've changed, but also that veterancy that we talk about a lot for these players. And I know we've talked a lot about even specifically like Chaknu, his role and his impact in a lineup and everything else. Like, this is what all the eras of the league is really about, is these players here and their impact.
They all came up in the Age of the Crown. That was starting season 7. That was Kelra's debut season, where he went all the way to the grand finals alongside his squad to take it to who would then become the most dominant force for the next couple of years in MLBB Esports, Blacklist International.
Yep, and I think during the championship as well for MPL was a very heated matchup between Oheb and Kelra. Looking back a few years, I think it's already 3+ years since that time. And
4 and counting.
4 and counting. Now Kelra's grown up to be such a mature, funny, and just overall the gold standard. Now we're looking at living legend himself, one of the roamers that has established his place in MLBB Esports history as one of the gods of this role.
That's a Hall of Legends inductee, part of that pioneer class, the only one in said class to have never won an MPL title. That is why he was such an icon in the Age of the Crown. He made his debut in MPL Philippines Season 4. He was part of that Age of Dreamers, and he's still here today. Imagine that.
Yeah, and looking at the history in MPL Philippines together for both of these players, including Coach Etomax as well. They did play from Season 7 to 10, which means that's around like four seasons of MPL Philippines, and has won MSC 2021 and sadly had to drop out of 2022.
You know, that's a little throwback photo there too, man. I'll never miss those face shields, by the way. But you know, when we think about what that means, these players, and of course the coaches too now, what that means for them and how much experience they had together, we always have to think about how does that actually reflect in a matchup against each other here in an actual matchup. And again, you have that familiarity between maybe their playstyles, but those have also developed over the course of the seasons here, and they've just gotten better, really.
They've gotten better, they've gotten more smarter, everything is just better for all of these former champions. And by the way, the rookies as well is just upping the competition here in MPL Philippines. So you would ask the people right now, who will you give the last shot to? You have A. Chaknu, B. Kelra, C. Benecuti, and D. Hito. I'll give it my boy Hito. If I were out.
That is the objectively correct answer.
That's true.
Because no matter what happens in the game, when you go to social media, Hito has the last laugh.
That's true.
He has the first blow and the last laugh. So you got to give that last shot to Hito every single time.
He's also the CEO, right? Like, I mean, he's
technically, yes,
proclaimed CEO.
Currently not instated just yet.
Okay.
TNC management has not yet created such a role. And I think they are in talks with Sir Eric. So, Sir Eric, come on.
I
missed the bathrobe, man.
I missed the bathrobe too. Imagine going to MPL Arena with a bathrobe.
What is it?
What was it?
It's just a robe. Like, don't call it a bathrobe. It's just a robe.
It was a robe. Sorry, man. I'm too poor to buy that. But anyway, you guys can comment down your comments or answers down below, and you could also talk about it in our social media groups. There are tons of analysts at home, and a lot of them are very smart too. Might take somebody else's job here.
What is that? What other way can we put that though? Like one last shot.
One last shot.
One shot of Mega. Like, is that?
Don't miss your time to blow.
You know, because
this opportunity comes in a.
Yes.
I love Jay-Z.
I love Jay-Z, dude. I
wanted to say the next lyric, but I know.
Over.
We the best music. Well, these are one of the best players that we'll be watching right now in our first match. Let's welcome TNC Pro Team and our first match.
Oh
yeah, MPL Arena! Here come the Thrillers from Manila. They are the reigning, defending M-Series World Champion. What time is it? It's on. Making the way to the arena, it's Ryota, King Kong, Super Friends, Brusco, and Kelra, ONIC, Philippines! And facing off against them, how high can the Phoenix fly? Make some noise for 3 more. Zyda, Lancy, Jackno, and Benny Cutie. It's TNC Pro Team. Alright, we can't forget about the Marshals. Make some noise for Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and Juvin. And of course, our head coaches for ONIC Philippines. You got Coach Why Not. For TNC Pro Team is Coach E to Max. All right, here we go, MPL Arena. It's Sonics versus Phoenix Army. Make some noise!
Our first match of the day is about to start. Let's welcome ONIC Philippines. We have Ryota, King Kong, Super Friends, Brusco, and Kelra.
Just to leave the whole Omega past narrative behind. Wait, no, it's still catching up with us. Ryota here is part of the lineup. He was last seen in MPLPH playing with the green and white. And his performance yesterday? Or no, that was Friday.
That was Friday.
See, that's how fresh it is inside my mind. It's like it just happened last night. Scored him another sweep.
Whoa.
So tonight here against TNC, who is looking good, mind you, I think the Phoenix Army should be watching out for the new general.
Speaking of the Phoenix Army, we have 3 more. Zyda, Lancy, Chaknu, and Benny Cutie.
And I love it because TNC has been on the rise. They've definitely had some great matches. They've showcased a lot of different things. We've talked a lot about every single role here, and I think they're starting to find that flow. They're starting to find that rhythm, and what a great way if they can go ahead and get a win here against our current M6 champions, ONIC Philippines.
And looking at our team head-to-head, look at the Lord Control coming in from ONIC Philippines ahead by 14%. That's going to be a big issue entering this match.
King Kong has found his stride. Some people are saying he's returned to his Season 14 form, but I would like to contest and consider that maybe Zyda has also returned to his MVP Finals form. This young man is an MDL champion, don't forget, and him playing 3 Yisun Shins against Twisted Minds yesterday should prove a point that even against a team as fresh and as strong as Twisted Minds, he will not back down. So something tells me even before the draft begins, Coach Tony, Coach Hayes are looking at that usage and saying, King, we better watch out.
Well, hopefully they do, because as of now for King Kong, people are starting to ask as well if he could actually play other tankier jungler roles, because we have seen a lot of assassins, a lot of fighters as well coming in here from King Kong, and we'd have to check that later on once the draft starts. But right now, we're going to go back in time, check out what happened before the match started with a smart 5G ping test.
Na pagkakain ka sa tagon, raminan.
Mami Mase! Hala, totoo ba? Baka yung boses ko yun. Baka dito na yun. Message ko daw kay Gerard. So, ang dami kong message dun eh. Siguro daming tao sa labas. Wait lang, nadidistract ako. Pwede ba chat na lang? Chat ko na lang si Gerard. Baka marinig pa yung ibang tao yung mga clingy side ko eh. Ano kaya minessage sa ni Gerard? Wala ko, ano lang yun. Good luck lang naman yung mga ganun, yung mga basic lang. Chat na lang. Siguro sa chat, mahaba pa lang message. Ano yun? Gusto mo mag-check, bigay ko naman. Try mo nga. Nakakamiss din pala yung may sinusulyap ka dyan sa babae. No? Hindi, mic check lang to Sad boy. Wala na sa meta yun eh, yung sad boy. Baby ko si kulot, inaalis niya aking lungkot. Okay na to. Message sa ating Chakno. Galingan mo, nak. Eto Max Chakno connection. Sana mabalik yung hindi, Chakno Max connection sa mid. Tapos nakasabier sa Eto Max. Huwag na yung Eto Max, delete na yun. Yung Hito. Boss Josh, tama ba ang desisyon yung kay Hito? Tama nga ba ang desisyon ni Eto Max kay Hito? Hito, ginawang happy pill. Eto Max. Bulak, galingan mo, Bulak. Kasi gagalingan daw ni Lowy. Dahil si Hito, ayun, malakas din aura ni Hito eh. Message ko sa'yo, Bulak. Galingan natin. Good luck. Tapos, mag-rock ka, mag-cloud ako. Combo tayo. Dati, yung cloud natin, magkasama. Ngayon, magkalaban na. Magkalaban muna. Aray ko! Pasok!
Oh, thank you for that transition, Kellera. We're back here in the desk. That was our Smart 5G ping test. Of course, done to check for tournament integrity, and everything is all smooth now. All of the players are ready to go.
I do miss when folks would refer to Chakno as Bonak. That is his term of endearment amongst the old Execration
Bonak.
Omega boys, yeah? And Kellera still calls him that.
Bonak.
Well, hopefully the next guy is in Bonak, because we're gonna visit the Infinix Keys to Victory with Wolf in the HAL.
Welcome to the HAL. Ang nga pala si Wolf, bringing you the Infinix Keys to Victory. Medyo masama ang panahon ngayon at alam naman natin ang TNC, ito talaga ang last nila, ang bagyong Benny. Tingnan natin kung mapipigilan to ng ONIC Philippines ang makakatapat nila. Simulan natin sa ONIC Philippines. Ang kailangan nilang gawin i-contest yung Grok. Malakas din naman talaga silang gumamit ng Grok pag gamit ni Brusco, pero kailangan din nila tong pigilan dahil alam natin na si Chakno ay kayang gamitin din naman to at kailangan din nilang i-contain itong si Zaida. Kapansin-pansin na napakalakas ng TNC ngayon kapag si Zaida ay komportable sa heroes at pati na rin sa kanyang playstyle. Ngayon, para naman sa TNC, kailangan lang nilang pabagalin o i-slow down yung playstyle dito ng side ng ONIC Philippines. Kapansin-pansin na kapag mataas ang vision ng kalaban, hindi masyadong makakilos ang side ng ONIC Philippines. Kung sakaling hindi talaga sila makahanap ng opening, ito yung magiging maganda para sa side ng TNC. Lastly, ito na, kailangan nilang palakasin ang bagyong Benny Cutie. Talagang ipakita sa buong mundo kung gaano kalakas si Benny Cutie. So far this week number 4 ng MPL, Season 16, napakaganda ng ipinapakita ni Benny Cutie. Talaga namang nananalasa sa ngayon. Tingnan natin kung ma-unleash nga ba ng TNC ang bagyong Benny. Sa ngayon, abangan na natin ang bakbakan ng ONIC Philippines versus TNC. Maraming salamat. Let's now get back to the casters.
Very interesting location of choice, Sir Wolf, and hopefully we see it in another place, maybe even wackier. Put them down in the comments below. Where do you want to see the HAL next? Hopefully somewhere fun.
There's plenty of places, and we have plenty of weeks to go ahead and see where Wolf ends up next, but I like that one, man.
Gentlemen, you're missing the point.
What's the point?
The point is, I want to give one key to victory out focused for each squad, all right? You guys are just getting derailed by the fact that I was outside under the umbrella and under the rain. Speaking of the rain, Benny Cutie is definitely a key player in this one. Yesterday, he was super duper activated, played that carry, went deathless, and was such a threat. Yeah, 13x. Like, there was nothing anyone could do. It's clear that his discipline and his game sense, his IQ, his spatial recognition is just through the roof. Get him up to that zone, all right? Stay to flow. On the other hand, ONIC should steal away Chaknu's Grok. Chaknu was the one who actually debuted in the regular season with a winning play style. Brusco picked it up. We saw it on Friday night, and it was beautiful. He was just blocking dudes. He was ruining people.
He was like the Dennis Rodman of ONIC Philippines, dude.
Yeah, I might be mistaken. It wasn't Friday, but he definitely played a Grok recently that
he did.
That will live rent free in my mind. So if they can do that, they don't even have to worry about putting the Lancelot on King Kong, nor blocking Zaida's Yusen Shin. I'm pretty sure they can open up the map by that hero alone.
Well, I think we will be able to see that translate into the draft as we enter Game 1 drafting phase. But right now, we are looking at a, correct me if I'm wrong, it was TNC Pro Team who actually picked up blue side this time around, which means that they will have priority over that potential Kalea pick that has been the theme of the week, especially if it's open. And when we look at the Kalea, it's one of those picks that really empower early games, but we talked about picks for the late game, like the carry, the Claude, in which case, both these gold laners, they know how to play this out.
For both of them, I mean, the stats here are clearly in favor of Kelra right now, and also that's just sort of the preview of what's happened so far in the regular season, but Benny Cutie definitely a force to be reckoned with, and that's why we always talk about it, because even if it looks like there's nothing left that can happen, somehow Benny Cutie is able to go ahead and put pressure around the map on some of the specific heroes that he even brings into the gold lane.
Which now comes into the overall composition. I think one way that TNC can kind of cordon off the heroes and the comps that ONIC are capable of is force Zaida and King Kong into a utility versus utility matchup and then put carry on Benny Cutie.
I hate you, Leo. Why would you say that?
Because I'm right. I think I'm right. And that's what's gonna happen.
I don't want to see utility on King Kong and Zaida. These men are assassin's beasts.
Well, luckily,
with more S's.
Assassin's beasts. Well, luckily, there are many assassins out in the meta. Sometimes it's too abundant that you would pick a Hayabusa and you regret it.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what you have to consider. Sometimes the utility is the best pick, even if it feels like you're overwhelmingly picking more CC, because these two roamers do that. I've never seen either of them pick a support and do better than if they would have a roamer that sets up.
The closest thing that they're ever going to touch for a support would be Mathilda. And Mathilda still goes in and maybe goes out most of the time, but still does something more akin to being a setter or a roamer that makes the plays. And apart from playmaking roamers, we also look at the XP laners right now in this meta who usually make plays around the turtle. We know Thremar loves to play that Arlot, goes in for the trigger again and again. Every time he has the flicker, he will try to find that play. And all of those analysis into play right now. We're going to look at the drafting phase of game number 1. Once again, this is a best-of-3 series, our first for the final day of week 4. It's going to be ONIC Philippines on the blue side, apparently, and TNC Pro Team on the red side, which means that ONIC Philippines deliberately chose blue side.
And I think this is fine by TNC because red side actually more winninger in season 16.
That is true.
It's
true.
not about
around 6% deficit,
closer than that, actually. I think it is much more akin to a 52% to 48.
Yeah, so 4% disparity.
Swing. Yeah, so TNC, I'm sure they can make it work, especially since we've never, well, since CC, we haven't seen any blue 1 XP lane pickable heroes.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why it's okay for TNC to be red side because they can go red 1 and 2, prioritize Thremar's picks. I was saying, Thremar's been huge, colossal, gigantic, titanic in season 16 so far. And his pick should be coming in red 1 or red 2. You ask me now, I will not be afraid to say he is maybe the second best Lapu-Lapu, the second best Uranus, the second best Arlot in the league right now.
Who'd be number 1?
In order, Sanford, Edward, Lansu.
Lansu is insane, dude.
Yeah, he is.
I gotta say, Lansu is actually one of the more amazing rookies in terms of XP laners in the MPL. And we are already done with the first banning phase of this game. It's going to be CC, Harith, and Phobius on the other end. And Coach Entomax taking away the Kalea and the 1-1, which means that the Lancelot Yusen Shin trade is nearing.
It's going to happen, man. Unless this is either one of them. If this is a Lancelot ban, then they just trade it for ONIC. Go ahead and take the YSS.
But that leaves open the Zushin.
The Zushin, yeah. You know, when the Zushin comes in gushing, you don't want to go in.
That's Zussi. That's Zussi. Because you're trading, obviously.
Oh, but they don't.
They're letting everything through.
I like this. I mean, that's one way to approach the red draft. You kind of want to have that one last ban, a bit of of a targeted ban, something that you would ban on the second phase, just so you could have more stuff to choose from. And looks like they're gonna go for a Lancelot. This is King Kong's what, 5th, 6th Lancelot game in this league.
Something. Man, at this point though too, like what does this mean then for TNC Red side? They pick up their XP laner like we mentioned? Like just go with that?
There's so many
XP
choices.
mid?
Obviously, I think Zaida's going to take the Yusin Shin. Could come in at red 3.
Yeah.
The Grook is open. The Zushin. Maybe Grok or Zushin plus the XP pick.
Yeah, Grok Zushin is just oppressive in the mid lane.
It's so
man.
good. Like,
It's
that
so
is
oppressive.
good.
Like the moment that the Grok blocks the first few waves and maybe blocks the opponent mid laner, that passive just kicks in real quickly. Last two or next two picks here, and here you go, the Grok for Chaknu. You get the Arlet, no, you go
There
for the
it is.
Zushin, and as predicted, Leo. Now, how do you think ONIC Philippines would respond to these two picks? No time to think, it's a Kimmy.
Nope. Super Friends clearly would like to be able to answer to the pressure that the Zushin and the Grok are bringing in. And then they lock in the Hylos as well. So they're going pound for pound. Like, this is their mid-trio.
Yeah. It solves a way to go toe-to-toe with just a Grok and a Jushin, what they provide. So this is probably, they're just going to go the YSS there to lock it in unless they're willing to just kind of let it be potentially banned out.
Yeah, no, because if you don't pick the usage in here, you still open yourself up to possibly a Fredrin later on.
Or even a Hayabusa.
A Hayabusa, you're fine. But we're looking at 3-Mar now.
Yeah.
Is this where he picks the laps?
You could go for Lapu Lapu or maybe even an Arlet. Yeah. The Arlet could be a potential good choice here. Zushin Arlet has been one of the more underrated combos, but
Oh my
baby!
God.
Wow.
Zaida locks in the Fanny against a Lancelot. Oh, this is interesting.
He did not appreciate being low on that pick rate when we asked who the real Fanny gods were.
That's true. He wasn't there.
Because Midnight would fight tooth and limb to say it's Zaida.
Yeah.
Man, went full Justin Bieber mode there. That should be me.
That should be me.
Throwing out my cables.
You're really good at that.
Hey, thank you, man. Thank you. I've learned from you. I've learned from the best.
Well, it's definitely Family Sunday here in MPL Philippines right now. And we're looking at the second banning phase. For ONIC Philippines, they're still looking for their potential roamer or XP laner and gold laner as well. I do believe that this Kimmy is no longer a flex pick by this point.
No. I can't remember the last time I saw a Kimmy Gold and say, hey, I'm so thankful that's a Kimmy Gold.
Yep. That's
same.
Happened in MSC and never again.
I was gonna say, yeah, happened once.
I wish I didn't remember.
Well, that means the Arlet is taken away here by TNC Pro Team, which also limits their own choices for XP lane, considering that they don't have their XP lane too.
Neither do. So that's what's cool is they're first on the swing back. So Red 4 will be theirs, and they'll get the prime pick once we go back into picks. But looking at ONIC, I think they can still lock down on gold lane. They should attack gold lane.
Oh, good man.
There you go. It's still XP lane.
Okay, never mind then.
It's going to be narrowed down, which is funny too because, like, Uranus and Esmeralda are open.
I hate myself.
Glue, though. Glue.
Glue is there. But, yeah, I think that would be echoed around if that ends up being the case.
Now they start attacking gold.
Yeah. Are they going to remove the carry here? Because most likely, if they don't remove the carry, it's going to boil down to Esmeralda, Uranus, and carry just loves them both in a bad way. Because the carry kills both of them, you know?
She shreds through them.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, she does.
Also, Lunox is open to take, but though Harith is available, we have seen a lot of Ruby Lunox for this week, which isn't really high in win rate, so hopefully we don't see it in game number 1. ONIC Philippines on their last ban. Are you going to take away the carry from Benny Cutie?
I think the Granger's just as dangerous.
Oh, right.
The carry is the Granger.
Experience
There it is.
Okay, Granger's out, so this is most likely just XP option?
Yes.
You have to, because it's like this is just Uranus?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be Uranus, which means that ONIC Philippines is so incentivized to go for that carry, but then again, you are looking at a Fanny too.
Yep. Even the Grok is going to have a field day on you.
Yeah.
And even the Zushin, I'll tell you now, like, that's no joke. If they hit you with a Crimson Beacon, and you stand underneath that thing for 2 seconds, which is, again, your prime sweet spot of throwing light wheels at dudes. You're going to get lifted up, smacked down to the ground, 6 feet under, and you take a nap for like 40 seconds.
Hey man, I don't like forced naps. Hopefully they do get some shredder here that could be what?
Who's forcing you to nap?
Yeah, when did you ever get forced to take a nap?
Maybe like 20 years ago.
20 years ago. Oh wow! A debut pick Brody coming in from ONIC Philippines.
That's how you answer fannies traditionally.
Traditionally.
And again, a Hilda too. Throw it into the hands of Ryota, I would assume.
There you go.
And then TNC gets the go signal. Okay, we take the carry. It's a win. It's a winning matchup for Benny.
Yeah.
It is. It is. Wait. It's well in the laning phase. He's gonna have a. Wouldn't have a field day against a Brody just because of the range matchup.
But if he survives that, which is he's so good at that. He's so good at just laying low, just brewing a storm.
That's true.
And then coming out. This is the situation when I say you win the lane without the lane.
Yeah, and hopefully he is able to farm up. He does have a Fanny to exert some pressure over Kelra, so that early game advantage coming in from this Brody might not even make sense the moment the jungler comes in gold lane. It's never going to be just 1v1. It's either nobody goes to gold lane or everybody goes to gold lane. And this is going to be match 1, game 1 of our best of 3 here. Once again, this is ONIC Philippines versus TNC Pro Team. A lot of the members of the past Omega see each other 2 day and 2 night in MPL Philippines Season 16. This is their first time seeing each other in the regular season. Let's see who comes out on top.
Mobile Legends.
You know, okay. A little bit longer here to get there, but that's one thing I'm going to be looking forward to as well, is that gold lane matchup. I got a glimpse there too. It looked like they were running with the quantum charges here. Now, yeah, that's something that Benny Cutie's done so well. Even in his match yesterday, when he had that 13-0 game, a lot of the times it was weird because Benny Cutie waited so well. Like a lot of the times he was actually just because again, carry doesn't have the best range until maybe you pick up a Malefic gun much later. Then it helps a little bit.
A 4th item or a 5th.
Yeah, 5th item. But even before he got that, he was able to go ahead and convert a lot of kills just playing around the team. And I think their composition even here for this one is still going to allow him to do that. Because you always kind of default to, okay, well, the best gold laners, it comes down to their micro in those situations. Well, Benny, as well as Kelra, both have that. So it's like, it comes down to them playing around the composition and the team that they have here. And carry late game, man, is going to just kind of shred through anybody, you know? And now Brody, being the fact that we haven't seen too much Brody, could also be somewhat of a surprise here, depending on how the game goes for him.
Yep, we haven't seen Brody in the entirety of the season until now. And traditionally speaking, in terms of competitive MLBB esports history, we have seen a lot of Brodies against that Fanny. And most of the time, it's going to be the Moskov. But I feel like in terms of more reliable damage, it's gonna have to be the Brody, because even if the Fanny flies away, the moment that torn apart memory registers on your face, that's it.
Not to mention, TNC, their lineup, save for the Fanny, likes to stick around. So that means more stacks for the Brody to lock in and pull the trigger on that torn apart memory to get maximum efficiency from. Early rotations here in mid. Let's look at these emblems real quick. Keller has lethal intentions. He wants to hit that Master Assassin on Benny Cutie, but no, Benny Cutie wants to fight back. They both have it.
I mean, we have seen a lot of carries run this Assassin emblem in their Tier 2. That Master Assassin allows for better laning phase. And to be honest, man, you kind of want to have enough damage to demand respect coming in from Kelra. Otherwise, Kelra is just going to freeze the entire lane until you feel like a frozen hot dog stuck in like the freezer for a month.
I don't like to feel like that, man. You know? I don't even have those frozen hot dogs in my freezer.
I'm sorry, man, Mr. Healthy Man.
I may have felt like that maybe once in my life, and it might have been a dream.
Those are very vivid dreams, my friend. And now we're looking at the Infinix in-game equipment. Still nothing built. We are looking at a lot of potential Tier 1 boots already. And usually we see a lot of what we call chop suey builds, where we get those components early, but it seems like they like the movement speed too.
Yeah, no, Benny Cutie is going back and forth on this whole I'll fight him, no I won't, because he went for the warrior boots already.
Yeah.
So he's saying, yeah, I'm going to trade, but I know I'm going to hurt if I try to go into my wave. So that's fine. That's the gold lane. That's a fightless lane. How about a turtle?
Turtles up here. It's half health already. Mar's jumping in. Zaida won't land that cable, so he's not going to get there in time. King Kong gets the first one. Not sure if a fight's even going to break out here. They are going to drag Ryota back a little bit, but still, I think it's just a little bit off on the timing there for TNC, and it's better that they just let it go.
And at least no casualties for TNC here. Zaida did miss that cable and has been missing quite a few ever since this game started. Hopefully, he warms his fingers up just in time.
Yeah, no, the problem with TNC's lineup, at least in that stage of the game, is they were lacking level 4s. And without the tech charge, without the full Grok kit, they couldn't threaten ONIC. So ONIC just, literally what King Kong did is they just stood there, threatened with the Law and Order, threatened even, actually, they pulled the trigger on the pulse. And that made it all the more worse for TNC, which again, I'm thankful that the Phoenix Army did not force anything. That could have been so much worse.
Yeah, but now Chaknu's level 4 access to tech charge is already there. It might just be the trigger the TNC Pro Team is asking for. Big rotation upcoming here down gold lane, considering that the pathing for this Fanny is looking to be going towards that area. But let's take a time to applaud Benny here. Currently number 1 on this carry. 45 games played. This dude is a carry man.
Ooh, yeah. Again, when you say carry, only 3 names pop up. Oh, wait, mid!
Oh, Chaknu, is he going to be in trouble? Phantom Execution. He'll burn the flicker.
Oh, no, friends!
So his pathway dropped down 2 when Zaida gets out. Both teams not able to secure the first blood there. Got close. They got some resources out, though.
Oh, those are crucial flickers for the upcoming turtle fight. And look at... Oh, no!
Oh, doesn't have enough damage just yet. But first blood happens.
How did that happen?
Oh, there's a response, though. 3-Mar got the first blood, and there's going to be a little bit more here in the mid lane. Lancey.
Oh, no!
Is it there? The tech charge. But Ryota, tanky enough on the hill that will be just fine.
And no battle spells for this upcoming turtle fight. The only one that has a flicker right now is Lancey and Kelra on both ends, and maybe even Benny Cutie. But we can't expect these gold laners to rotate up top here quite early.
No. Lancey actually has it, so that's very important. The tech charge can come in, very honest. Turtle at half health.
Oh, they might try to go ahead and stall this out a little bit if they can. Zoning, but the turtle secured by King Kong. They might fight anyway, though. Brusco in trouble. Zaida going in. He tries to get the kill, but not enough damage. Has to back away. Didn't even need the revitalize from Brusco. So there you go. 2 for 2 in the turtles for ONIC.
ONIC placed themselves very, very strategically. They were dodging and placing themselves where Chaknu couldn't get the honest tech charge. And Lancey, again, they're not at a point yet where damage is so reliable. I think even with this solid trio mid from TNC, they're going to have to wait for Benny Cutie. Benny Cutie is the key to this lineup.
Yeah, and it's going to take a while before we see that real big damage coming in from Benny Cutie. And to be fair, Zaida must be hating Ryota's guts right now. This... Oh, wait a minute, Hilda.
He wants to go for the kill anyway. Has a limited shield. Zaida just bombing away. Ryota got so close. But finally, Zaida gets the kill. That got a little dicey there for Zaida.
That was a close call. He was waiting for the energy. That's why you can only really basic attack. And the fact that the passive... Oh, Benny!
Oh! Benny goes down instead. Chaknu a little bit too late on the tech charge. And now he can't get anywhere. There you go. Some backup comes through, but it's Super Friends to pick up Chaknu as another falls here.
Oh man, that's a flicker burn as well coming in from Chaknu. This might just be really bad here for TNC Pro Team as the next upcoming turtle, the roamer, Chaknu himself, wouldn't really have tools to surprise ONIC Philippines.
Again, it's that flicker. He used it to try and save Benny. Lancey here, I think he'll be fine. They're just really trying to buy space here so that maybe they can contest that final turtle. But I think ONIC has their number. They have them checkmated. They know that they can fight back until Benny is ready.
Yeah, for TNC, they just have to stall this out. The power spike for ONIC Philippines is already now, and they can't just pick up fights again. Oh my god!
Tech charge again. Here comes Zaida, comes cabling in. We'll get a flicker from Super Friends. 3-Mar tries to help out. They're under the turret, though. No. They're in trouble. Takes a couple too many hits as 3-Mar and Lancey go down, even burning the flickers.
No matter how you slice it, dice it, turn it sideways, you need Benny for this lineup to work. Look at these gentlemen, a Uranus, a Grok, a Zushin, and a Fanny. It sounds like I'm setting up a joke, but no, these heroes, they can't really fight back and deal reliable damage to what ONIC brings to the table.
Yep, they really need that damage coming in from the carry. Chaknu did fight a great setup. That was a two-man tectonic charge near that RBM.
Yeah.
But sadly, the DPS coming in from Lancy is just not enough just yet. Zyda did have that burst damage, but again, couldn't really find the targets that they wanted. And a lot of survivability options as well coming in from ONIC Philippines. That Revitalize coming in from Brusco just allows ONIC Philippines to raw dog the entire team fight.
Yeah, that's the way they want to play it. They're going to go that way, and it's trouble. Glorious Pathway to just force them off this Tier 1. ONIC Philippines wants this turret. They'll get it. Tier 1 in the mid falls, and they'll look for the next. A lot of pressure. This is where we start to see the pressure towards these purple buffs that are so crucial for Zyda. Ryota taking some damage. He has to go ahead and back off there. Brusco jumping on in. They just want to take the buff. Chaknu goes in with a tech charge. Brusco falls. Still Chaknu on the run. Here's Zyda swinging in again, looking to get Ryota down. Ryota's still alive. He wants to fight him out. But finally, 3mar will pick it up. So all that for pressure on the purple buff.
2 for 1, too.
This is actually an okay. Oh my God! King!
That was so clean. I'm not sure what Lancy had in mind there.
And zero reaction from our nonchalant King. 4K already for ONIC Philippines. And it seems that they're not done yet. They want to push down bottom lane, but 3mar and Chaknu will be able to defend right now. Like TNC Pro Team, what else do they have to do?
They shouldn't be trading this way. Again, I think it's come through to them. They heard us through the mics. It has to be Benny. And at that time, they were saying, yeah, Benny, how about you try it now? But 2 items deep, that close, that tight in the purple pit is not where you want to send Benny Cutie. Not right now. Not 8 minutes into a fight where you're down 4K.
Yeah.
What they should do is, again, send Benny in the far lane. Because, again, ONIC, for them to get to him, they have to show up on the map.
Yeah.
And ONIC can't do that right now. ONIC are actually balancing how much pressure do we put on our side of the map and how much do we take away from Zyda and Benny Cutie. They can only do one of these things effectively.
And now the Lord already half HP. I feel like TNC really can't contest this. And this is going to be a free Lord. ONIC Philippines secures the first Lord of the game and the first 3 turtles too. Perfect objective game so far.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Even when they're about 5K ahead and they know TNC can fight back, ONIC are still staying a tight unit. They know they have to fight together. Glorious Pathway!
Glorious Pathway dropped down. Zyda trying to get his buff. He doesn't get it though.
Oh no.
Buff stolen. Going to be really difficult because now they have to go ahead and try it to defend the base. Oh, Kelra will just go ahead and
flicker. Straight up flickers, dude.
I guess he's just like, I'll just flicker, I guess.
Better save the story.
I agree.
He's like, I played with Chaknu before, man.
This man will delay it as much as he can, and he's gonna flicker ult me. And just like that, Brody's back in MPL Season 16. The last time that Brody showed up was in Season 14 by Super Marco, and Falcon's APBR was still a thing during that time, and it's RSG Philippines too. And now we are about to enter the 10-minute mark. The items for the carry already has 2 of the Trinity items. I feel like just a few gold more and you're going to have that THS.
Oh, look at this. The pressure just to take off in the mid lane. You can see Zyda trying to do some split pushing here. He's taken quite a bit though, so they know they can clear the Lord out, but they will lose that Holy Shield up top.
Oh no.
Chaknu's trying to delay this one here in the mid lane, but that'll pop too. So now the focus in this base turret. Traction pulse thrown out. Zyda now joining the fight. Glorious Pathway comes on down. What are they going to be able to focus on here? 3mar tanking up a ton of the damage. King Kong will jump in. Thorn Rose, but still, TNC will hold on to the base turrets.
Well, at least the inhibitor turrets are still alive.
Are threading the needle. In a split second, Chaknu could have said, I'll call it, tech charge into this Lancelot when he comes out, but they know that they have to hold on to it for a time like this here.
Oh, Zyda in trouble. He just wants his buff, man. King Kong takes him, they take his buff, and now they're looking for more. Flicker forward from Super Prince. There's a triple for King Kong. He wants to go for the Maniac. He finds Lancy too to get another. And as low as Chaknu is, he'll just go for it. End the game. Chaknu won't give up the Savage.
And there you go, a quick victory coming in from ONIC Philippines with that Lancelot pickup. King Kong showing up with a Maniac.
TNC were overloaded. TNC made a choice in the early game, pre-draft even, to say we're going to wait for Benny. And I think somewhere down the middle, They said, we can't wait for Benny. And ONIC made them make that choice.
Yeah, that was pretty much forced. A lot of the team fights that we did see were in the terms of ONIC Philippines. It was extremely hard for TNC Pro Team to find a winning team fight because even in, let's say, small, tight spaces, Benny Cutie couldn't even hit people.
It's kind of crazy how fast I feel like the landslide happened there, because it seemed like, it wasn't too much. Yeah, some of the objectives went over, but, from King Kong, man, after this maniac that he got too, he was just able to go ahead and keep the pace, and the team really took off at a certain point.
I mean, that was a highlight out there in that last team fight, and not just there, but also a lot of potential solo kills that would have happened if not for a lot of effort coming in from TNC Pro Team. Looking at our Game 1 MVP, once again, this is going to be King Kong on his Lancelot performance.
The Fanny wasn't it. And especially when King Kong gets hands on the Lancelot, again, he's been playing this hero in the current meta game, in this competitive atmosphere for the better part of what now, 6 to 8 months?
Yep.
He has been preparing for this moment, and I think this was one of TNC's first mistakes, is to try and check if they were willing to go for the trade, and by all means, 110%, Coach Why Not will take that trade, and maybe this is something that Coach Etomax should consider going into game number 2, because this Lancelot was traded out for a Zushin Grok. And I think Coach Tony knew that this was going to happen no matter what that pick 3 was. Again, that pick 3 could have been anything. The Lancelot would have been fine. And that is what made King Kong the MVP. That is what got ONIC this very, very swift win.
Yeah, and the moment that they took away the Kalea meant that whoever got this Lancelot wouldn't really have a hard time unless you go for an orthodox roamer such as a Kaja or even a Franco. But this time the Grok did try to go in for great tech charges, but looking back at our MVP highlights, there were some misses too.
Yeah, it seemed like, again, the tech charge can work so good, but if you're looking at this early game that relies a lot of the damage on a Fanny, for example, and you're not actually able to go ahead and utilize it. Yes, there were some moments like this, and you also have to give props to ONIC, the way that they played defensively against that in a lot of these situations and these tight corridors throughout the jungle even. Alleviated that pressure of what a Fanny can actually do in the early game, I think was a big thing.
Much easier for ONIC to play defensively because their lineup doesn't force them to be at a certain range to take advantage of things. TNC, look at this, it's all dive. I did not want to make this the point of focus when the game was happening because it's clear they're frustrated, but look at it again. Watch how their engagements can only happen when certain heroes are within range.
Yeah.
While ONIC can say, they're not ready, wait for them to come. They're not ready, wait for them to come. And when they do come, it's so much easier for ONIC to say, let's lock them down.
And they locked down TNC Pro Team in a very quick game here. 11 minutes, 25 seconds. It's our official game time. Didn't even hit the 12-minute Lord for it to end. And for ONIC Philippines, we mentioned the word landslide. It definitely felt like one for TNC Pro Team. They couldn't even enter the premises of their own purple pit.
It's crazy when you think about it because the way that it works so well, the trio mid of ONIC Philippines, and having the Hylos there, the traction pulse, of course, from Kimmy, it makes those engages, especially when you're leading like the way that they were, that much more devastating for TNC. You know, and even though they're trying to run away and trying to kind of disengage from these fights, or even if Cutie is trying to look for an opening, it's like if he puts himself 1 second too long in position, he's going to get caught by someone.
And that's in fights. But in my opinion, TNC wasn't in any fighting shape, even at the 11.5-minute mark. There was a moment in time, I'd say it was a minute window, wherein TNC could have made a decision. Do we try and split the map? Because as you saw in the highlights, and if you were watching the game, ONIC were always clumped up. No one could be sent off to take care of the map elsewhere. At best, maybe it was Ryota. And we did see Ryota go 1v1 against Zyda, where Zyda just barely won by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah.
If TNC made that call earlier and said, all right, we're going to split the map up, Benny, you push. If someone visits you, get the hell out of there. We'll send Zyda, you go push. We'll try to buy time. Maybe this game went to 15-16, and then we would have seen a tighter game. But since that window closed so quickly, TNC just folded in the base because look at this lineup. How are you going to clear waves with this kind of lineup?
Yeah, it's really hard to clear waves or even enter fights. I think Ryota did a great job as well, just stopping the Fanny from doing anything too risky for their marksman. And looking at our big four, the wingman would be Brusco. Sandbag sadly is 3 more here. A punching bag of Uranus, but hey, that's your job. The carry would be Super Friends on this Kimmy, and of course our BPI rich guy, none other than the game MVP itself, King Kong on this Lancelot, and 900 plus is already a great mark of how high a GPM could go, especially in quick games like this one.
King Kong has once again broken into the top 5 again. On Friday night, he reached just barely top 5 of BPI rich guy stats all throughout season 16 with 915. Now he broke that again, replaced himself with 917.
What's our highest right now?
986.
986?
989 on OHIP.
Oh, wow. Truly a rich guy.
Truly a rich guy. Was that like a super fast? I can't remember. I can't recall. Was that a super fast game? 'Cause if you have a 989,
yeah.
That's probably like an under 15,
I'm
right?
pretty sure it was a stampede.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, TLPH at some point, ever since they started that type of gameplay, it was always OHEB getting the biggest amount of gold out of everyone else. And for ONIC Philippines, now ahead by 1 game, you could say that they're really going back to that M Series form. You too could celebrate ONIC's victory in M6. The Joy ONIC PH Pass will be available on September 20. The starter pass will include the M6 Championship skin, Joy ONIC PH, and more exclusive in-game items. Join Joy ONIC PH in your very own road to champion. Just not the Joy right now, because I think it's going to be on September 20, plus another skin for the Beatrix.
Oh, speaking of that, the Finals MVP skin, the Beatrix Sky Force Maverick, will also be available on September 20th for 30% off during the first week. The M6 Finals MVP, Kelra, he added a personal touch by including his son's name, Slake, printed on the outfit. So get ready to fight alongside Beatrix, Skyforce Maverick, and claim your own MVP. So that's a whole lot for you guys to go ahead and save up your diamonds for, because I know a lot of people are going to want those. And especially with that personal touch, man, that's really nice.
That's really nice.
I don't play Beatrix, but I want it.
It's still a really good skin, and honestly, the 30% discount makes it a lot more affordable for everyone who wants to buy those skins, especially if you're a super ONIC fan. I think getting both wouldn't really be bad, even if, let's say, both of them require a lot of mechanics.
And that you got to get the recall, too, because I think you can get the recall if you didn't get a chance to get it before. It's in now. So you might as well, so you can, thunder.
Electrify yourself, you know? And it's very noisy. A lot of us love those noisy noisy recalls and everything. But so far for this game, ONIC PH is already ahead by 1. We have seen ONIC Philippines ride the momentum more than anyone else. The moment they get that 1 win, most of the time they just go for the 2-0.
Especially after a game like that, man. 11-25, and they most likely will have a momentum going into the game too.
Well, before we go back to our game, let's visit the MPL arena and check what's up with our host. Let's go to this All Access.
Sonics, what time is it? It's ONIC time and family time din dito sa MPL arena. Kasama natin ngayon ating mga super fans, si Kuya Mark and si Nolan. Welcome to MPL Philippines!
Hello.
Napapansin natin, nakakaiba yung jersey nila ha, magkahati. So, gaano ba katagal na kayong fans ng MPL Philippines?
Since season 10 pa.
Oy, matagal-tagal na rin ha, ilang seasons na.
Yeah, we actually got to talk a bit earlier. So we started off as a Blacklist fan, eventually becoming a Aurora fan, and then an ONIC fan as well.
Paiba-iba sila na sinusuportahan na team. So, bakit po ganyan yung shirts nyo ngayon?
Kasi ang naging favorite ko kasi is Aurora and ONIC.
So torn ka kung sino susuportahan sa kanila. How about you, Nolan?
Because I've seen much spark from ONIC and TLPH, so I decided to support them.
Wow! Talagang fan siya ng dalawang teams na to. And do you have another question to ask for Mark?
Yeah, no, of course. Well, for Nolan, earlier you were telling us actually that you started playing MLB, you were what, 7 years old? And then you started off at 7. And then you're a mid laner, is that correct?
Yes.
So, I know you're a mid laner, but sometimes do you just play mid lane Nolan or no?
Based po siya sa mga emotions ko. Minsan po nagro-roam ako.
Iba-iba yung role niya kahit Nolan ang pangalan niya.
Flexible.
So, meron ba kayong favorite player ngayon sa ONIC Philippines?
Kelra?
Si Kelra! So, since mag-game to sila, meron ka bang mensahe para sa kanya?
Galingan nyo sana makarating kayo sa finals.
Wow! Excited siya makarating sa final si Kelra. But how about you, Nolan? How's your experience here at MPL Arena?
It's been so delighted na napunta po ako dito and masaya naman po. The experience is top-notch and I recommend going here too.
I love that! Good thing na nakakita tayo ng iba't ibang age bracket dito sa MPL Arena. And I believe kasama rin nila ang kanilang pamilya na nanonood dito sa ating venue. And with that, ibalik na muna natin sa ating desk para mapanood ang Game 2 between ONIC Philippines and TNC Pro Team.
Let's go!
Let's go, ONIC.
Thank you so much to our host and, of course, to our super fans, Nolan and Nolan's dad.
Can I just say I have so many questions, but I want to know what two teams I would put on a jersey like that.
Good question.
I asked myself.
I would put maybe.
Who would you put?
That's a really hard
question. That's hard, right?
That's a hard question.
I'd be Liquid ONIC.
Liquid ONIC.
Liquid ONIC.
Okay.
Wait. If they could they do that with the jackets?
That would be insane.
Someone needs to do it with the jackets.
Yeah, and hopefully if they do, we get a 30% discount too. And, TNC Pro Team, by the way, picks blue side, and that's going to be a confirmed swapped sides for here for game number 2, considering that ONIC Philippines did secure that blue side when they had the side selection advantage. And now entering game number 2 with the blue side going to TNC Pro Team, what can we expect as we enter the drafting phase?
They are no longer going to give out that Lancelot. It's too dangerous.
That's true.
I think it would be a mistake to let King Kong get his hands on the Lancelot again, especially via red 1 and 2. So if not in the ban phase, I think TNC will set up a blue 1 Lancelot, and then if ever red side bans the Lancelot too, in addition to the 1-1 and whatever else comes up on red 3, they'll go Zushin 1 on the blue.
Wow. Early CC ban here coming in from Coach Why
It
Not.
makes sense. That's the ONIC MO.
It is ONIC. I do think so.
You know, they just don't like it.
They just don't
CC.
like it. I think they just don't like the CC. And when we look at the Kalea on the side of TNC Pro Team, this is like the blue side housekeeping at this point. If you're not going to pick the Kalea, you got to take it out. Because if you're going to first pick the Lancelot or YSS and the Kalea is open, that's basically death sentence.
Wow.
In week 1 and week 2, we saw YSS have 0% win rate in blue side, and that's mainly because the Kalea was present in the red.
And even on red, you're allowed to not have to pick Yusen Shin. So they don't have to ban Yusen Shin. If they want to pick the Lancelot, they should risk it going into blue 1, and that's what TNC's setting up for.
That's what I'm wondering though. Like, why the Fanny ban? Is it
because
just
TNC don't have anything else to ban here? They don't want to get rid of
the others?
Yeah, because look, from red, what they banned was Kalia, 1-1 Badang.
Yeah.
2 of those things were throwaway bans. They didn't have to ban the Kalia, they didn't have to ban the Badang.
I mean, at this point, if you're Coach Etomax, you wouldn't really want to give the comfort picks or assassins here for King Kong. I feel like whenever facing ONIC Philippines, there's just this part of you that wants King Kong to play utility. Like, this guy's just too good in the assassins, especially now. You know, maybe 2 weeks ago, you can't say that out loud, but now it's different.
So what's going to happen here, since we do see the Lancelot in red 2 ban, TNC is going to lock in the Yusen Shin, unless it gets banned. And then ONIC will somehow think of putting the Hayabusa or something on King Kong, and then TNC is going to answer it.
Yeah, because the Harith is pretty much open to take 2. And if ever TNC does go for a Yusen Shin early on, or maybe even a 1-1, that's going to be an easy Hayabusa and a Harith on the side of ONIC Philippines. And you wouldn't really want that in one side, especially if you're going to take away the Phobius too. So there you go. The Harith is taken away for TNC Pro Team. Now ONIC Philippines, I wonder how they're going to respond.
Wait, does this, what if this happens? What if they first pick the 1-1?
Hey man,
it's for Benny Cutie.
That's Benny Cutie.
Yeah, it's not banned.
Because ONIC don't ban it?
Yeah, it's Benny Cutie's 1-1.
That would have been a first in Season 16, and it may be one of the most costly mistakes in the draft. I don't know if Coach Wina's going to do it. It's risky.
If there's one dude who's going to play 1-1, it's going to be the dude who named his daughter 1-1.
I was going to say. Right?
There's no other guy.
Okay, there's no way. There's no way.
No.
You can't let that. You
Still
can't let that go
100% ban rate in Season 16. You know what?
I think Tony knows that he just edged all of us.
Yeah.
He knows it's like, I gotcha.
He's also looking at Benny Cutie.
Harith is so strong in the meta right now. Let's just nerf 1-1 again, right?
Yeah.
Like, we can just take that away. And now for TNC, lock in the Yisun Shin. Let's not play around.
Yeah, this is most likely just...
Do it, Mama Coco. You know you wanna.
Come on, Zaida, say the word. There you go.
Everybody's favorite Korean hero.
YSS.
Is YSS Korean?
Yes, dude. Yisun Shin. Shin is the surname. Yisun. Wait, you know what? I might be incorrect. Let's not go there.
It's a Korean name.
It's a Korean name.
Traditional Korean name.
I think it's a Korean hero in history. Like he's an admiral.
Ah.
Yeah.
He's
That's
a
what I know.
historical figure.
History lesson.
Just like Lapu Lapu. Lapu Lapu is what? Our first president.
And Paquito.
And Paquito, our second president. No, I'm kidding. By the way, no. Lapu Lapu.
You're going to confuse people.
Lapu Lapu is not our first president. He's a tribal chief back then in
during the
ancient
Datu
Philippines.
times.
Yeah, ancient Philippines. You know?
Yeah, I went to Philippine history.
Yep. Yeah, pre-colonial times.
Pre-colonial times, yes. And there you go, the Kimmy locked in with the Grok. And we did see good Grok gameplay coming in from Brusco.
Yes, he did.
Yesterday.
No, that was Friday night.
That was Friday night. You know what? So fresh in my memory, it feels like it was yesterday.
Sounds like I just heard that.
You said that.
Yeah, I did. Darn it. Speaking out loud.
Well, apart from my
all
own thoughts
simulation.
talking to me every night, next two picks here for
Wake up.
TNC Protein. Wake up. This is a dream.
It's a force snap. Sorry I triggered you.
It's okay, man. That's a secret. I wake up, I'm already triggered.
That's 4 snaps are a secret, by the way. It's a secret technique.
You don't know edamame?
You don't know? Hey, man. What is edamame? I gotta
Do you
be
guys
honest.
know what edamame is?
You said it's the ONIC MO.
It is.
What is an MO?
That's the modus operandi, all right?
Yeah, oh.
All right, thank
it's
you.
what you usually go for. It's your plan of attack.
That's what was the reason I was so silent, dude. I didn't know what MO was.
This is dangerous.
Okay.
This is dangerous that they picked the Arlot blind without taking care of the Phobius. And what did I tell you? I hate how I'm so right. Minutes down. It's like I'm from the future. There's a Hayabusa.
Dude,
Yeah.
where are those? Are you eating the Twisted Mind candy that Wolf was eating yesterday?
That was big brain candy.
Yeah,
dude.
he was eating the big brain
These
candy.
are my leftovers.
Dude, oh, man.
Oh man, even leftovers are that powerful. And with that Hayabusa locked in for the side ONIC Philippines, they're still looking for their potential XP lane and gold lane. And they're going to be taking away the Ruby, considering that with Yisun Shin comes the threat of double fighter lineups too.
Right.
Okay.
There it is. They finally took care of it. Although, in my opinion, this is a weak blue 4 ban, and they just got away with it. This is just a vulnerability that they had to close up. And you know what? Knowing TNC, knowing Coach Etomac, seeing what he banned, this wasn't something that he missed out on anyway. So it's fine. It's fine. He's protecting the Arlet. There's the Hylos. TNC, I would not be surprised if they banned the Laps.
Yeah, the Lapu Lapu seems to be a very strong option here for ONIC Philippines.
Ban the Laps.
Maybe even the Uranus or Glue.
I would say glue. Maybe the glue.
I'm more afraid of the glue.
Yeah. Especially with this one, because... Oh, they called the Lapu Lapu. Okay.
Yeah, that's our first president already out in the draft. No, that's not our first. That's some historical revisionism here. ONIC Philippines now on the red 4. They could potentially get their. I would say it's smart to get your gold lane right now. If you go for the XP lane, that would be the safer route. Maybe a Gatot Kacha.
That's going to be the Uranus. So they go. Yeah. Interesting. Because then what is this? What is TNC going to pick up here? Especially gold lane. Are we going to see a fighter? Then is that what we're expecting?
Oh, man, I don't think we should get a fighter considering that you're up against a Uranus.
That's a Baksha Rome. And then, do you still carry?
That's what I'm thinking. Like,
I feel like you don't really have a choice here. I feel like ONIC Philippines wants TNC to play carry.
Carry, Granger, Moskov are still open.
Moskov is kind of hard to play against this
lineup,
this Grok.
The Haya Grok and Uranus, yeah.
Oh, not a lot of choices here. I feel like they're forcing the carry pick out of Benny Cutie.
If he locks us in, it's... wow.
Okay, still gonna go for the global passive. You know what? It's not gonna be an issue if you're not gonna face the Brock head on. But that's gonna be the last lock-in for ONIC Philippines, the Granger against the Moskov.
Is part of this also just because of what you mentioned earlier, Leo, where you're like, you know, they, like, TNC could have tried to play the map a little bit more. Now the Moskov allows them to do that.
Which is, again, much like that Phobius ban in Blue 4, it feels reparative. It feels like it's trying to reconcile something that went wrong prior, and they're doing it after the fact, which is okay. Again, I would rather you do this than just blindly go and force certain strats. So I appreciate that they're trying to buy back parts of the map. And in my opinion, I don't think it's overkill, because sure, you have global vision and, you know, a solid way to buy time and get better engagements with the Mountain Shocker, but also you can go 4-1.
I agree. But that Moskov pick with a 4-1 plus the Mountain Shocker allows for really good macro plays come late game. But early game, it should be a different story here. Once again, this is our first match of week number 4. TNC Pro Team versus ONIC Philippines, where ONIC Philippines already secured that Game 1 victory in less than 12 minutes. Will the story be different now as we enter game number 2? Lancy playing back-to-back Zushin games.
Yeah, maybe he wants another crack at it here, you know. It was a difficult game that they had in the previous one, because even so, they were trying to play into that Fanny, right, and have that early damage, but you know, you have all this utility. Lancy, whoa, quite low, holds on to the flicker though.
Wow.
So he's just going to go ahead and regen back up, but you know, that's what I'm worried about here, is if they're not able to capitalize on this, having this Jushin, which is still, obviously it's a power pick. Teams still love to pick it up, but you know, you got to be able to follow through with that. Now, should be a little bit better now that you have Zyda on the YSS, and like we mentioned leading into the match, we saw him play this time and time again yesterday.
I think the Boxia pickup here coming in from TNC Pro Team functions more like a Selena pick early on, where he just leashes this YSS as fast as he could go, just so the YSS could outfarm King Kong on this Hayabusa, and mainly without the kills, I feel like this YSS could outpace him.
And again, we're getting more signs leading to the same direction. TNC wants the map back. Game 1, they barely had any. And ONIC, it's clear that they still want to fight. They want to win lane to lane. Looking at the EXP lane, you saw that Ryota is bullying 3mar. And I love that Ryota picked up agility. This allows for the Uranus to keep stacks on himself and to put stacks on the Arlot, especially when the Arlot wants to stay in the lane. It's the Uranus that actually bullies him out.
And so far for this Uranus, I feel like they could potentially secure something against the Arlot pickup upstairs. And there you go, Flicker forced out of 3mar. And the Turtle will be spawning around that area, which means ONIC Philippines will have a direct lead.
Yeah, they bullied them here. They did get that battle spell out. Gold laners doing their things too. Calro a little bit low there. Oh, they're in trouble. Ryota actually gets caught. He's the one to fall first. Fight for the turtle. King Kong will secure it. He gets dragged back with the lantern, and there, 3mar meets him. King Kong has nowhere to go after using the Quant Shadows. He's done and dusted as they pick up another kill. Now 2 on the board for TNC.
Amazing target acquisition by TNC. They are fueled by their lack of range in game 1, and now they are not letting ONIC go. Brusco
oh, no.
puts up a Rampart, barely getting away. And now, finally, we see Zyda get into a position, a mindset, a state of flow that he was in the last time he played the Yusen Shin back-to-back-to-back. He is starting to steal away King Kong's resources.
Already 2-0 too. We see a lot of Yusen Shins play it passively at the start, but make it different for Zyda, already ahead by 2 kills. Getting resources away from King Kong as well. And just gotta say, Brusco on that Earthen Rampart not only delayed the Arlot, but also blocked the final slash early on.
Yeah, you're always able to see some of these great, brilliant uses of the Rampart whenever the Grok is in play. And it sometimes even puts enough pressure. I mean, we actually talked about this quite a bit on broadcast yesterday, the different kind of combos or variations that you can do on the Grok, you know, whether that's using that basic attack, whether that's charging him with a tech charge into the Rampart.
Yep, Flicker Swing, Flicker Basic, Rampart, Flicker Tech. These are all good combos, but maybe for the first time in game 1, let's visit the gold lane. It's clear that the gold standard is bullying Benny. Benny is down, the last time we checked, about 500 gold, even without the kills yet visiting, or big fight visiting the gold lane. Kelra can afford to do this. Kelra just has better damage output.
Yeah, and that's what you get when you draft a Granger. Insane early game and an insane power spike by mid-game. The moment that you get that Sky Piercer, you go online. Now King Kong looking for an angle here. Lancey might just be in trouble, but the first, or rather the second turtle of the game is already spawning, but TNC Pro Team establishing early on their presence.
Oh, tech charge going to be used up. Not really what they were looking for, though. They're going to be in a bad position. Mount Shocker already used, and Brusco is gone. Spear Destruction won't land, but right now with the numbers advantage, TNC will secure the second turtle here. Kelra will get spotted out too, so there's not much that can happen. So there it is, another objective for TNC.
Clinical and diabolical. Zaida held on to the stun of the Mountain Shocker up until he only really needed it, and no Shadow of King Kong showed up, so he never had to use it. He knew that Brusco was going to die anyways. Beautiful take by TNC.
And not just that, looks like they're going to go for the purple too, but Chaknu forced out.
King Kong going in, but he just wants his purple buff. 3Mar's gone though. Kelra picking up a kill. They burned the flicker from Lancey. They fought for the purple. They secured it for King Kong.
Oh no, I feel like that's the first misstep coming in from TNC Pro Team, and Super Fritz still exerting so much pressure against Lancey and Ryota now at least around that mid lane too. ONIC Philippines, despite having or maybe losing out on the first few fights, they're acting like they're owning this game.
They finally got the Sky Piercer after Kelra got that free kill in that turtle fight. So, you know what? K-Sera, he's still up by about 600 gold now. Ryota's in trouble.
Ryota pops a Consecrate.
Oh, wow!
Final Slash finds two, finds King Kong as well. Will Quad Shadow on out. He's going to be fine. That could have been way worse for ONIC, but right now TNC, you know, utilizing what they can. Can they make a play on Kelra too? Chaknu's been there for a while.
Not going to happen. I think Kelra knows.
Oh no, here they come.
Kelra knows that Chaknu is not enough range. Oh no!
ONIC
Here's the kill squad!
making their way. There's the traction pulse. Medicutie trying to sidestep it. He'll get taken out in an instant. And now Chaknu pop the poisons. He's going to be fine. But look at the pressure now in the mid lane. They're going for the turret.
And that's going to be the turret going down. Brusco about to make a play here. Earthen Rampart is available. Here comes Tectonic Charge on one.
Goes in with the tech charge. There's not much damage here, though. That's the problem. King Kong might jump into the back line, but no. Brusco falls instead. Not much there for ONIC Philippines to take.
No, I feel like the tech charge angle was already a bit too late. Now Ryota, is he actually going to escape this? I feel like no. 3Mar TZ currently on fire. That's back-to-back-to-back. Final Slash is just landing on more than two.
3Mar is on point. I love how he holds on to that Final Slash, the way that Zaida holds on to the stun of the Mountain Shocker just to get more targets. And Ryota, I think at some point, whoever builds that Dominance Ice or that Halberd first, that Uranus will be no longer a threat. TNC, this is 600 gold lead, but when you watch the game, it feels like it's a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and this 1K gold lead coming in from TNC Pro Team could really be felt the moment that they group up and try to find kills. But it looks like for ONIC Philippines, they have to stop the bleeding for now, and Medicutie is still farming up on this Moskov. We're yet to see the macro advantage that TNC has. Meanwhile, for the power spikes, ONIC Philippines should be online by right now, considering that they have this Sky Piercer going to that Malefic Roar on Kelra. But we're yet to see a winning team fight coming in from TNC.
Yeah, TNC's been able to pick things here and there. They've got their objectives now. You know, they got the one turret, the two turtles down. But again, with this kind of lineup, you have a couple options. You can continue to go ahead and punish with this combination of having the... they go in anyway! They find King Kong! A great play and information coming out from Chaknu.
All right, it's clear that TNC have found the zone. They found their state of flow, but I'm hoping that this newfound aggression and focus on winning fights doesn't take over the fact that they invested in the map via the draft early on in the game. And slowly but surely you're seeing they're losing grip of the map. They've only pushed one turret compared to ONIC who's pushed two. I think they need to make the most of this gold lead and these fights they're winning by converting much, much faster.
We could see that they've been trying to pin down King Kong again and again, but it seems that 3Mar is just proving to be one hell of a frontliner for TNC Pro Team. Couldn't really get past through that Arlot without the threat of having a Final Slash onto 2 or even 3 from time to time. ONIC Philippines now hiding inside their own jungle, maybe even able to take their own buffs for now, as the Lord will be spawning 20 seconds. ONIC Philippines, they've stopped the bleeding for now, but the Lord is the next big objective.
I wouldn't be so worried about ONIC's buffs just yet. I think the fact that now they've lost their tier 1s opens up the problem. So now it's about 50 to 60% hitting critical mass that they might start losing their buffs. When TNC starts getting through your second tier, then that's when King Kong should start sweating. I wonder how big that gold lead between Zyda and King Kong is right now, because that is what's causing all this pain for the Super Fam.
I feel like we haven't even really seen a full-on 5v5 just yet. Here's come Distraction Pulse. Ryota pops the Consecration as well, able to regen all of the damage instantly. And I feel like we wouldn't really see full-on 5v5s unless the SOD lands in a crucial team fight.
Yeah, part of that is, you know, ONIC, they kind of have to really choose their battles here. Benny Cutie's going to continue to be on the opposite end of the map, which is exactly how you expect that Moskov to play. And for ONIC, they can go ahead and delay this as much as possible. Again, just trying to grab what they can here. I guess the best thing for them is that Kelra hasn't gone down. He's farmed up. We take a look at how much gold he's got. He's got a good farm up, but look at the difference between the junglers. There's your answer, Leo.
2,000 gold. And here we go, Mount Shocker, starting it up.
They're going to go for it. Chaknu trying to zone them out. They're going to find Ryota. They drag him back. A final slash going to be used as well. Ryota can't get away from this. He does flicker out, though. But now the rest of the team joining the fight. King Kong looking to go for a 3-mar. They back off the Lord. So everything thrown, but TNC still in control.
And just a flicker bird as well for Ryota and Lancy. Make that 3 for 3 Mark 2. A lot of resources burned in that entire fight alone.
Mostly for TNC. So I'll count that as a technical win for ONIC, and that's why they are so gung-ho on taking this Lord.
We'll see if they're able to get it. There's a tech charge, able to find 2, but Benny Cutie will find Ryota, but King Kong gets the Lord instead. They're trying to disengage from the fight. After getting the Lord, they'll have to sacrifice Brusco, the 1-for-2 trade with the Lord for ONIC Philippines.
And now the question remains, could ONIC Philippines use this Lord?
That's what I was saying. Even if they couldn't use the Lord, they can use it to equalize. The fact that the waves are empowered and that there's a massive Lord marching through one lane, ONIC can recover, regroup, and try to gain back parts of the map and then go from there. Again, look, that 2,000 gold lead for Zyda is still there, yes, but they have failed to address the problem, the golden problem. Kelra is still way ahead of Benny.
Yeah, and it's 3-0 Kelra too. The damage starting to pile up. Maleficro already built and Chaknu already hurting in the face of the Rhapsodies. And he's not going to be escaping this.
Man, they dragged him back with the traction pulse. They knew they had a target and they went for him. Kelra gets another kill on top of it. So yes, off that first Lord, they'll get a tier 1 in the mid down.
That's currently 3 stacks
on
that Sky Piercer. So you're looking at, what, a 35% threshold? You hit it at max, it's over. You're gonna regret that you ever let that Granger breathe. And now watch how they did this, all right? Brusco was key here. Brusco ruined too much of the back line, and they forced Zyda to, I don't know if it was panicking, but one could assume that that wasn't the ideal time for him to throw that Mount Shocker, and that ruined the entry into the Lord take. And look at this. This is more than a recovery. This is ONIC coming for a full-on clapback. They push top lane and mid lane tier 2.
And cuts the gold lead back to 800. Less than 1K for TNC Pro Team.
Good as gone.
Good as gone, honestly, entering this 12-minute mark. Wind of Nature picked up, however, for Benny Cutie. This is going to be very crucial against King Kong and Kelra. The Genki connection thrives on physical damage, and a Wind of Nature and Benny Cutie allows for 1v1 setups in the opposite lane.
Yeah, even with that, Kelra, like you said, despite his stacks, you know, he's got the Malefic Roar there. He's got a little bit of defensiveness, too.
He's got the Halberd.
He's got that. And look at this. You know, he's pretty stacked up. So if you're TNC and you're seeing this, you're going to be like, how do we get to Kelra? How do we deal with this? And, you know, they have Benny Cutie. Benny Cutie is part of that equation. He's done great farming up, too. Yes, he's a bit behind Kelra, but he's still a threat in terms of the damage. And also is... if 3-mar catches someone with a final slash, like, they still have favorable team fighting here.
Let me say this. Benny Cutie is more of a threat to the map than to actual fights.
That's true.
So that's why now maybe TNC can leverage that, especially since this gold lead is almost non-existent. Send Benny where ONIC is afraid to answer back, nor rather send Benny where ONIC can't answer back and force them to split up too, because ONIC lineup is strong. Oh,
there's the final slash. That's what I was just talking about. They find King Kong, they find Ryota. That is massive for TNC before this Lord.
I was just saying, ONIC can't fight when they're not complete.
3mar finding a potentially game-winning play here for TNC Pro Team and essentially secures them the Lord too. TNC Pro Team grabs control once again of this game 13 minutes in. That's Zyda securing the Lord. It seems that they're going to fight for this purple too.
Okay, that is huge for TNC.
What was that?
ONIC Philippines will try to hold on. A final slash going to use again. They pop the wind of nature on Kelra. Kelra trying to get some space, but he's dragged back. A great usage from Lancey, and now it's falling apart. ONIC, they're back up. They're trying to get recuperated here, but they lost Kelra.
Man, these final slashes coming in from 3mar is starting to be a problem for ONIC Philippines. I feel like the angles are just so fast, and it's so hard to predict when 3mar will just come in and try to swipe out 3 members coming in from ONIC Philippines.
You know what? Instead of forcing ONIC to make these mistakes, what TNC did was they found a way to make ONIC present themselves on a silver platter. I was wondering, okay, I was going to theorize that they found those two, Ryota and King Kong, just chilling in mid because they hit the Mountain Shocker. But no, apparently, they were just out there in the middle.
There.
Yeah. They were clearing out the wave, you know, doing what they have to do before that Lord.
They were just merry men, just clearing.
But suddenly, Wild 3mar just pops out.
That's scary.
Trying to defend this. Lord's almost taken care of. Carroll takes some shots, but Brusco, tech charge, trying to defend here. But he gets dragged back, so Lord is gone, but you lost Brusco. Top turret worked on by Benny. They're going to go for it anyway. He pops it with nature. King Kong doesn't have enough damage either, as Benny Cutie is fine. Will take that base turret in top of ONIC's base.
And I feel like for TNC, the play just could keep coming here. 3mar does have that flicker.
We'll see if they can end it here. Mid turret's going to be worked on. 3mar jumped in with a flicker again. Didn't find what he wanted, so ONIC will lose the last base turret, and that's all TNC gets, but now with a massive lead in favor of them, 7K ahead.
This is going to be hard for TNC Pro Team, actually for ONIC Philippines, considering that a 7K gold lead against a Hayabusa that has struggled to find his first kill of the game 16 minutes in. King Kong is not having a great game after that Game 1 MVP performance. TNC Pro Team deliberately shut him down.
He's still struggling. And what happened in that top lane situation, Benny Cutie stepping up to King Kong. If King Kong stayed for about half a second longer, he would have been dead. And that might have been an end angle. So now TNC, what they're going to do is play for this final Lord. And I give them a 80% advantage, given that they have full vision. The Mount Shocker is a game changer. The fact that King Kong can hide in random bushes and shadow in for the steal or shadow in for the shadow kill changes how ONIC have to go in. So I'll tell you now, maybe what they can do is, it's just so hard because my best practice, my suggestion would be to send Ryota, hunt down Zyda or Benny Cutie, compromise that part of the plan with TNC. That's the one thing that they can afford.
Well, right now for ONIC Philippines, huge disadvantage here in terms of the map control. 3 inhibitor turrets down. Oh, wow!
Oh. Anime style read!
Oh, he tried, he missed, and now what's the answer here? They're just going to get the Lord off this. I'm not sure if ONIC can actually contest this. They're missing a massive utility piece here. Brusco going to get caught with the final slash. He has nowhere to go. Dragged back with the lantern again. Brusco gone. They're still going to be fighting. Kelra firing off with the Rhapsody. King Kong jumps in, but still holds on to the shadow kill. They really don't have much space to work with at all. And it looks like that'll be it. TNC will just grab themselves the Lord.
That's going to be a Lord secured, but Ryota might be in trouble here. Chakdu has the shadow, but King Kong forced to go back.
Oh
my God.
Spirit Destruction going to be used. They go in anyway. Beacon from Lancey. He pops the winter crown. They'll find Ryota. The shadow kill going to be coming through. King Kong gets a kill. He still has this help of the team.
Wow,
but Kelra pops the wind of nature. 3mar's on him. A double for Zyda, making a triple. He'll show him who's boss. And now they'll focus on the base and take us to Game 3.
It seems that yesterday's 3 games are catching up for our final day of Week 4. We're going to Game 3 in our first match.
That Mountain Shocker's stun AoE is huge. I don't know if you often see it, but in that clip, wherein Zyda held onto it to the very last minute, to the very last second, showed you just how ONIC thought they got away with it and they could retreat and heal back and then try to defend. They said, nah. They literally caught 2 of the key heroes in that engagement, ended it.
What a nice way for TNC to extend this series too. I feel like for Brusco, if that RBM engage came in clutch, that would have been massive for ONIC Philippines. And he went in for that Ghost Bush. I called the Ghost Bush mainly because you don't really see it coming. There's like a ghost wall in the middle of RBM for that range for the Grok ultimate, but it didn't work right now because our MVP for game number 2, 3mar for his Arla performance, just swiped out so many people in his final slashes.
You know, we spoke about 3mar leading into this and everything else, and he has done so good in all the matches at TNC, and especially when he gets his hands on Arlot, he's got to be one of the best players right now on the Arlot. Specifically, he's able to go ahead and calculate those catches with the final slash so well and provide so much value to TNC and how they kind of adjust from the early game all the way to the late game.
He is eking up to Sanford, currently as the best Arlot in the league, and this MVP performance is all you need to see to really understand why we're able to make that claim. Early on, he was getting bullied by the Uranus, yes, but he got away from that. He was able to answer that and mainly use his team to try and equalize. And then when they started leaving the lane, that's where things changed. And that's how, in my eyes, in my mind, rather, I knew that they were going to try to bully and oppress King Kong. But I didn't know they were going to do it this way. I didn't know that they were going to threaten his shadows with a vengeance and a final slash so effectively. Look, that's how it started.
Yeah.
And looking at our MVP highlights here for game number 2, going back to the early game, it was, I would say, a very close early to the mid-game, considering that Keller was ahead against Benny Cutie for the first few minutes, but we couldn't really feel it because there weren't really big team fights that happened before TNC got their big lead.
I think that was the only thing ONIC was winning. And the fact that ONIC had that gold lane advantage throws us back to prime, well, I don't want to say prime Keller, but the time that when we thought we knew how Keller played. His older teams, Execration, Omega, they were fine as long as Keller was okay, but this is a new age. We are in the new era of MLBB. You can't just rely on one hero, and even if King Kong did eventually get some damage on, Keller could not be a tentpole, not with the way that TNC drafted and played, and 3mar was one of the ways that they made sure that even if Keller were standing, it would not be enough.
What I really also liked, and this worked together with 3mar, was Chaknu on the box shot. I wasn't actually expecting that box shot pick to come through, but it played so well in the part of providing vision, just being in the face of ONIC Philippines multiple times, especially King Kong, to the point where King Kong couldn't even try or an attempt early on to even steal an objective because Chaknu was usually there. So again, this was a really good synergy between Chaknu and also 3mar working together to make this whole lineup really work. And you know, so to speak too, like Zyda playing the YSS again after playing it 3 times yesterday. He played it just as well today here in game 2.
And Lancey also showing up. Even if he struggled on this Zushin from last game, this was a completely different setup. He had people soaking the damage for him. The vision was present. 3mar was more proactive. I feel like it wasn't a problem for they did have those elements in last game, which meant that Lancey had to make his own plays for himself. But this time, very different game here for TNC Pro Team. It was a 17-minute, 55-second game. One of the more longer games that we've had, considering that our average game time right now is 16 minutes.
Yeah, adjustments were in check for TNC, and what some might say were repetitive, me included, I see now as just finding their footing. And with this kind of lineup, they were better able to answer the map, better answer their lane matchup, and better get them into a position wherein they were ahead. And TNC is just much better ahead. I'll say that now, they're much better ahead. When they're trying to catch up, it's hard for them to get their cores back online. And when they're ahead, even their cores play like they're not cores. That's why 3mar is so good in this game, because Benny was fine, Zyda was fine, and that means 3mar can shine.
And 3mar did shine, our Game 2 MVP for this series, extending the series all the way to game number 3. On this Arlot pickup, we've seen 3mar pick this up early on in Season 16. There were times that we would have pulled the trigger quite early or maybe even far away from his teammates, but it seems that TNC has cleaned that up here in game number 2. And against ONIC Philippines, one of the best teams in terms of formations around team fights, objectives, and everything, they were able to dismantle that in I would say, an off-tempo beat. 8. They did find targets coming in from ONIC Philippines that were prime targets in different times of the game, especially Kelra, who was supposed to be in the backside, would still be able to hit that final slash.
What a stark difference, though, for King Kong, you know, from game 1, like you mentioned earlier, Womi, where he had that game 1 MVP, and then here, honestly, he was kind of just shut down. You know, you didn't really feel the Hayabusa at all throughout this game 2 here, and it was just apparent of just how tough it was to work against the lineup that TNC had.
Yep. I think shutdown is the right word. It's not that he played bad, it's just he couldn't play.
Yeah, that's
TNC
true.
put him in this position, and that's how our rich guy flourished. Zaida is the BPI rich guy at 865. I think I mentioned this when he played yesterday. Yeah, I mentioned I think he also got a GPM that's around the same, if not lower, like 700, 780, 800, like low 8s. It's not that he farmed less. It's just that the economy in this game has a lower ceiling, and that this is more evident of how high he's able to put himself in when all the stakes are that much lower. So he min-maxed the economy on this YSS, and that's why it makes him one of the better ones in the league.
And looking at this YSS performance coming in from our BPI rich guy, Zaida, it was fueled by his teammates as well, just feeding him all of those potential kills and also giving him the space to farm up. I feel like at some point in time, we were also telling that he was already invading the jungle against a Hayabusa. Who does that, right? When you enter the premises of a Hayabusa jungle, you risk a 1v1 against one of the most lethal ultimates in a 1v1. But before we head on to that, be featured as the next MPLPH Superfan of the Month. All you have to do is to join the MPL Philippines official group, engage with the community, and just keep those interactions positive. Scan that QR code below.
Keep them positive and share any MPL-related news and updates in the group for your chance to be named for the MPL Philippines Superfan of the Month. We always keep an eye on that group for you guys, and we always like the discussions that come through, you know, especially from our super fans out there.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
On that amazing deal.
Well, it would be effortless the moment that you just talk about the league, talk about your favorite players and organizations in those social media groups. But other than that, of course, let's talk about the meta for a bit. We do have a lot of different compositions right now in our meta, and this is our meta talk right now. What other fighter heroes rather are viable in the gold lane? We've seen the Ruby, we've seen the CC, we've seen the Masha, but we try to forget that. So
Yep.
what else?
I would maybe a throwback to the Midstar Gold that was brought up a few seasons back.
That was Benecutie.
Benecutie that brought that.
Now season 11.
Fighters.
That's okay. Zilong comes to mind.
I hate you.
But no,
I love you, bro.
He's one of those heroes that if you let him get out of control, he's very hard to stop.
Yeah,
that's true. And also the Argus, played by Benecutie too. That was something that we've seen throughout the MLBB esports history. But if you were to request a hero, what do you think would? I'd say Benedetta. I'm a Benedetta guy.
Benedetta Gold?
Benedetta Gold.
I'd say Bane Gold.
Bane Gold. But Gord Gold. No?
I've actually tried it before. Maybe he's not a fighter.
Did you get reported?
Fighter? I barely even know her.
No, I didn't get reported because I was a 5-man stack. I know him.
I would report you.
But I was a 5-man stack, so why would they report me?
Because you played Gord and Gold.
Because I told them, boys, I got this.
Did you?
Did you get this?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
That one time. The one and only time.
All right, so if...
Not recommended, by the way.
If you were to choose a fighter... what would you put in the gold lane?
Fighter, no.
Fighter?
So I would probably, oh man. I'm a fan of Argus. I like Argus.
You like Argus?
I would go with Argus. I like him because of the Darth
Freya
Vader.
Gold hasn't been introduced in MPL yet.
Nope.
RG is filled with Freya Diggies, and at some point in time, I think like 6 months ago, it was the top strategy in Mythical Glory Plus. It was
cheese.
Freya Gold or a Freya Jungle, as long as it's paired up with a Diggy. But right now we're gonna look at the meta tips from Keller himself. Number one is don't tilt and enjoy the game. How do you expect me to do that when whenever I log in the damn game, I saw Hanabi's in my gold lane, Zilong's in my XP. No, I'm kidding.
How is that even still happening in like Mythical
Glory? No, I'm kidding,
Glory,
dude. I'm good. Like, I'm happy with the game, dude. I never tilt.
Well, tip 2 and 3 are kind of, connected because you have to be patient and farm because you need the gold for those team fights.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's definitely gold-centric tips out there.
Those are golden tips.
What about the last golden tip?
Don't go first in team fights unless you're playing a Tigreal. So if you
Just
are
never go first.
Yeah,
That's a golden tip.
I feel like these tips are made specifically for gold laners out there.
Let the Hanabi go first because she has CC immunity.
I agree. You
Yeah.
know, if you're playing the Freya Gold, don't think about the people with CC. Just come in.
And then you have the other. Then you have the other people on the other side being like,
Go in! Come on, follow me!
And now ONIC Philippines goes in with the blue side pickup. Another swap of sides here for game number 3. For game 1, they did choose the same side, so we might be looking potentially at a very similar draft. But I think if you're Coach Etomax, you don't want to give the Lancelot. Let's not have a part 2 of what happened in game 1.
I think part of that is all going to be dictated by the bans, like we saw earlier, because we did see some swerves on the bans, you know, in the previous one. And now that ONIC Philippines is going to be on that blue side, if the goal is to get the Lancelot in the hands of King Kong, or potentially maybe the YSS for him,
Not going to happen.
Neither.
Lancelot on King Kong is never going to happen. Not after what happened in game 1.
What about the YSS then?
I feel like YSS, you could, as long as you could trade for the Kalea.
Yeah, but I don't think the Kalea is going to happen either. Because Etomax banned it. Etomax banned it. So now that they're on red, it's more likely they're never going to see the Kalea.
Yeah, but might be not actually housekeeping for this game might go nuts because Kalea, 1-1, Yi Sun-shin, and the Lancelot, all of these picks are really big comfort picks for key players here. So we might just see those picks out in the banning phase already. But looks like they're going to go for the Harriet first in the 1-1. And this is going to be the final drafting phase of our match number 1 with Etomax taking away the Lancelot that they gave away in game 1.
So what I see happening is TNC might allow the first pick Zushin. That might be the best trade.
First pick Jushin.
Yeah.
I'd be even afraid, honestly, I'd be even afraid of letting the Arlot go through again, man. Like, after 3 months performance there, they might want to go with that again, depending on what ONIC picks up in that first phase.
Especially if the Phoveus is taken out, or at this point, CC, potentially Lapu could be taken out away. Etomax, they could take away the Yi Sun-shin. I feel like at this point, just take away the YSS. Oh wait, the Kalea is still open.
Yeah, Kalea is open.
So they're gonna ban the Kalea here.
Yeah, and it's gonna be really hard to ban.
What?
Oh, they're gonna go for the trade. They take away the Fanny.
They're forcing ONIC to make the choice. Zushin or Kalea.
No, it's Lancelot. Wait, no, yeah, it's
YSS.
Zushin or Kalea or YSS.
So I think Brusco gets his Kalea here.
And
it's
no
open,
matter
man.
what happens, TNC gets the other 2.
Yeah.
I think they take the Kalea though.
That's the safest.
That's Devious. That's Devious, Etomax.
Devious.
What's the Vius?
Devious.
Devious, brother.
What's the Vius? Oh yeah, they're gonna go for the Zushin. This is gonna be a Chaknu Kalea paired up with a potential YSS.
Kalea Sun-shin.
That is the most safest trade that they could go for if you're TNT Pro
It's
Team.
a winning trade, bro. It's like I'll give you my $1 for your $10.
There you go, the YSS. Now, do you pick up the Kalea with this YSS? He does not.
What?
All right.
Brock instead.
$10, baby.
$10. We'll take it.
No,
take it.
no, I'm not. No,
I would like your $10.
it was a metaphorical statement.
I would like your 10 USD, Sir Leo.
This young man who is a graduate of literature would know what a metaphor is.
No, I think metaphor, if there's the existence of metaphors, implies the existence of off-meta vibes. But yes, ONIC Philippines.
You're digging.
The Kalea is there, and the Lapu-Lapu. They don't care about the Arlet.
The Kalea is weird. I think they read into it. They read into it. TNC. The Kalea is weird.
People love this joy, by the way.
It's just. I do
his
believe
joy, man.
I do believe it is just the portrait because the skin comes out on the 20th.
And there you go. The comfort pick Arlet. Strike the iron while it's still hot. 3-mar TZ.
That's a
3-mar.
lot. That's
sorry.
solid. That's a solid amount of CC.
I told you that's going to happen. Like, if I called anything today in this match, it was that. That was the R-Lot.
The R-Lot back-to-back, the Yusin back-to-back.
Yep.
But it is a very different laning phase, though, for this R-Lot. In game number 2, he was up against a Uranus, which meant 0 kill pressure against this R-Lot. But now against a Lapu-Lapu, he can't afford losing those Crab XPs quite early, considering that this Lapu-Lapu, the moment he hits level 4, that's almost a non-trade for an R-Lot if he's able to spam those CC immunities.
Lest you be buried in value. Here's that Hylos banned by TNC. They want to win ground the Ruby as well. They're still open to the fact that there might be a gold lane fighter amongst TNC's lineup.
Oh, yeah.
What is Lancy to play?
I don't know, Lancy still has...
Kagura, I was going to say Kagura probably.
Yeah, Kagura is still there. The Farsa is still an open pick. Love is in the air in MPL Arena. Last ban here for the side of ONIC Philippines. They take away the Moskov. And now the options for gold lane is down to...
Granger.
Granger. Would rather Granger than Kari here.
Yeah.
Granger.
Wooden Cloud.
Now, do you get the Farsa or do you get the Kagura? The Selena is also available to take, but then again...
I was thinking the Selena earlier, but I'm like, I don't know. With this, maybe the Kagura, man.
Yeah, I think I'm a big fan of the Kagura here because Selenas are very susceptible to Joy.
Yeah. That was the main concern. So,
but the Joy also... No, never mind. You know what? When you hit max stacks on Electronic Beats, traps do nothing to you.
Yeah, the healing comes in clutch too. Oh, wow. This is a TNC special. I think TNC has played a lot of Auroras across multiple mid laners.
This is in their DNA. To play Aurora is to be of the Phoenix.
It just doesn't make sense because...
They're on fire and she's ice. Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, thank you.
No. I think the reason why it doesn't make sense on a meta scale too is she's a utility mid.
And she doesn't, and the Lapu-Lapu just doesn't care about what he does.
Like, she can throw that
Frigid Glacier
on top of her and she would still be in trouble.
Yeah, and I feel like this is mainly just to counter the Joy. It's extremely hard to play the Joy the moment that it is very niche, but it is an answer.
I would have rather the Granger. I would have rather the Granger here, Red 4, but instead Kellera gets it. What is...
Is he going to go carry?
Cloud. I'd rather the Cloud, man.
The Cloud instead of the Kari.
The Granger kind of... I mean... The Kari kind of dangerous.
That is the Kari.
Oh yeah, it's Kari.
That's Kari.
Okay. Now that he's running the Kari, I feel like
firing at.
I feel
the
like
Lapu, the Gatot, and because you're gonna die to the Joy.
Yeah, and if you run a Purify here, you're gonna be very susceptible to the Zushin and the Joy. So I feel like even if you'd like to have a Purify in this matchup, you gotta get that flicker.
I barely even know her.
Same.
I walked right into that.
Yes, you did.
I walked right into that. But yes, now we're walking right into game number 3 in this first matchup of the day. Once again, TNC versus ONIC Philippines. We've seen ONIC win very quickly in game 1. Now TNC Pro Team in game number 2. Let's see in game 3.
What I like about this Aurora pick is it might be yesterday's Chip Claude. It might be the hero that none of us asked for.
Yeah.
It might have even memed to some extent, but it might be what makes this lineup work.
Well, we're about to find out as we enter the Land of Dawn for whoever wins this game number 3 gets to the point between ONIC Philippines and TNC Pro Team. 3mar was impressive in game number 2. Game 1, King Kong was oppressive to the entire TNC Pro Team. Now we're going to head on to a short break. And this is going to be a big game for TNC Pro Team, considering that this will be their last game for the season. And a win here could potentially put them within top 4.
Last game of the season.
I mean, last game of the half season.
I was going to say, whoa.
My bad. Half season.
True, because let's be real here. Things are going to be changing.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, for our second half of the season.
Project next week.
Something's coming next.
Yeah, something's coming next.
You know what? I'd like to see the river expansion in the future, you know?
Yeah.
I would like to see some walls get broken.
I would like to see someone traveling on a cloud.
I'd like to see more bushes around the Lord.
I wonder if this is how it happened. Like, there was just a personal wish list. And then they were like,
I think
you know
we're
what?
only allowed to wish for 4 things.
Moonton HQ?
Yeah, Moonton HQ. And they're like, you know what? Yeah, it's about time.
Maybe...
I like a new hero.
You'd like a new hero. You
Obsidia.
Obsidia.
What is that?
You know, I like the passive name of Obsidia. Return to bone.
To
bone.
To bone?
RTB. Return to bone.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't know. But it makes you feel something.
It's provocative.
It's provocative. Return to bone. And now we return to game. ONIC, TNC. This is going to be Zyda's back-to-back YSS games. Impressive in game number 2, but this is in different context. They do have a lot of crowd control up early. And look at this. Ryota did lose a lot of HP out of that trade.
Yeah. Looking at how this is going to play out, too. You know, I like that Lancey has even the Rupture. Like, it's just a little bit of extra burst because I just feel like Aurora doesn't do that much.
Yep.
But maybe the idea here is also playing into Chaknu's Grok to a point where you can say, okay, he gets a tech charge off, or maybe you set up with Lancey with the Frigid Glacier and then they can work together.
It's chain CC, and I think I get it now. I just need to see it in execution. The damage that she deals is deceptively good, like an Eve. You know, like she can let through these spells back to back to back, and next thing you know, like, oh no, Super Prince isn't ready. Super Prince can't fight.
And I think it's also hard to find a proper or perfect timing, especially if you're up against this Aurora, considering that the moment that you drop the Frigid Glacier, it kind of pauses the entire team fight. It's an entire pause button the moment that you see it just spreading throughout the entirety of that AoE. As 3mar gets level 4 quite early, this means that they do have a slight advantage here in the upcoming turtle fight.
Okay, so that's almost coming up. You can see the positioning. Lancey's trying to get that level 4. Chaknu doesn't have 2, so those are 2 big ultimates that they would want. But 3mar having the final slash might be enough. Beacon from Super Friends are going to go in, forcing off Zyda from the turtle. So King Kong will grab that one. They're going to be looking for the next target, and it's 3mar as he falls a Frigid Glacier. He's going to have to flicker out. Lancey trying to run. They want this passive, and they will get that. Do they get the kill? He's able to get away. Good thing Chaknu was there.
And already you see problems. TNC, because of the Aurora, as I mentioned, would be happy if he's able to let through the skills one at a time, back to back, place that Frigid Glacier where he wants it to. ONIC's lineup doesn't let you do that. If you stand too long, Super Prince will slam you. If you stand too long, Ryota will jump on top of you. If you stand too long, King Kong will put 3 or 4 stacks of the electrifying beats on you and kill you. So TNC just was not going to win that fight, especially since it started with Super Prince compromising Zyda.
Yeah, and TNC Pro Team, they did have the angle early on. They had some XP advantage, but they decided to delay that turtle fight for a bit longer, which meant that ONIC Philippines had access to their ultimates too. Super Prince, though, low HP. ONIC Shocker doesn't really land that much. Now, still, ONIC Philippines holds the gold lead, almost a 2,000 gold lead here.
So I'm surprised, you know, having a 2K gold lead this early in, just off of a kill and an objective, just goes to show too that they're finding wins of other parts of the map. And at this point, it might be up to Chaknu to set things up or at least give the information over.
Yep, because where are they winning this? Where are they getting this? Number 1 turtle, XP lane, you can see how Ryota's bullying 3mar. Mid, don't even get me started. And I think even the gold, the situation in gold is dire even for Benny because he's outranged by the Granger. Granger has better early game damage output, and you can see he's down by almost 500 gold.
Yeah, you just gotta take it in if you're TNC Pro Team. You lost that turtle fight pretty badly. You kind of want to recover, be able to farm up. You still have those turret shields that allows you to at least survive under the turret better. But this turtle, it seems that ONIC Philippines, they want for themselves in TNC Pro Team. The question is if they could contest for this one.
Okay, turtle's up. Second one of the game. It's closer to the gold laners too, so this might be a little bit better for TNC if they actually go ahead and utilize Benny here, but it could even set them back further. Super Prince, popping the beacon. Chaknu's still holding on to the tech charge though, so there he goes. Oh, he's gonna go for it anyway. He's able to find King Kong, but that's a huge final slash from 3mar. But can they follow through? King Kong's gone. Benny Cutie unleashing. Calro was looking for more, but Zyda, both junglers down. And so ONIC with the advantage will just take the turtle. Oh, that's so unfortunate. 3-Mar with a final slash.
Again, symptoms of what we originally diagnosed TNC's lineup with, and it affects their execution. They need to layer their skills. A lot of what they're asking for needs setup, and they got it via the flicker tech charge and that final slash by 3-Mar, but there's only so much payoff you can get at 5 minutes from a carry.
That's true.
And that's not something that Kelra needs. Again, Kelra has better damage output at this point in the game.
And looking at the replay from that entire fight, that was a near-perfect engage coming in from TNC Pro Team. Not only did Shaknu get the jungler before the turtle fight, but 3-Mar already expended that flicker to for a 4-man final slash. And even with a perfect setup like that, they only had so much damage. Just like you said, Leo, they couldn't really translate that into things that they want.
Yeah, it was so unfortunate. Such a good setup, but when you don't have the damage to follow through with that setup, it's just falls apart.
Where's the payoff? You could have an amazing joke and then the punchline not hit, and then you still feel bad.
Yeah, and so far for TNC Pro Team, things are not looking great. Here comes AOG coming in from Busco, facing Benny Cutie in a potential 1v1.
Okay, Benny just going off. The Revitalize is there, and yep, it's just a little too late. Brusco still alive with the Revitalize, so that's unfortunate for Benny. Gonna put him further back.
Oh, frustrated. Benny Cutie looks like he wants a break out of that 2v1. And now that turret will be falling up top. TNC Pro Team, they do lose one turret for that trade downstairs.
So, again, you can't blame Benny. What he was doing was pushing that lane so that they wouldn't have to lick their wounds so much for the previous losses. The 2 turtles as well. And now this does allow ONIC to keep this 5k gold lead very strong. But that doesn't fix the fact that TNC, the payoff isn't there just yet. I guess Benny Cutie's at what, 2 items now? And I think they still need that Swift Trinity to really get what they want, even with the perfect setup. Oh,
that's unfortunate. 3-Mar gonna get dragged back to his death. You lose the final slash, you lose your life. Kelra will pick up a kill. They're now focusing on Lancey. There's the passive, but they're gonna be able to follow through with a shot from a double from Kelra right under the tier 2. Rihanna does go down, and now Kelra looking for a triple kill. He'll find it as he takes out Chaknu.
Oh man, disastrous sequence of events here for TNC Pro Team. Not only did they expend crucial battle spells, but they lost 3 lives in that entire fight.
What TNC is doing here is something that they wish they did in game number 1. They're taking their losses, but are also immediately going for reparative course of actions. You'll see that Zyda and Benny were not where that big loss happened, but just the same, they're also doubting how far deep they can go into the map. And that's because ONIC now have gone more than a 5,000 gold lead. What that translates to is a full item on your cores. A full item or almost components. Oh my god, Zyda still got it right. Half an item or components on those non-cores, which means they're literally fighting from a different age in time. TNC are fighting with picks and axes while ONIC have straight up automatic shotguns.
And that's just straight up cheating, man.
This is firepower difference, and it's as if they didn't have that damage problem early on.
Oh, they're jumping in again. Unbreakable on the taunt. Chaknu with tech charge. Frigid Glacier was already dropped down. This is all fighting under the turret. We're still with the holy shields. And they'll cut him off. Again, that's just how much of a lead ONIC has. Chaknu, is he going to be able to get away here? A shot from Kelra. Destinata's looking for more. They get the holy shield. That's all they wanted.
5v4 underneath your own turret, and you still got sent back.
Yeah.
That is what I'm talking about, the technological difference.
It's the artillery damage as well coming in from ONIC Philippines. A great engage coming in from that AOG from Brusco. You usually don't see that anymore. Let's be honest. People don't use the Avatar of the Guardian to start fights anymore. But Brusco was just so brave. He knew that he could land at least just one, you know?
One could say he RD'd the AOG.
What? He RD'd?
He RD'd the AOG.
What's RD?
He hit it raw.
Yeah.
He just straight up like, I'm going to do it here.
I'm going to do it here. Yeah, he did. He RD'd it. You know?
First the MO, now the RD.
You know I'm going to do it. What are you going to do? What is your response?
You back off, apparently, if you're TNC Pro Team. And now with this first Lord of the game, TNC Pro Team, it seems that they still have some sort of control around their purple buff, which means that they could at least set something up potentially to fight against this Lord. But I feel like if you're up against an ONIC Philippines with a 7k gold lead, you try to get one man down and you're out.
No, they shouldn't try to get one man down. What Chaknu is doing is he's distracting ONIC to try and get a response, slow down this Lord take, and then eventually he might pay for his life. Oh no!
Oh, Chaknu.
Oh, he's fine.
Okay, he'll defensively tech charge, but he's tracked back by Super Prince. But luckily for him, he gets away. Didn't have to burn the flicker either, but Lord secured now for ONIC.
And this is eventually what they should really do, right? TNC, they know that the damage is done. They know that they're down almost 10k gold. What they should do is slow it down, try to get more on Benny. He's not even in his Swift Trinity yet.
Yeah.
And then use these shields in mid and then in top eventually to max efficiency. Clear these waves, get rid of the Lord. Luckily, their wave clear, I'm looking at it, assessing it, it's fine. It's better than ONIC, I'll say.
At least they have the Earthen Rampart here. Chaknu could delay this Lord if he wanted to, but it seems that he's not going to go for that call. Tectonic Charge and the Flicker is available, but it seems that he's not going to pull that off just yet. They're going to be able to defend the mid lane, but bottom lane looks to be in trouble next. ONIC Philippines, complete in their battle spells, might just be able to extend this siege to, I think, 2 more minutes.
Yeah, they get all the shields down. So holy shields are gone. Counter, hopefully that Rampart. The next sights here on this base turret. Super Prince jumps in with the beacon. Chaknu, where is he going to go? Lancey in trouble. Still holding on to the passive, but they'll go in and get the turret. Look for this bottom one as well. Kelra taking a couple shots. 3 more goes in with the final slash, but he's in trouble. He goes down. Now Chaknu's going to follow. A double for Kelra, making it a possible triple. Passive already going to be there. Benny jumps forward. Doesn't have enough to take out Kelra. And ONIC already knows as 4 are down, it's only Zyda as he faces off the full force of the Super Fam. They'll clean it up, take the game, and take the series.
A 2-1 victory for ONIC Philippines, celebrating the near release of their skin line, that joy performance from King Kong.
I expected no less from the Super Fam. As soon as they touched the 13k gold lead, they knew that the end was nigh. Again, I can't blame them. TNC, that was their Hail Mary play. That was them hoping for all hope that a single CC combo could kill it. That's what Trimar was doing that deep.
Yeah, he was trying to pull it out of place. Sadly for TNC Pro Team, they failed to secure a point against ONIC Philippines. Remains in the bottom half of our Infinite standings. TNC in this season, a lot of people think that they are competitive. I feel like they are. We've seen them win in game number 2, and hopefully they restart, find their game again as we enter the week 5 next week. TNC Pro Team, definitely a team to watch as we go to the second half of the regular season. But for ONIC Philippines, they did just win right now. A 2-1 victory, even playing that joy. Yet to have that ONIC PH skin, but in the hands of King Kong, definitely something worth to watch.
Man, I can't wait for those skins to come out. September 20, it's not too far away.
Mark the date. That's ONIC PH, Beatrix, and Joy. For now, we're going to go to the main stage to talk to ONIC Philippines.
And the Super Family is dominating after that 3-game match. ONIC Philippines, what time is it? Congratulations, gentlemen, sa inyong win na yon. Hello, Kelra. Ito muna ang mikropono para sa'yo. Ayan, napakaganda ng iyong performance, especially doon sa last na moments nyo. Naka-triple kill ka pa ata with that Granger, no? And Kelra, pinag-uusapan natin ang eras of the league. At for sure, walang makakalimot doon sa era na magkakasama kayo ni na Coach Etomax, ni na Chaknu, together with Coach Why Not. Ano ba yung favorite mo na moment na magkakasama kayo before?
Favorite moment ko lang talaga nung magkakasama pa kami, pag inaasar namin si Etomax. Pag pinag-titripan namin si Etomax, kaming tatlo nila, Coach.
So, siya talaga yung nabubunot nyo palagi?
Siya.
Basta yon, basta banding nyo yun.
Basta yun yung banding namin, ayun yung kuluitan namin. Pag napipikon si Etomax, kasi mabilis siya mapikon eh.
Nahuhuli kung sino talagang pinipikon nyo, di ba, Renmar?
Yeah, and of course, as you mentioned, si Coach Why Not kasama din doon. So, same question for you as well. Ano naman yung mga paborito mong moments nung lahat pa kayong magkakasama in one team?
Siguro yung pinaka-favorite moment ko yung birthday ni Chakno. Tapos nag-celebrate kami sa bootcamp. Tapos first time ko siya nakitang sobrang vulnerable. Tapos sinabi niya doon na lahat daw gagawin niya para para makabawi, magbago. Umabot yung point na yun. Siya yung pinaka naging role model ng Omega during that.
Okay, so for someone like Chuck, medyo rare na nag-open up siya na ganun. And then it was during his birthday na he was able to bring that out. Okay, so we learned something new about the Mamba.
Good to hear that, no? Parang naging part talaga kami ng inyong reunion this time around. Pero kanina, ginamit na yung kanilang magkakaroon ng skin na Joy King Kong. We love your entrance kanina nung nag-VOG si Renmar. Kailan ba marirelease yung skin nyo?
Abangan on September 20, 2025.
Yan!
Lapit na.
So, Sonics, mag-ready na kayo ng inyong mga dayas. King Kong, sino ba ang inaabangan nyo? Ayan, may intermission number pa pala.
Animation ba yan sa Joy?
Ayan ba yung animation? Ayan.
Sigmaga.
So, matatapos na ang ating first round. Umiiyak tuloy siya. Abangan namin yung intermission number mo, ha? Pero matatapos na ang ating first half of the regular season, King Kong. Sino bang team ang gusto nyong makaharap sa second half?
Actually, lahat pa rin po ng teams, lahat pa rin po ng teams tinitignan namin ngayon since lahat ng teams ngayon parang naka-adapt na po sa yung sobrang aggressive na galaw. Tapos pero kung may mili ng isa siguro Aurora.
Bakit Aurora?
Kasi bukod sa nasa top 1 sila, feel ko sobrang gumana si Light sa team, tapos ayun, nakapagtulungan sila.
Naku, we have to watch out for that. At parang ino-observe ni Coach Wynat kung anong isasagot ng mga players.
Are you in agreement with the team? Okay, maybe other than Aurora, is there another team that you're looking at na dapat mag-ingat ang ONIC when they face up against them in round 2?
TLPH.
TLPH pa rin talaga. Do you see them as a team that just keeps getting better as the time goes on?
Yung pagiging veteran nila eh. I'm pretty sure kasi kami pinagdaanan namin yung stage na gigil kami bumawi. I'm pretty sure sila din.
And kita pa rin natin ang gigil with this match. Once again, your winners, ONIC Philippines! You may now take your bow. A win for ONIC Philippines at mukhang diretso bonding ang Super Family after this match.
Yeah, and it was great to see that the series went 3 games at nakita talaga natin yung history of Jackno and Kelra playing against each other na even the casters na point out nila na parang may halong familiarity na yung nakikita nating gameplay.
That's right. Talagang naging maganda ang reunion sa laban na to, and we're excited to know more about what happened in that game with our casters.
Thanks so much, Odin and Renmar. We're back here in the casting desk still with Womi, Naisu, and Leo. They talked about their bonds from way back and talked about how they had fun in that match. ONIC Philippines, however, still looking to find a match against TLPH. They set their eyes on the MSC champions as of now.
They got him, man. I think everybody has certain teams on their list. Of course, Kelroy getting the MVP here for Game 3, 7-0-1 in the Granger. He's one of those players that all the gold laners love to play against.
He is always in anybody's list when you're talking about greatness, excellence, GOAT status. This is him. Kelra went deathless in game number 3. Almost did not die at all, even in that game that they lost in game number 2. And I'd like to think that this would not have been possible if you picked any other hero.
Yeah, Granger on the hands of Keller is just really lethal, especially in the early game. OEB currently is number 1 on this Granger, but Keller plays a mean Granger, and this was the fight that is very unfortunate for TNC.
You ask about a dozen pro players, half of them will say, oh yeah, no, my Granger is Keller. The other would say, my Granger is OHIB. So it's that tight. That's how good these two players are when you're talking about Grangers. But his Granger in this game dictated about half of what was possible. And you'll see that Benny Cutie, the reason why he played that way, or the reason why he responded that way, even in the very last part of the game is, you know, I'll just flicker forward, I'll just try whatever, is because Kelra put him in that situation. As soon as the game started, Kelra bullied Benny. And that put Benny in a, I got a chip on my shoulder, I have to prove to the world, to everyone watching, to my team that I can make that early game investment worth it. And that even put 3 more on tilt. That forced 3 more to go that deep.
Yeah. And look at that sidestep flicker coming in from Kelra as well. Just knows the range of this wild charge, or this tectonic charge. And to be fair, it's fairly big. So knowing that you could sidestep through that flicker and still be in range to deal damage is a talent itself. Usually you would just flicker back just so you could be really safe. But Kelra knew that he could still deal damage at the right amount of time as we enter this, again, very quick game. Both victories from ONIC Philippines in this series went under 12.
That's crazy, man. Lightning rounds. Very great for their whole concept, you know. And again, the joy coming through, beat of the flash, and everything else. Like 11:39 to be able to do this. I think a big part of this, though, was still what we were talking about in the draft, man. I think Lancey probably could have been on something else. It just didn't work up because we were worried about even getting collapsed down on with a Joy, with Brusco jumping in. You mentioned this earlier, Womi, an aggressive AOG to start the fight. You know, I mean, so many of those instances just because they knew that they could throw almost everything at even Lancey alone and put enough pressure on him to where then you kind of don't really have much left to utilize on that Aurora.
And I think with all of the mages available in this game, Aurora seems as such as I think a very niche pick here for the side of TNC Pro Team against this Joy. There were other options. What options are you looking for?
Weirdly enough, Kimmy was left open. Eve was left open. Farsa was left open.
Oh, Eve would have been beautiful,
Selena Cag was open.
Kagura could have been an option too.
Maybe this was just, you know, that recessive gene in the TNC player.
Like, let's just bring up
our
pick.
Just like,
boom.
Yeah, we can Aurora.
This is the time, Lancey. Pick it up. And now we look at our big four. The Wingman, Super Prince, Chakdu will be getting that sandbag again. And their carry and our BPI rich guy this time around will be Kelra, dealing so much damage and getting so much money in return too.
I'd say he makes it in the top 10 season, all-time season 16 BPI rich guys. 914 gets you there to top 10, but not top 5 just yet.
Yeah, I feel like if you're competing for the most BPI rich guys, you would be in either jungle or gold. I'd be surprised if within top 5 there would be a mid laner and an XP laner, but that would be very rare. I feel like it was only one time that we've actually seen a mid laner win this award. So right now for Kelra, getting that BPI rich guy and a dub against TNC Pro Team means they're 1 point up again in our Infinix standings.
That's good that they got it right here at the halfway point as well. All these points are really crucial because as we looked at the Infinix standings earlier, you saw how close everyone was.
And before we head on to more pre or post game discussion, let's go back to the winning calls in the Infinix mic check.
Process pre, process. Hindi makapasok side eh. Ako lang pabigyan nyo. Discard kayo, huwag niyong ako lang tatapang. Di-distance yung distance. Orasan yung harap. Pre, huwag tayo mag-collapse. Basag tayo. Lamang nga. Kay Prince. Di na makapasok. Grak. Wala ulti ako, nag-ulti ako. Gulo na harap pre. Wala ulti. Kalma pre. Basag tayo. Dashing na ako. Tara nga ba, ready sa akin? Basag. Chill. Ano yun? Nag-all skill.
And you could just see how easygoing it felt for ONIC Philippines the moment that they had that lead. Kelra was laughing half of the time in that Infinix mic check.
I love how active Ryota is there too, you know, in a lot of the comms. And it just seems to mesh so well with him coming through. And I know you mentioned, you know, when we first got to see him play, it was just like, put him there. So very great to kind of hear how that plays out in the mic check.
Yeah, plug and play for the new general. I'm pretty sure the Riot army is rejoicing. All of his diehard fans that followed his career all throughout, you know, his early days in the league, through Omega, through ONIC again.
Yeah.
And then over here, again, you can't even point it out that it's not, you know, anyone else, that it's Ryota who's a new player. I love it.
Well, that's it for our first match. Once again, we were your casters for match number 1. Uomi, Nice, and Leo here. Don't worry, we're still going to visit the Infinix Keys to victory with the house.
maulan sa labas. Pero dito sa Green Sand, sa MPL Arena mismo, mukhang napigilan ang bagyo. Yan po ang ginawa ng ONIC Philippines going up against TNC in this first series. Ngayon, kapansin-pansin na ang naging focus dito ng side ng ONIC Philippines ay i-outpace yung TNC, lalo na yung catch na playstyle. Kasi sinabi natin sa Keys to Victory na dapat i-contest or i-deny yung Brock, pero binigay yan mismo ng side ng ONIC Philippines. At ang ginawa nila dito para hindi makaporma si Chakno ay mas pinili nila yung tinatawag nating low cooldown o kaya naman yung mga spam na heroes. Katulad, nung sa game number 1, meron silang Kimi, meron silang Hylos, heal dapat rin Brody, mga heroes, and even yung Lancelot na hindi naman talaga big cooldowns yung hinihintay. Ganon din naman sa game 3. Zushin, talagang spammable yung mga stun, yung mga panghuli. You also have that Lapu-Lapu and the Granger. Lahat ng mga heroes dito ng side ng ONIC Philippines, nung nanalo sila ay mababa ang cooldown ng kanilang mga impactful na mga abilidad. Kaya naman, yung Grok na mahaba yung cooldown in combination with the final slash, like even yung Aurora with that ultimate, hindi na talaga nakakahanap ng tamang opening para makahinga dahil naghihintay pa sila na kanilang mga long cooldowns. Although it was a 2-1 series, nakita natin sa ONIC na kapag gantong spam ang kanilang playstyle, mas nananalo sila sa laban. And we also talked about containing Zyda sa ating Keys to Victory. Napakadali lang yung ginawa dito ng side ng ONIC Philippines. Sa game number 2 and 3, binigay nila yung YSS. YSS usually hindi talaga naagak yan unless makapag-snowball. Pero nung Fanny, na specialty naman talaga ni Zyda, ang pinili nila was the Brody. At pwede nyo itong itry. Isa sa mga classic counter sa side ng Fanny na dahil ang hirap niyang puntahan sa lane at pwede pa siya makakontra. Plus, napakalakas sa laning stage. Yan po ang ating mga natutunan sa laban ng ONIC versus TNC. Mamaya naman, TLPH ang ating abangan going up against APBR. Yan ay sa pagbabalik ng MPLPH Season 16. Kaya huwag kayong alis. Magbabalik ang MPL.
Defeat GG Bro! Don't worry, the Unli with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Unli Facebook or Unli TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade! Panggisa! Pampasarap! Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Hello Super Fans! Episode 2 na tayo ng ating Meta Pro at syempre kasama natin si Edward dahil siya ang magbibigay sa atin ng tips, hindi ako. Uy! Ganun ang Meta Pro.
Yun pala.
Oo, mamimit ang Pro tapos magbibigay ka ng Meta. Paano? Umpisa natin.
Sige, bigay example para mabilis.
Sige, ganito muna. Sa mga nagdaang panahon, matagal ka na, naka 500 games ka
Oo,
Ano yung pinaka-tumatak sa'yo ng Meta?
Siyempre yung pakita Bene.
Pakita Bene.
Season 7.
Ubet.
Ubistrat.
Ubistrat. Okay. Ano yung mga pinaka-nadalian ka or nahirapan? Nadalian mo.
Nadalian sa
Meta.
Season 8.
Season 8, pakita Bene pa rin.
Parang yun yung naging pick ko nun eh. Pakito Bene Esmura.
Parang ngayon, babalik. Yung mga nahihirapan ka naman, yung ano, bad trip, sana matapos na tong meta na to.
Yung ano, season 14, ay 13-14 ba yun? Yung tag.
Gatot din! Gatot din ayaw mo na!
Yung wala highlights, gatot.
Pas tayo doon, mabagal. Walang ginagawa, no?
Wala masyadong pinipindot.
Tawa ko
May
lang.
masaktan dun. Sorry.
Mabagal. Hindi yun. Okay, pangalawang tanong, Duard. Kung gagawa ka ng sarili mong meta, kunwari, ikaw may-ari ng inmate. Anong gusto mong meta?
As a whole ba na team or sa akin lang na explain?
Okay, full team na. Sino-sino ng hero yun? Bigyan ka tayo idea.
Okay, sige.
Si Kelra, all assassin daw.
Bakit yun?
Bakit? Ano sa'yo?
Sa akin, tatlong fighter, dalawang mage.
Dalawang mage. Ano yun? Rambulan meta. Rambulan meta.
Rambulan yun, rambulan yun.
Kagulo yun. Bahala na sila kung ano
bahala
yun.
na.
Mag-isip. Okay, Edward. Sa mga nagdaan season, sino sa tingin mo yung player or team na sobrang bilis mag-adapt sa meta bukod sa Aurora?
Gagawin ko eh.
Bawal yun. Bias ka nun.
Bias ba ako nun? Okay, siguro sa team na lang. Yung ONIC or TL.
Kasaya.
Pagkano sila.
Mabilis. Okay lang, okay lang. Okay lang, masaya nga yung masaya eh. At syempre, ngayon lang to, may special guest tayo.
Yun yun.
Galing sa Super Fans. Syempre,
Super
Aurora
Fans.
mismo.
Uy.
Welcome na natin si Miss
Sino
Pia.
yun?
Hello
Hello
po.
po.
Congrats dahil ikaw yung napili na makausap si Edward na ating pro ngayon. Syempre, may karapatan ka. Bibigyan kita ng karapatan na magtanong ng 3 tanong para kay Edward.
Sige nga.
Ano yung golden rule mo bilang Legend Zero and to remain Mr. Consistent?
Golden rule. Grabe. Hirap ng tanong na yun din. Ano yung maganda sagot doon? Ayan. Para sa akin, disiplina lang talaga. Doon lumalabas na yung pagiging consistent doon kapag disiplinado ka sa ginagawa mo sa everyday life mo. And ayan.
Okay. Pangalawang tanong, Pia. Anong pangalawang tanong na gusto mo itanong kay Ed?
Curious ako kung ano yung ginagawa niya kapag yung enemy team is parang lahat ng hero pool niya at that meta is binaban nila.
Ban Edward, ano daw nasa isip mo or ginagawa mo?
Semi-proud kasi, ayun, at some point, ako yung nakikita nilang threat or nire-respect nila yung hero ko. Siyempre, nakakaano yun. Medyo nakaproud doon din. Mina-mindset ko lang na, kaya kong gamitin lahat ng hero or kahit banan nila ako, kaya kong gamitin at anytime. Kahit wala akong practice. Ganun lang.
Pangatlong tanong, Pia?
How do you make yourself adapt and be adept sa bagong heroes? Adapt sa meta, yung parang magigets siya. Tapos nagiging proficient kapag sa hero na yun. Gumagaling ka sa hero na yun.
Next question daw.
Next question, pwede bang skip? Okay na ba Tagalog?
Tagalog yun lang.
Yung sa meta, di ba? Like, mag-shift yun. Tingin ko naman, all throughout ng, bago mag-start yung MPL, na de-determine agad kung ano yung magiging meta. Which is kung ano yung ginagamit ng kalaban, maggagayahan. Kung sino yung unang maglabas, maggagayahan pa yan. Doon pala magkakaroon ng idea na counter pickings, which is, doon lalabas yung mga off-meta heroes na, yun, tulad nga ng dati na tank EXP. Yun. So, doon mo ma-determine pa lang kung yun na lang.
Ano yung ginagawa mo para mabilis ka maka-adapt din sa game?
Wala eh. Sa ano lang talaga eh. Experience ng screen kung ano yung nagiging meta, ganun. Kumbaga, wala, adapt lang. Minsan, kopya-kopya lang, ganun.
Kailangan gamit din, no? Ginamit niyo sa amin, gagamitin ko sa inyo. Thank you so much, Pia. Maraming salamat sa pagsama. Okay, Ted?
Thank you.
And ayun lang, guys. Kung gusto niyo rin ma-experience yung kayo na mismo yung magtatanong sa ating mga mamimit na pro, huwag niyo kalimutan, bumili ng ticket. Dito lang sa link na to. And Ed, maraming salamat sa pagsama. Hanggang sa muli sa ating Meta Pro.
Amazing!
Hello Super Fans! Ako nga pala si Bentings, pero hindi ako magbibigay sa inyo ng tips, kundi ang ating mga pro. At syempre, dito lang yan sa Meta Pro. Makakasama nga natin dito ang ating gold standard na si Kelra.
Hello guys!
At syempre, bago tayo mag-start, ang ibig sabihin nga pala ng Meta Pro, mamimit na natin yung mga pro at magbibigay pa sila ng mga meta tips. Ang unang tanong, Kelra, sa mga dumaang meta, ano yung mga pinaka nagustuhan mo at mga hindi mo nagustuhan?
Sa lahat tayo, pinakagusto ko yung mage.
Alice,
Lunok, Sarit, para sa Kagura. Kasi masaya gamitin yan, tapos mas may mechanics yan sa mga marksman. Ang pinaka hindi ko naman nagustuhan is, parang wala naman akong hindi nagustuhan. Parang lahat gusto ko, gusto kong fighter.
Nakapag-preya ka.
Nakapag-preya, nagro-ruby.
Kung i-rate mo na lang from 1 to 3, ano doon? Mage, top 1.
Marksman, tas fighter.
Marksman pa rin talaga.
Tas fighter.
Kel, pangalawang tanong, kung gagawa ka ng sarili mong meta, ano yung gagawin mong meta? Tapos ano yung itatawag mo?
Ano siguro? Assassin.
All assassin?
Hindi, balik lang assassin meta.
Assassin meta na lang.
Oo, yung parang last season. Tapos tatawagin mo siyang Kel Assassin.
Kel Assassin. Ano, ikaw yung core o ikaw yung ano?
Pwedeng assassin gold, pwede rin jungle. Basta dalawa assassin.
Kel Assassin.
Kel Assassin.
Okay, good yun. Pangatlong tanong, Kel. Isa kayo sa pinakamagaling mag-team fight. Ano yung mabibigay mo sa kanilang tips na para mag-success sa isang team fight?
Siguro ano lang, yung proper comms and proper targeting sa team fight. Ayun lang kasi yung talagang namin, ginagawa namin.
Pero pag nagawa yung simple na yun, talagang malaking chance manalo sa team.
Simple pero sobrang laki ng impact sa team fight.
Ang next na tanong natin, ano naman ang mabibigay mo sa mga nanonood sa ating mga gold laner? Kahit yung pang RG na tips lang na mapapakinabangan nila.
Siguro sa mabibigay ko sa mga pang RG na tips, unang-una, wag kayo, lalo na pag solo kayo, wag na wag kayong matitilt. Kailangan enjoy nyo lang yung game kasi kaya nga game yung ine-enjoy, di ba? Enjoy nyo lang game, tapos siguro sa in-game naman, kailangan nyo maging patience kasi kailangan nyo mag-farm, lalo na golden kayo. Kailangan nyo ng pera para makasama sa team fight and mapanalo yung team fight.
Ayun, napakaganda nun. Madami kasi sumasama agad sa team fight, tapos nauuna pa sa mga tank.
Mga uno pa,
kaya nadi-disaster sila.
Ayun ang pinakaiwasan dapat. Pag sumama ka sa team fight, huwag ka mauuna. Kasi once na sumama ka, tapos nagpaparm yung kabilang golden, bosset ka nun.
Lugi ka sa gold.
Lugi ka sa gold.
Napakagandang tip from gold standard. Ang next na tanong, Kel, sinong team or player yung feeling mo napakabilis umadapt sa meta o kaya sa mga hero na bago? Sino sa tingin mo?
Yung previous season siguro yung TL. Tapos sa player naman, si Carl. Kasi di ba, UT jungle talaga siya. Tapos nag-assassin, isang season lumipas. Pero yung season na natalo sila nung assassin meta nung season 14, maganda pa rin yung performance na assassin niya doon. Pero kahit na UT siya, di ba utility talaga siya nakita? Parang
utility, mga friend.
Doon siya. Kasi matagal, hindi, sikat na siya sa assassin, mga lance. Pero di ba matagal siya hindi assassin?
Kasi napahinga.
Naging utility ng sobrang tagal na sobrang habang season. Tapos nung nag-assassin, parang nandun pa rin talaga yung prime sa assassin.
Isang beses lang natalo yung assassin meta nila, tapos wala na tuloy-tuloy
na.
Champion na.
Champion na ngayon. Kyle, the GOAT. Taste of MLBB.
Okay guys, next naman, may bubunutin dito sa Kelra. Ano to guys, mga player din to, tapos sasabihin mo Kel kung ano ba yung weakness or strength ng player na mabubunot natin. Start na natin. Ikaw na bumunot?
Ako na.
Sige.
Isa muna na. Isa. Sige. Wala makuha. Super Yoshi.
Roam siya, Roam. Omega.
Siguro yung strength niya, magaling siya manghuli. Ang weakness niya lang siguro, pag may time na nanguhuli siya, wala siyang kasama. Magaling siya manghuli, pero madalas walang follow-up.
Timing na lang.
Timing.
Next, tulungan na kita.
Tulungan na. Oheb. Siguro yung strength niya, Oheb, yung sa team fight, magaling siya sa team fight. Pero yung weakness niya siguro, laning. Sa laning.
Next.
Sabji, may weakness ba to?
OP ba yan?
OP yata to eh. Siguro yung strength niya magaling siya mang-reflect ng mga skill ng mga kalaban tsaka magpa-bait. Ang weakness lang siguro pag nasasobrahan siya sa pagre-reflect, minsan di niya na nare-reflect. Yung mga huli.
Okay, next, Kel. May kasama ulit tayo dito. Ito naman, tapos na tayo sa mga player. Ito naman, sa mga hero naman to. Tapos, bibigyan natin sila ng tips kung ano nga ba yung mga best pang-counter dito sa mabubunot natin. Tulungan na ulit kita. Sige natin ito.
Nathan. Pang-counter dito si Irtel. Kasi, di ba yung passive ng Nathan? Pag ginit mo, yung Irtel, kahit nakakahit siya habang tumatakbo, kaya Nathan, yung masakit sa kanya yung bumabalik-balik pag umaatake. Hindi siya tatamaan ng pabalik kasi naglalakad habang naatake. Kaya yun yung pang-counter sa kanya.
Single lang dapat, no?
Oo.
Nahihirapan siya pag in relationship.
Uy!
Dalawa yung babalik eh. At tulungan na kita, Kel. Nainggit ako sa'yo eh. Mga 2 pa.
Ano pang-counter dyan?
Ang lakas na sa lane.
Sa linya eh. Wait lang.
Tulungan kita.
Tingin mo?
Irrital na lang din.
Pwede. Kaya rin Irrital yan. Kasi Irrital malakas siya sa lane dahil sa first skill second niya. Yung minus armor. Kaya malakas sa lane yung Irrital eh. Kaya niyan lalo na pag-level.
Tingin mo sa 1-1 naka-inspire ka.
1-1 din pala. 1-1 din pala. Kasi yung panag-ulti yung Popol, may second skill yung 1-1, di ba? Maladadge yung ulti.
Pero ang hirap counter rin ito.
Pero mahirap yan. Katapat, malakas na lane yan. May kasama eh.
Popol guys, gamitin niya.
Try mo yan.
And syempre, huling bunot. Kel, ikaw na.
Oy, parang danger to. 1-1.
Speaking
Irtel din.
Madali lang eh, no?
Oo, dali lang, Irtel.
Weakness kasi ni Wanwan yung isa, laning.
Laning.
Tapos,
Mahina siya.
ayaw niya nang hindi siya nakaka-stack.
Oo.
Something na nag-pure guys or
Mabilis. Ayan, tulad ng Irtel, nakapaglakad, hindi niya may istakan.
Mahirap.
Mahirap siya istakan.
Tsaka yung mga long range, like
Ranger.
Eto, Kel, dito na masusubok yung smiling face or serious face kasi kada may sasabihin akong player, pwede mong ngitian kung feeling mo mas malakas ka dun sa player na yun. Unahin natin, Kel, Aaron Shiki. Panis. Ang laki ngiti dun, parang no match yun. Ang next natin, si Innocent. Ayan, sakto lang. Papalag. And next natin, Super Marco. No match. Eman. Papalag. Pwede. Hoy. KO guys, KO. And huli, Kel, mortal enemy natin dito. Dalawa sa pinakamalakas kayo mag-gold. Hen. Gold standard. Okay, last natin si Domen Aurora.
Hindi lang din.
Ante lang. And next naman natin guys, magiging si Ben Abunda muna tayo kasi magpa-pastok tayo with Kelra. Kel, bibigyan ako sa'yo, pastok lang, tulungan na kita. Siyempre, TLPH or Aurora?
TL.
Bilis na. Pastok yun
Pastok eh. Sabi ko
RG.
Sabi.
Turtle or Lord? King Kong o Brusco?
King Kong.
Harit or
Ranger.
Ranger? Meron agad. Gold or kill?
Kill.
Gold or jungle?
Jungle.
Banning or picking?
Picking.
Shoes to go or mom shoes?
Shoes to go.
MSC or M-Series?
MSC, basta may pera.
MSC guys, abangan nyo daw next week si Kelra. And nga pala guys, para nga pala sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro Series, syempre mamimili tayo ng super fan sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro player. Kaya abangan nyo.
Kita kits.
Kung yung isa ka sa mga player na napigil matatag sa MPLBH, anong sekreto ng isang field?
Para sa akin siguro yung passion ko sa gaming talaga. Kahit anong game kasi gusto ko maging magaling eh. Yung passion ko sa gaming is nakuha ko siya simula nung bata pa ako eh. Parang sobrang saya ko sa mga nilalaro ko and sobrang saya ko lalo kapag nananalo ako. So, piling ko din ko nakuha yung passion ko.
Nabanggit mo din na CPU yung GOAT mo.
Kasi nung MPL season 1 nakita ko siya mag-funny, sobrang nagalingan ako sa kanya.
Mga tropa natin dito.
malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the free stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset up. But kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full down SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the free stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 16, and we are now down to our final match of Week 4. We'll be your casters for tonight. Uomi here with Naisu and Leo. We saw ONIC Philippines dominate in our first match, and now we might even see 3 games again.
They had 2 wins under the 12-minute mark for ONIC Philippines previously, and but it was still a good series. And so far, after yesterday's 9 games, maybe we get 9 games, or maybe we get 6 games today. I was like 9.
Joseph, I don't know how we end up with 9 games today. Something went clearly wrong, but even if TNC did lose, the games that they played, they showed promise, and I'm pretty sure they learned a lot, especially since that is their last game in round 1. Wow, the regular season just flew by.
That's true. It feels as if we just started MPL Philippines Season 16 last week, but it's already been 4 weeks. It's been so much fun, so much action all around. You could have more data and more GG too. Experience the winning power of Smart's only 5G and enjoy it with a Smart Digital Prepaid SIM.
That was pretty smooth. That was smart of you right now. The simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. Victories you all can count on.
And speaking of victories, ONIC Philippines was able to secure another dub, which meant that they will be rising to the Infinix standings. I think not really rising in a way that they take the first spot, which is still in Aurora, considering that they have 6 points. But ONIC Philippines now at currently 5 points. That puts them in a nice number 2 spot.
I'll tell you now, points are secondary to what the story is. Because you can marinate, saute, or just, you know, get the flavor of these things.
Give me Nor!
Nor liquid seasoning for everything, and it's the taste of victory that matters. The points are secondary, because you know that a team like ONIC, I hate to say, I don't want to jinx it, but I don't think they can miss out on playoffs. It's impossible.
Yeah, at this point, our top 3 teams are just showing up so good. By the way, this tournament is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Looking at our final matchup, it's APBR versus Team Liquid Philippines, where these two junglers, James Banks and Carl Tizzy, will duke it out. And to be fair, James Banks did show up in his rookie season last season, but this time around, it hasn't been really working out for APBR. But before we dive in deeper, let's go back to what happened the series before this one. And once again, it was ONIC with 2 quick victories, and maybe Game 2, TNC securing an 18-minute dub.
I'm glad we got to go ahead and see, you know, at least the portrait, by the way, of the new skins coming out for the M6 champions there from ONIC. We got to see the Joy. Of course, we've seen the portrait of the Beatrix as well. And again, keep an eye out for that on September 20. Now, here's our updated Infinix standings.
Really no movement. It's still ONIC and Aurora in 1 and 2.
And here there's a chance for APBR to upset Team Liquid Philippines. Sure, it'll shoot him up to 6th, because again, they will be tied with TNC, but just the same.
Hey, 6 is a nice spot.
The lower half, no, I'd say the lower half still is not fixed.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much. So even if we are about done with the first round, I think the second half of this team is going to be all the more must-watch.
Oh, of course, especially with big changes about to happen, not only in the MPL, but also in the Land of Dawn. Teams will have to adjust very quickly and recalibrate a couple of things, maybe even find the best ways to make sure that you get the best out of the new stuff coming. The Infinix standings will be about to explode.
It's going to be shaken up, man.
It's going to be shaken up. And now,
shaken up.
As we talked about earlier, it's James Banks versus Carl Tizzy here in our second matchup. Last season was really good for James Banks, but right now in his sophomore season, much more is expected out of this man.
Yeah, this is really, you know, what our going into our headline today for this matchup really is. You know, the GOAT himself and the new era of the jungler, and also just in general the new era of the players that have been coming into the MPL Philippines. You know, like you mentioned, James Banks in his sophomore year now here, or sophomore season here. It's you see the improvements from them. APBR has been able to go ahead and do some pretty good things, but still, you clearly see where they struggle. And if you compare them to a team like TLPH, who's so used to playing together, so used to building up, so used to stampeding together, that's what I'm still looking for APBR. And maybe it starts in the jungle. That is such a great smile.
Carl Tizzy is the ruler, that of which junglers are measured by if they want to find any success in the League of Champions. Because if you look back, before James Banks, Carl Tizzy has stared down the eyes and tested the mettle of the likes of Demon Kite, Irad, and they stepped up, they batted up to the plate, and look who's left standing. Look who won recently at MSC. Look who is now dubbed the GOAT.
And whenever I look at like this type of matchup, especially if we're talking about a new era jungler such as James Banks, it always reminds me of how the old junglers of great now, like Kyrie, Carl Tizzy, looked back then, back in their junior, sophomore years, or sophomore seasons rather. I feel like when I look at James Banks, it feels like a young budding Kyrie. And right now, you look at quote-unquote prime Carl Tizzy up against a young budding Kyrie in the form of James Banks. Obviously, there's going to be like big differences.
And I think it's important to look at James Banks from a very specific angle, from a lens, if you may, because James Banks has a very specific kind of hero pool. He has a global hero pool. This young man played in the MDL, won a championship there, brought up to the big leagues, and then now steps up to the plate to bat against probably the best ever bring a Retribution battle spell into the game. His hero pool currently, if you look at it from even as far back as his days in the MDL, his top heroes are Lancelot, Hayabusa, and Suyo. Yet still, he prefers the likes of a Lucas. The only Lucas user, if I'm not mistaken, in Season 16.
Yeah, only Lucas user up against a Fanny too.
Yep.
They went all in for that early game. And for James Banks, you talked about his time in MDL. He was a champion MDL in the Global Band Series as well, which meant that he had to play more. He had to play a lot of heroes that he isn't really much comfortable with. But now entering in the big leagues in MPL Philippines, he has to be able to bring out the best picks that he has in a consistent and competitive level, and that's what we're asking for, especially up against Carl Tizzy, the GOAT himself, now on a hot streak with that win yesterday as well. Carl Tizzy definitely is showing everyone how to play this role.
I like this when we take a look at this. You know, this is what we were mentioning. Like, look at the hero pool that James Banks has. Again, his experience in the MDL, the fact that they run a global ban and everything else, and also what he's played here, of course, in the MPL. He has a wide range there. They have the shared typical hero pool between the Lancelot, Joy, and the Fredrin. And then it's funny, yeah, Carl Tizzy, his unique pick between the two is the YSS.
Mind you, this is just in Season 16.
Yeah.
These are the unique heroes that James Banks have picked. And then Carl Tizzy, the only unique hero he has compared to James Banks is the Yusun Shin. What if tonight James Banks picks the Yusun Shin?
Well, that would be a challenge for James Banks. In fact, if other people think about what else James Banks should be bringing out next, I feel like they could comment that down below. Because for me, I feel like it's about time that you bring out the YSS this time around, but a lot of these choices are also viable options, especially for the Leomord that he had played last season, paired up with a high loss. And a lot of Alice compositions do exist right now with the Angela. Hey, whatever your choice here, just comment them down below or talk about it in our social media groups. It's all available out there. Analysts at home, we throw it back to you.
I'd love to see the Alice. Alice Angela, maybe? You know, something like that?
Might be too slow, though. I want to see Martise.
You want to see the Martise?
Yep.
How about the Alpha? I haven't seen the Alpha for the longest time.
That's my Alpha Dog 360.
When we were back in the M Series, Alpha was one of the, I think, the heroes to choose from, especially up against that Suyo. And in fact, I do miss the Suyo. We haven't seen the Suyo that much here in MPL Season 16, but maybe that's about to change because this is about to start. Once again, it's going to be APBR versus TLPH. Let's all welcome the players.
It's the Hive's time to shine with Lord JM, James Banks, Aqua, X Nova, and Shizo. It's AP Brand! The cavalry that's looking to end the first half with a victory. Here's Sanford, Carl Tizzy, Sanji, JB, and Oheb, Team Liquid Philippines. Please welcome the marshals for this match. Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and Juvin. And our coaches, Coach Jeff for AP Brand and Coach RC for Team Liquid Philippines. MPL Arena, this is our last match of the week. AP Brand, Team Liquid, make some noise!
The last match of this week 4 is about to begin. Let's welcome AP Brand. We have Lord JM, James Banks, Aqua, X Nova, and Shizo.
Man, if I was AP Brand, I'd be a little worried after seeing JP do the pose up there. But again, for AP Brand, they showed us some great things. We're going to have to keep an eye on James Banks, like we mentioned. Maybe bring something new to the jungle. But overall, we have to see exactly what X Nova does. We know how important the roamers are for that initial setup alongside Aqua. Again, the guy with so much experience, former Raider, but now leading the Hive here for AP Brand.
Experience and potential could only go so long. Let's see if they realize that against TLPH. We have Sanford, Carl Tizzy, Sanji, JP, and Oheb.
It's true that JP does acknowledge that he has exceeded a milestone previously set by Oh My Venus, but we all know the Queen is irreplaceable. And so is Daddy JP. He is a multi-generational talent leading Liquid Philippines. There's a reason why they call him Dad. In-game, out-of-game, and about everywhere they go. I'm excited to see how JP might flip the switch and bring in new heroes? Because is it just me, or is Rome also kind of getting saturated? Is Rome slowly becoming the new mid
Like
from the
it's stale?
previous metagame? Yeah, like I can almost tell you what Rome comes out even before the draft is over.
Yeah, there's like 6 heroes that we choose from right now for Rome, and a lot of them gets banned either way. But looking at the team head-to-head, a lot of TLPH covering the hexagram, it just goes to show that AP Brand has been struggling.
If there's anything AP Brand can do to step up to Liquid, it'll come down to these major objectives. That is where they're closest. Lord Control and Turtle Control. I know that we started off the storytelling in this matchup by saying James Banks has to step up to Carl, and now it actually means something. It's literally in-game. If he can tie up to Carl TZ Retri for Retri, then maybe AP Brand stands a chance.
That would send a message too. The new era jungler putting in a lot of good games against the GOAT himself, Carl TZ. But before we head on deeper to this match, let's go back in time and check out the preparations from these players. Let's check out the Smart 5G ping test.
Ito na, ang huling laban ng first leg. Current versus the future. Darating lang din ang time. Daram go shine, di man ngayon. Good luck nga pala kay GOAT, kay The GOAT, sa buong Team Liquid. Dadanong advice pwede ko hingin kay Carl. Paano tumagal sa larangan ng paglalaro ng Mobile Legends? Ang gusto ko lang namang malaman kung ano ang sikreto. Nakatuwa lang ako sana achieve niya kasi gusto ko rin yun. Hindi naman nagmamadali. Darating lang din yung time. When the time is right, may I the Lord make it happen. Kaya huwag tayo magmadali, guys. Pero ibigay natin best natin lagi.
Low-key person ako eh. Dad, ano advice ko kay James Banks, Dad? James Banks, ito, sabi ni Dad para sa'yo, humble lang, maglalaki ulo, number 1. Dad, ano next? Ito, pangalawa, kahit ano pa ang makuha mong achievements. Down to earth ka dapat, sabi ni Sanford. Ba't di ka nabigyan ng advice to? Lamang na nga sa mukha, G, no? Yoko bigyan ng advice. Yoko, pogi na yan eh. Gusto, lamang ka sa lahat. Sa'yo na lahat yan niya. Magtira ka naman niya. Pogi mo na nga eh. Ako na sa ML. Mata daw sa baba. Paa daw sa taas. AP Brand, former team ko yan ah. So, bumalik pa ako dyan eh. Balik ako dyan para talunin ko yung Team Liquid.
Solid talk coming in from Carl TZ. He talked about how he was former part of Brand Esports and how James Banks looks so good that he could already just give the game to him. And, jokes aside, that was our Smart 5G ping test, ensuring everything is smooth for this game and, of course, for tournament integrity as well.
Man, I don't know. I know we're focusing on the jungles here. I can't wait to see them eventually battle it out, and because we know that even with Carl TZ, like he is that guy that can go utility if they have to.
Well, hopefully we see that, but right now we're gonna visit what they have to do in this match. Let's visit the Infinix keys to victory with the Howl.
Welcome to the Howl. Ako nga pala si Wolf, bringing you the Infinix keys to victory. It's TLPH going up against AP Brand. One other tall task para sa AP Brand. Para sa TLPH, ang kailangan nilang gawin para manalo sa series na to, they just have to outpace the XP lane rotations ng AP Brand. Kapansin-pansin na hindi ganun kabilis or ka-decisive ang AP Brand when it comes to rotating in the map with their XP laner. At alam naman natin, ang TLPH with Sanford, nako, mabilis talaga maglaro yan. If they outpace AP Brand, it will be an easy task for them in this series. They also have to punish yung river control ng AP Brand. Kapansin-pansin na sa most recent na laban ng AP Brand, nagkakaroon sila ng pagkakamali at namamatay sila kapag umiikot sila dun sa river na hindi pa sila kompleto. In fact, madami mga pick-offs kay James Banks ang nangyayari dahil hindi pa nagkakaroon ng vision around the river ang side ng AP Brand. Now for AP Brand, kailangan nilang i-contest o i-prioritize yung Harit. Nagulat ako kahapon na hindi masyadong binibigyan ng importansya ng AP Brand ng Harit. Well, alam natin si Shizu, napakalakas na Harit player. Tapos yung meta, it dictates na malakas talaga ang Harit. So I'm really wondering why they're not contesting this up against TLPH. Hindi pwedeng mangyari to. And lastly, they just have to not overcomplicate yung kanilang draft. Ang problema kasi sa AP Brand minsan, kahit sabihin natin maganda na flexible or nakakita tayo ng mga unorthodox na picks mula sa kanila, napapa-overcomplicate yung draft. Minsan hindi pa napapaganda. AP Brand needs to just stabilize, siguro 1 or 2 na special na mga picks. But apart from that, nothing too complicated dahil mahirap katapat ang TLPH sa mga ganyang scenario. That's it for our K2Ps now. Can throw it back to the casters.
Wolf talked about the outpacing of the XP laners rotation, and looking at the matchup between our XP lanes, we have Sanford and Lord JM, both of which known for very aggressive playstyles, the other more successful, but hey, the other's been trying to prove himself in this league, and AP Bren is choosing blue side.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
You can go first.
No, I mean, I was just going to say, I like that Sanford.
I like that.
I like that. Because, what do you call it? He's the apex predator, man.
He is.
He plays the XP lane just like that. And at the same time, I think it's going to be up to Lord Jam to step up to what Sanford's capable of doing. We've seen glimpses of it, a little bit of a hope here and there for Lord JM, but it's crucial in this matchup.
If you read between the lines, AP Bren's task here is simple. They have the laser focus to actually doing things right. Wolf says do not overcomplicate your draft. Try to target the Harith and get a winning comp for Shizo. Liquid just has to play their game. That's how dangerous it is for Mr. 50-50. You're looking at these side lanes. You're looking at Lord JM winning against Sanford. You're looking at Shizo surviving Oheb. And that is so much easier said than done. Going into the draft, AP Bren, Coach Jeff, Coach Baum, clearly attacking the main combo, the heart of the Liquid Stampede. I would not be surprised if they also tried to trade for the Zushin. Not ban it, just go for blue 1 Zushin.
Yeah, but if ever they go for blue 1 Zushin, that doesn't make sense that they take away the Fredrin and the Arlet, just because if you take the Zushin blue side, TL won't get that Fredrin, mainly because that is the main, I would say, the natural predator to Fredrin right now.
I don't think that's completely true. I'm pretty sure Liquid can cobble together a way if they have like 2 out of 5. If they don't get the Zushin, Fredrin, Arlet, I'm pretty sure there's some weird combination that Tic Tac and RC have cooked up.
Yeah, pretty much.
That is just as lethal.
Yeah, but still a fact that the Zushin is the natural predator of a Fredrin. That has been tested by time itself. Now, first pick here for AP Bren.
Lance, do the Lance.
Do you get the Lancelot?
But then we're just going to have that trade, right? Lancelot, YSS over to Carl.
I think Lance Carl is more dangerous than YSS Carl.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
And we saw YSS Carl yesterday, both of which very dangerous right now. Whatever you trade up, I feel like it's a problem of comfort now for AP Bren. What are you willing to give James Banks?
It is my mission
There's
to
the
banish
answer.
all darkness.
What I tell ya?
I'll take the Lance.
Yep, it's still going to be the Lancelot.
This is literally choosing to give Mike Tyson the option. I'm gonna tie my hand behind my back. Like, you just say yes to that. Like, you don't let him have 2 hands.
Yeah.
You're gonna go down.
Give him one.
Bro, I'd rather not fight Mike Tyson. If I had a choice, I'd rather
exactly.
I'd rather not. But
you don't have a choice. This is a forced. This is like their forced snaps, man. This is a forced match.
This is a forced match.
Yeah.
In fact, it's our last match of our first leg.
In this metaphor, Carl TZ is Mike Tyson.
Carl TZ is Mike Tyson, except. Okay, you know what? That's unconfirmed. I won't say that. Zushin.
See what I tell you?
And they're gonna go for Zushin plus whoever. What, Lapu? No, they're gonna go for Gotcha. The CC, however, is open to take. If you're side of AP Bren, I feel like it's smart to either take that or just ban it if ever TLPH doesn't get the CC for Edward.
Yeah.
For
Lord Jam.
For Sanford. My bad.
Now you mentioned it. Pick the laps. Steal it away.
Steal the Lapu from Sanford.
Yep.
Yeah, you want to do
Did
that.
you say Edward? You triggered Sanford, dude.
I'm sorry, bro. They're just too good of XP laners.
Choose your words.
I look at 2 pictures and they say great XP laners.
And you see that.
I see them.
You see both at the same time. If the half jersey earlier,
yeah,
that's the half for the XP lane.
I close my eyes at night, think of how I play as an XP laner, and I think of them. And now the Harith plus the Uranus. You think it's a Hayabusa time for TLPH?
No, I don't think so. It doesn't have to be. I think.
They call me a hero.
Still the YSS.
Save my nation from falling
Still hot from that victory against Falcons.
Still go for the trade. That game with Falcons went all the way, folks.
Who said there are no
3
shortcuts
games.
in life?
They do
I
ban the
literally
chip. They don't want them
invented one.
shenanigans. Not like yesterday.
Yeah, and now with that chip taken away, it seems that they're focusing on the roam here. AP Bren still doesn't have their roam, and I feel like if you're gonna take away options, Grok might just be a good choice as well, considering that the Yi Sun Shin kinda doesn't play well against this Grok early on.
Yeah, he's too much of a front line, like, bulwark to deal with, and you can go ahead and take that out. But then if it is a Grok that gets taken out, then what do you have left for APBR? We mentioned there's only, you know, maybe five heroes right now being picked up in that roam. You've already got the Gadakacha over here for TLPH. Chip being one of those plays that goes out, and also the Boxer that can be flexed in, even an Arlot to an extent. So what do we think could potentially come up for a roam here? We'll see if this is going to be... Where do they go? Oh, they actually ban out the Eve.
Yeah.
So they leave the Grok open.
Yeah, they are short on range here so far, even with the Yi Sun Shin. Even with the Gatot, they would rather not deal with the superior box that the Eve provides, especially since APBR has no mid lane just yet. Oh, by banning the Eve, what they're saying is, we would rather you Farsa. And Farsa has been, not slowly, but drastically fallen off.
Oh yeah, I mean week 1 there was a Farsa week, but as we move towards week number 4, Farsa has fallen off and the Kagura has been rising. I feel like Hylos could be something that APBR would want to get just so they could get more frontline and sustain for the Harith. It looks like they're going to take away the Granger first. The Lunox is still open to take. If you're Oheb, that would kind of overload the damage. Ruby is also an option considering that they have the Yi Sun Shin already.
Okay, so we'll see exactly what the play is going to be here for TLPH. You want to go ahead and play into that. Now, even with the Granger being banned out too, for gold lane options, is there a world where we see Oheb play a fighter?
I mean, you already have a Yi Sun Shin. I think the option is there, but
or the Lunox?
Will he?
But they don't have to reveal it just yet.
Yeah, they can hold on to the...
They can go XP here.
XP.
They can give 40, at least a 50-50.
They go for the Moskov.
They choose to win the map.
Yeah, it's pretty much, I would say, a safe pick for Oheb too. There's really not much bad matchups against the Moskov as of now.
So APBR, they still need a roamer and a mid laner. Again, we dropped all the possibilities for Aqua. In Rome though, X-Nova, what do we mention? A Hylos?
Still Hylos.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Grok.
Yeah.
The Grok is still there.
Yeah, Grok. Baksh's banned out.
Badang could also be an option here, but that would mean that they'd have to adjust the... Oh no, Badang is perfect if ever they want to go in for an early mid-game power spike.
They don't need to steal the Ruby anymore in case that was still a threat. And they go for the Grok here. And Kimmy.
Okay. This is kind of dangerous, so I'd say, considering that if 40 is able to get the Radiant Armor, that's going to be a major chunk of the damage that he could tank up. Like, the only physical damage dealing dude here is James Panks.
Yep, it doesn't matter which hero 40 picks. Like, his world is an oyster. Like, all he has to worry about is the early game on the Uranus.
Yeah, I feel like Glue could be a good option here, but then again, against the Uranus, the sustain from the Ionic Edge plus the Radiant's passive allows for a lot of healing when the Glue is hit with a split. So maybe a more standard XP lane option here.
Does he just go the Lapu? Like, is that...
Might as well,
Lapu's
right?
open. He's going to go ahead and go...
Whoa!
Wow, a
all right, they bring it out.
You know
it
what?
is a counter.
This has been alluded to and foreshadowed by so many sources, like armchair analysts, the community, people in chat. Like, they've been looking for the answer to Uranus since Uranus has also slowly been building up. Well, here it is. The Shredder.
Yep, Diroth. And I feel like I've discussed this with Midnight 2 off broadcast. I told him, hey, remember back in Season 8 when Esmeralda and Uranus were technically just the kings and queens of XP lane? That was broken by one dude. It's Diroth. And I think Midnight answered by saying, right now Diroth's not appearing because it lacks mobility. So maybe that's an issue when we look at it right now.
Not just. I think he also lacks crowd control. I was thinking, if you pick the Lapu Lapu, you get the crowd control you're looking for, but I think Liquid is confident saying, we have the Gatot, we have the Zushin, it should be enough. Welcome back into the MPL, Dairoth.
Oh wow, and welcome to Game 1 of TLPH versus APBR, our final match of Leg 1 for Season 16. And this time, the new era juggler, James Panks, would try his mettle against the GOAT himself. Carl TZ still on a hot streak on this YSS after yesterday's games.
Okay, early rotations here too. By the way, nice to see a little bit of a different Grok skin as much as we've seen him lately. But looking at emblems, this is one of the things we're always going to have to look at, especially... oh, wow. X-Nova already having to burn the early flicker.
This is a sustain Dairoth. He wants to last long in these fights and get that shred.
Yeah, I think the additional physical damage penetration from the dash of this Dairoth also helps for Carl TZ to deal even more damage.
Even Oheb, to an extent, you know?
Yeah.
And, I mean, that's why he has that, was it Firmness? I think that's what he had in Tier 1. Just to go ahead and take that damage, like withstand some of that, because his job is to go ahead and get that penetration in, and then that might help with X-Nova. They know he doesn't have a flicker, so an easy first blood here for TLPH. Whoa. Check out that turret.
And this happened elsewhere. This happened where the Dairoth wasn't. So it's clear that something went wrong in that engagement, and I think, I don't know, was X-Nova shook because he flickered, and it did him nothing.
He flickered earlier.
He flickered early because he also see the Dairoth with an upgraded passive, which meant that it would have wounded him by so much, but then again wasn't very careful going to the gold lane, which meant that TLPH could deliver the killing blow. Let's look at the Infinix in-game equipment. Right now we are looking standard build paths here, but a Fury Hammer already handed over to Sanford too.
Which is almost single-handedly answered by the Panther.
Oh, already set up. Lord JM trying to get out. Oh, Sanford won't land the strike he was looking for, but they'll force the Phantom Execution from James Panks, and they just accomplish what they wanted to secure the first turtle here for TLPH.
Oh my God, Sanford. He overshot, yes, but the deed has already been done. He kicked out 2 members of AP Brent from contesting. I think that's just as good as worth it. I would rather do that than risk life and limb to get the perfect ult.
Oh yeah, that flicker was well put for TLPH. Even if it did not land, it at least mitigated a few of the stuff that AP Brent could actually pull out.
Traction Pulse going to be used. Sanji's tanky enough though, so he's going to be fine. Still giving some information, so AP Brent looking to possibly get that first kill. It won't happen. And they're back to the drawing board. Right now, TLPH holding on to a little bit of a lead. Baby! Abysmal Strike, man. It hurts, but it's not enough to kill anything. Just Sanji now finally goes down after all the work. And AP Brent will be on the board.
Uh-oh. I don't think I was going to click it. All right, so what happened there? Now X-Nova used his flicker the right way. They compromised Sanji's positioning, and Sanji knew that it was too late, did not use his flicker, but instead used the Crimson Beacon, and then he had to accept the fact that, all right, I'm in too deep. I'll have to give it up. Great recovery by AP Brent, but that doesn't solve the situation of the side lanes. Side lanes are still very liquid favored.
Yeah, and so much so that I think Sanford could just defend that lane as well. Shizo, however, in a 3v or 2v2.
Yeah, popping his on force. Oheb will be just fine. Luckily, X-Nova here too. Sanji now joining the fight. Aqua to follow, but I think it's just going to be a disengage. Traction Pulse to be able to find Sanji. Sanji still has a flicker though, so nothing to follow through.
Very tame extended team fight there in the gold lane as the invade comes after for TLPH here. Does secure his golem, and this is going to be the second turtle of the game with TLPH establishing great position around that objective already.
They get the Consecrate out. Lord JM has to flicker though. Here's the response. Second turtle of the game is going to come up. Little SOD thrown out. Both gold laners still fighting it. S-Nova going to be in trouble. Oh, he gets away. He had to use the tech charge. Carl wants to go in, has the Mountain Shocker, but just zoning them out from the objective. Turtle the focus here.
James.
Lord Jam trying to help. They're just trying to keep James Panks at bay, and JP will do his job. Attraction Pulse to bring him back. But all this to let Carl TZ secure the objective.
Even if it looked like Liquid overshot, again, it's the same concept. You take what Sanford did earlier at the 2-minute mark where he flickered and used the Abyssum Strike and hit nothing. This is the same. Liquid used their ults to zone out AP Bren to get what they wanted and get a 2,000 gold lead. A majority of which is, oh my God, Sanji! He's fine, all right. So a majority of this is currently on 4D and Carl TZ. Last time I checked, Carl TZ has like 800, 1,000 on top of James.
And the last time that Dairoth was played in the MPL was way back season 13 in the hands of Flap TZ in a game between RSG and Falcons AP Bren. And correct me if I'm wrong, the Aurora and the other debut pick from earlier today was also from this series. RSG FCAP.
That was season 13.
Yes.
13. A year and a half ago.
There must be something in the air, man. Nostalgia.
Nostalgia, new heroes. I mean, not even new heroes, just a revamp on that Ionic Edge, enough to put Uranus back in the map. And now looking at the map, it's 1 minute before the next big objective, and it's a 2K TLPH gold lead within the first 6 minutes of the game.
All right, so the gold has also moved on to Oheb. He's about 500 up on Shizo. So Shizo is struggling. That's no understatement. At some point, I think when Shizo gets his second item, they can start fighting back, but he's going to have to work with X-Nova to get the perfect hits, because I don't think Aqua's traction pulse is enough to pin TLPH down.
Okay, James Panks taking a little bit of damage. He is 2 levels behind. Mount Shocker's going to be able to find him. Phantom Execution goes under. James Panks is gone, and Sanford is still alive. Lord JM couldn't do anything to help him.
Oh, wow, and they're still going to go for it. 3v1 here. Lord JM forced to flicker, and he's still going to defend.
That's what you get with a sustained Dairoth 40. Just refuses to fold. They get that push, and this is just the bottom lane. The same lane where the turtle spawns while JP holds down mid. That's what this 3K gold lead is getting.
Oh, X-Nova jumps in. He's able to find Carl TZ with the traction pulse, and Sanford could be a next. Oheb joins the fight, but not enough. Without fight, that initiation from X-Nova will get them the turtle.
Did I not come from the future? Did I not say if ever Shizo was going to be part of things, he would have 2 items and it would be off of X-Nova's initiation?
And what a flicker play as well coming in from X-Nova. Finds Carl TZ in a tough spot, and a great engage as well coming in from Aqua. That's one of the combos that you actually get when you pull off this Kimmy with any engage tools. Long range secondary engage.
Looking at the items again, what did this do? It made that gold lead by Liquid kaput. Carl TZ just built his War Axe, and he's about 700, 600 up from James. And James ain't sweating. James knows that this is a situation where I have to farm up and then wait for the rest of my team to keep fighting.
Playing under the turret here.
Wow.
No minions, though. So Traction Pulse wasn't able to find who they wanted to. TLPH will still hold on to that top tier 1 turret. But look at the little push going on here, too, with Sanford. Not sure if he's going to be able to grab more, but they're playing around the map now, and also just at this point protecting Oheb.
It's actually insane that AP ran out of that one engage, just flipped the script. Now Shizo.
There's the jump in. Also in the jungle, Carl TZ could be in trouble, but luckily Sanford was there. He's able to take out James Panks, but JP falls. Now Oheb will pick up a kill on X-Nova. Sanford jumps in to get the double. What happened to AP Bren? They fell apart on the top side of the map.
The Apex Predator finds the big. She's in the back, and there's nothing AP Bren could have done. And now Lord J and Mr. 50-50. I don't know if the Uranus was the right call here. Oh no,
He's okay, he's okay.
He's okay.
He's okay, but the map is not.
The map is not okay, Lord JM.
And just as fast how AP Brand toppled that 2K gold lead from TLPH, TLPH gets it back in less than 2 minutes. It even grows it back to 3.5.
Doubles it almost. And that's what you get when you have a lineup that more decisively finds wins than AP Brand's. Yes, AP Brand won that last engagement here in the same pit where the Lord is now, in the bottom lane. But they only got that because X-Nova decisively initiated. But what if it's the flip? What if it's Liquid who sets you up? And it's so much easier for Liquid to set you up because why? They have better vision. And that's going to happen more often now.
And looking at the items right now, that's an endless battle pickup on James Panks. This might just be crucial. JP stuck between a rock and a hard place.
He's going to jump out of here. He's still holding on to it. Knows he's healthy enough, tanky enough. The fight for the space around this Lord is what AP Brand wants to do. They don't want to just clearly give up TLPH's positioning on this.
And that is also another thing AP Brand wants. Not just the perfect initiation, not just the right order of skills coming through, but also the space, because they're also very reliant on that. Shizo wants a Zaman Force to happen here. Lord JM wants the back line to be able to, clump up so he can get stacks on him. And James Max needs them to be in a certain order so that he can dash on through. Puncture, puncture, puncture.
Oh,
but look,
Sanford?
Ford is trying to break that formation.
Okay, again, zoning potential. Consecrate's going to be popped. So now with this, Rampart was dropped down. The Lord will go for a reset. But AP Brent's still in position. Oheb actually just going to stay in that mid lane, push out some of these minions here.
No Shizo too for AP Brent. Has to take his time to walk back to the Lord Pit. Half HP on this Lord. Looks like TLPH.
They're just going to blitz it. They know they have the opening. Carl Tees will get the Lord. X-Nova goes in with a tech charge, but won't be able to find anyone. Gets Mount Chakred, and Oheb comes in to get the kill. So TLPH got the Lord. They got the kill.
And the flicker too.
Out of order. The order of things for AP Bren was out of order, and TLPH, they scrambled them, and look, they're still pushing forth.
Okay. They got this Lord coming up top. AP Bren trying to hold on. They're going to lose that tier 2 already as Oheb's knocking it down in the bottom lane. And so we have to see, can AP Bren defend against us? They still got the shields. Yeah. There goes the bottom one. Mid going to be next to follow.
Top doesn't have it, though.
I do think AP Bren have to choose very specifically how they defend, because Liquid have a kill angle. Liquid have all the important flickers they need. And they're going to starve AP Bren. They're going to use this 6k gold lead to try and force a push. If top lane doesn't crack, I think bottom should be Liquid's next best bet.
Shizo still has that Zaman Force. Lord will be marching and crashing down on top lane. And they're going to use that Earthen Rampart to buy a bit of space. But will it be enough, though? It looks like that's going to be an inhibitor turret going down.
So they get that. Oheb working on the bottom. James Panks, half health, takes a little bit of damage, but cleared out the minions. So still, they only lose that top turret for now. TLPH, even with the lead they have, they still have to respect it. They can't get the base fully down.
Yep, that's one inhibitor turret in the hands of TLPH already with their gold lead going double once again. Going at 6k right now. They went to 2 to 0 to 4 and now at 6. TLPH knows how to make sure to starve AP Bren in their own jungle. They can't even get their own buffs at this point.
Impressive work by the Apex Predator. He's on top of the damage leaderboards, given that he deals percentage exponential damage. He is a tank shredder, and in front of AP Bren are Lord JM and X-Nova. Those are the perfect bits of prey for Sanford to try and shred through. He is building tank. Legit, he just wants to be able to get those stacks on and get his skills on and get out alive. Like, that is what he wants.
The last time that we saw this was, I think, during back to MSC 2022, where Kid Bomba used to play this a lot. D-Roth with a Fury Hammer and full tank, and paired up with an Irithel. This was lethal back then.
That was 2024.
Oh, 2024.
That was Kid Bomba's very first MSC.
Yes.
And
I was trying to think.
That was too big of a throwback.
Yeah. So, and I'd also like to say that if ever Dairoth, again, just thinking, since Liquid are halfway to winning this game, if Dairoth were to actually come back into the metagame and show up in the jungle, this is how you do it too. You also build a sustained Dairoth.
Just a tanky.
Yeah, in case
Dairoth.
In case tanks just get out of hand, this is the perfect antidote.
Yeah.
In addition to the carry.
And of course, it just turns your regular physical damage dealers into natural shredders. He basically transformed this lineup to tank melters just by including this Dairoth in the lineup. And now AP Bren, they have to defend against this Lord. I feel like it's not yet time for them to fight for this Lord unless X-Nova finds more than one target, including Carl TC on that tech charge.
Might be able to. X-Nova given the information alongside Lord JM. The rest of the members will go ahead and rotate for this, but it's even TLPH not fully committing to this. A little bit of a reset. There's the traction pulse. Not going to be able to find anybody. Shizu could be in trouble though. Drops the Zaman Force. Has to purify out of it. So there's some resources that AP Bren needs are down. Look at Sanji playing up front
James
here.
Panks.
Sees James Panks. This might just be a clear sign for them to take. They're going to blitz the Lord.
Okay, here comes the Lord take coming in from TLPH, and that's going to be a Lord secured by Carl TZ, and now AP Bren is on the run.
Oh, that didn't land Mountain Shocker though, but it's Lord JM. He's tanky enough. They don't want to follow through. Summon Force drop. Sanji will go ahead and beacon on out, but TLPH accomplished it. They got the Lord.
Liquid pull the same trick. AP Bren struggled to put up a box, and that is exactly what AP Bren wants to be able to. Oh wait, Sanford.
Sanford.
All
okay.
right, Flicker's on out. He's fine. That is what AP Bren wants and needs to fight back. Aqua, he's firing in a straight line. Box. Shizo drops the sword. That's his box. James Banks, puncture. That's their box. So Liquid are so good at breaking that with their kit that AP Bren just get a non-starter. Like, all of these inhibitors are gonna fall after this Lord is taken care of.
And then they have 3 big waves here for TLPH. Still Mega Minions, which means TLPH could potentially get 1 or 2 inhibitor turrets out here. But the battle spells are available here for APBR. They could go and defend aggressively, and they will.
Okay, you know what? Fortunately, APBR have a great wave clear damage profile. Aqua can clear safely. James Banks can puncture, and then safely get out of there. If the coast is clear, Phantom Execution in. Shizo currently is sitting at, all right, well, 5 core items now? So he's on his way.
Yeah, and honestly speaking, in terms of damage, you could barely feel the difference if it comes to burst damage between a Harith and a Moskov. But prolonged team fights, however, that's going to be a very different story. TLPH has insane prolonged team fights right now.
And this is tough, because Shizo seems to be building a different Harith than we're used to seeing him build. He is prolific as one of the Enchanted Talisman Harith. But here, he went the old-fashioned route. He built it the same way most people do, Harith. Starlium Scythe, Holy Crystal, Feather of Heaven. I wonder if that's something to check in on, because with the Enchanted Talisman, you get that earlier power spike. Here, APBR, I think they've just relegated themselves to actually fighting in the late game.
Oh man, that's tough. James Banks has been behind by 2,000.
He's buffless.
And now he's buffless too.
Double orange for baby cakes.
Oh man, this is, well, if APBR just kind of like waits us out, you know, you're 30 seconds away from the Lord. I still think it's weird because, yeah, even this massive lead that TLPH has, it seems like there's something working here for APBR's lineup, at least if it comes to the defense. Now, maybe they're in a better position where they just don't contest even this next Lord, or are we going to find them do the dance again with them? Because now you have some of these defensive items coming into play. Oheb just got his win in nature, and still, I think the box, as Leo was mentioning earlier, is set up so well from TLPH to go ahead and fight into, where APBR isn't able to execute theirs.
And even if APBR can put up a box, Liquid's 7k gold lead is enough to break through it. So it's up to APBR to find a way to recover mid-fight, to find a new target in case Liquid scrambles. Because if Liquid scrambles, APBR has to follow through, and that's what's so difficult. Besides the gold lead, APBR has to follow to TLPH's flow.
And so far, in terms of flow, APBR, they do fix the issue that they have, buys themselves a bit of time by clearing out the top lane, but that's around a minute or so only. They'd have to send someone back there to clear out the minions once again, and that's an obvious advantage for Team Liquid Philippines here. And she's already caught between JP and that purple buff, and now it looks like they're going to reset this Lord once again. TLPH knows they have the long lane advantage.
And that is one of the more unfortunate things, the long lane. Mind you, Oheb is keeping himself scarce, so APBR are scared of the fact that he might just be around the corner to threaten the backdoor finish. They are afraid of the potential, not even the real truth of where Oheb is. They don't know that he's in the Y brush.
And he's patiently waiting there. Lord's at half. Oh,
that's why Shizo's here. That's why Shizo's here.
He's got to stay there, but they can't commit to it either.
I mean,
they don't want to.
Yeah, they don't want to because they're waiting for someone to show up here. And now that they've seen the Kimmy, this might just be the time for TLPH.
Oh, they're going to blitz it. It's going to go for the reset because of the Rampart again, though. So good usage there. They might just force a fight. Xnova takes some damage, still holding on. He's going to get thrown with a lantern. The base is going to be worked out by the minions, though. Even though it's just a few, but they're going to force a fight anyway. Xnova is gone. Oheb will go ahead and flicker on out. James Panks on the hunt. He popped the Winter Nature. Oheb's going to be fine, and now James Panks will pick up Sanford.
No way.
But they're going to get collapsed down on. Sanji's still trying to help them out. There's the Spear Destruction. A triple for Sanji.
Oh my God.
And they're still going.
Ooh.
Maniac.
Savage.
Give Sanji the Savage. He'll get it to clean him up. What a team fight for TLPH. And now they'll go ahead, clear out the top, make their way to the base of APBR, and take game one in this best of three.
Chef Sanji securing his own Savage. Game one goes to TLPH.
He cooked up a 5-man wipeout, and Liquid ate good. The second Savage is Season 16. Once again from a mid laner.
Yeah. Yue got the first one, and now we see it in the hands of Sanji. Correct me if I'm wrong, that was a Kimmy from Yue that got that first Savage, and now he's Zushin getting another Savage in Season 16 of MPL, both of which with a Sky Piercer.
You know what's beautiful is the fact that Liquid's plans were so honest, and again, from our point of view, it was a catch-22. They were just waiting for someone to show up. If they did, they would blitz it.
Yeah.
And then X-Novo hit with the reset. Since that happened, they were like, yeah, no, our minions are superior. Let's force them into a 5v5. If they don't visit, they lose their base. If they fight back, they lose because we have a 7K gold lead. This was genius.
Yep, and that genius gave them Game 1. Our MVP once again would be Sanji showing up the lights in this game with the Zushin performance, getting a Savage, not just that, but also burning a lot of crucial battle spells out of the roamer of AP Bren.
I love the way he built this Jushin too. Obviously he had the stacks there with the Sky Piercer, but tanky enough, even with the brute force, to just be able to take some of that damage himself. You know, even with the emblems that he ran here with Brave Smite, like he's able to go ahead and hold his own. But then, how many times did he not burn the flicker when he just held on?
That brute force breastplate was chef's kiss.
Yeah.
I think that was the one bit of his kit that made AP Bren so frustrated. He's like, why is he dealing more damage? Why is he so fast?
Why can't we kill him?
Why can't we kill him?
And why can't we just stun him up? Let's not forget the crowd control reduction.
The resilience.
The resilience too. It's just such a good item on this in the context of having so much crowd control as well coming from AP Bren. Soft crowd control even, that you just mitigate so much and you just survive off.
Yes. As these highlights from Chef Sanji play out on his road to his Savage, mind you, folks, this is a public advisory. You do not automatically always just build brute force on Zushin, lest you collect the ire of your teammates and get reported because you're wasting gold on an item. The only reason why Sanji was able to do this is because they had a clear plan. They really wanted to force this long engagement here near the Lord Pit. And again, put AP Bren in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, double jeopardy. And that's why that brute force breastplate was so key. I need to see the rest of the item split to see what he sacrificed, to see how to make that BFB worth it. Because most times, whatever missing item that was there is more important than the BFP.
Yeah, this was just mostly to survive the Lancelot as well. Or maybe even survive the crowd control coming in from this rock. But though it didn't feel like a long game, if I'm being honest. That felt like a 15-minute game. But that was almost 20 minutes of pure MLBB action. Let's not forget, this was also the debut game of Sanford's Dairoth, making a comeback after 500+ days. Season 13. That was the last season that Dairoth was played.
Joseph, are you ready to see Dairoth in ranked?
I'm okay with it, man.
I've been doing too.
You know, like I always like it when, you know, you have a shakeup go on, and I was wondering, like, what is going to be that solving hero for the Uranuses, the Groks that have been popping up, some of those more tanky heroes. Well, Dairoth has always kind of been that, but also look at his build. Like, he literally just had the Fury Hammer, and that was for the early game laning that he had against Lord JM.
And held down.
And he held on, and then he just went basically tanky boy.
All right, so can confirm it was the Lantern that Sanji juggled.
Yeah.
But mind you, that slot is also very negotiable. That's where you usually put also the Winter Crown, the slot where you put in the Immortality if you need to juggle with. So yeah, no, Sanji kept this very close to the chest, and his economics was sound to be able to build this BFP.
Yep, and so far for this game as well, we did see AP Bren have glimmers of hope. I feel like even the last team fight, they were dealing sufficient damage. It's just so, it was already too late. As you said, it was double whammy for AP Bren. TLPH had win conditions left and right, and wherever they went, it was a win condition for TLPH anyway.
Yeah, even looking at this once again, you know, it's like TLPH. It's not even just the Dairoth. Like, Dairoth was a big part of it, you know, obviously the way Sanji played too, but again, you know, when we were wondering, like, why the Moskov, especially when it was up against the Grok and everything else, well, the Dairoth was the sprinkle, like the sprinkle on top that made the OHEB even work more, but it was still the way they approached the team fights and even played around JP here. You can see, of course, Carl Teasy doesn't have an insane GPM like we've been talking about previously, but it was still the way that he played around the team in the space that they had, because it was weird. Like, even with an 8,000 gold lead that they had, man, like, AP Bren seemed to still be okay in the team fights.
Yep, this is the concept I've been talking about, and I think I have a name for it now. Whenever the BPI rich guy has a low GPM, yet still in-game you see them way ahead of their opponents, I call it low ceiling economy.
Low ceiling.
Yeah, because how tight the game is, and again, as you put it, how much of a fight AP Bren is putting out, whoever the BPA rich guy is looking at a much lower ceiling. He's not looking at a 900, 950 kind of gold lead or gold gain. He's looking at a 700, 800. So he's still way ahead.
And, you know, for this game alone, that means we have seen once again the GOAT rising up against the new era jungler, but you could be discovering the next new era jungler. Showcase your esports skills and passion for gaming by organizing your own local tournaments through eProject, esports for everyone.
And participants in this program will be provided with special access to the tournament modes, in-game items, dias, and much more.
All you got to do is visit the MPLPH website for more information on how to apply.
There are a lot of amateur tournaments out there, so if you are an aspiring pro player who wants to make it to the big stage, start with the ones that are close to you, and don't miss out on this early Christmas gift. Tickets are now at 189 pesos from September until September 19. Go to MPLPH website and secure your tickets now, and even check our social media pages to see which ones are still available, because as far as I know, TLPH and Aurora games are pretty much to the brink of being sold out already.
This one's pretty sold out, man.
This one's pretty sold out too.
The arena is full.
Yeah. I mean, grab your tickets though.
Yep. So this is a mixture of Hive fans, of Cavalry fans, and they just all went out to the arena for Family Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, every Sunday here in the Philippines is just a big family day, and we would honestly see a lot of kids on Sundays. That makes sense. Now that I think of it, every Sunday we see like moms, dads bringing out their kids. Well, right now we will be looking at the trivia right now. The first time the regular season welcome an audience was in season 4, which was held where?
Where was that?
Was this still in the mall?
No. This was some Riverside studio in Makati.
Riverside studio in Makati.
Now that I mention it, that studio might have been called Riverside.
Oh.
I was there.
So seasons 1 to 3 were the mall
No,
setup,
seasons
right?
1 to 3, when we had the regular season, it was in studio. Only when the playoffs started was when we actually went out to hold an event with an audience.
Like in the mall and stuff, you know, where Coach Tic Tac was standing like this.
I was also there, but I don't think I was in one of those pictures.
Yes.
I feel like if they took a photo of you, we would immediately notice with how tall and good looking you are.
Yeah.
Hey, dap me up in that.
But season 4 was where, even in the start of the regular season, we had an audience. Yeah. And little bit of trivia to build on this one. The English desk then was already a trio desk.
Oh, it was?
Yep.
Wait, so I'm curious, how was it? How was it having an audience for the first time?
It was fun. Again, even people did not know how to enjoy the show that we were putting on, but we all grew together.
And they were enjoying any way that they wanted to. Some people reacted violently. Some people reacted with whatever, dude.
It was wild.
It was wild, and it was pretty sad to go into the era of the Crown where we had to, of course, by force, not have audience, you know? That was the pandemic era, obviously. The Crown era was during that times, and we had to reintroduce the audience around, I think, the latter half of season 8, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
No,
the latter half of season 10.
It was the players that came back.
The playoffs of season 9.
Season 9, that's right, season 9.
Yeah, but even then, there was a limited capacity of seating only, and we only ever came back with a big audience setup. I think season 10.
Yep, that was
Season
in
10.
Eyesight in Eastwood in QC.
Yeah, man, that was an insane venue.
What a hoot.
Imagine going to a random school in Eastwood, bro.
An academic facility.
Academic facility,
whatever, dude. But
with unseen guests.
With unseen guests. So, but of course, jokes aside, we are gonna introduce our Clearhead super fan of the day. Was it a joke? Yeah, we actually put in some exorcisms during that time. No, I'm kidding, we didn't. That's the joke.
We call on Fairness.
Where is he?
Where is he? Where's our Clearhead? Oh, wow.
Oh.
This dude knows what's up. This dude is chopped.
Look at this young man.
This guy's a tall, big guy.
All right.
Oh, it is Jack too.
That's a nice sleeve tap.
This is like our Clearhead super fan of the day. Power up your dander-free scalp supercharged with Clear.
You see the lip bite?
Yo, bro, this is
Who is this guy?
This is a type, you know. There are certain people in the Philippines who likes tatted men with nice hair. And so far, he powered up his dander-free scalp. He's supercharged with clear.
Wami looks like he could take care of you.
It looks
Hey,
like
man.
it looks like I would arm wrestle that guy.
You know, I feel like the word "take care" is scary to me.
What kind of take care?
What's,
you don't welcome it?
I don't welcome any taken care of unless it's for my girlfriend.
That guy looks like he would force you to take a nap.
Oh man, I wouldn't want that. I'm a good guy, you know.
He will willingly take the nap.
I just I'll go home right now. I'll go to bed. I am kidding. Okay, AP Brand versus
Are you though?
TLPH. Am I though? Oh wow, TLPH
man.
already in high spirits. Now in blue side.
Given league rules, Liquid chooses the side now.
That's a big problem. Now you can't give the Lancelot to Carl Teasy for obvious reasons.
They got a red bandit.
They got a red band.
They got a red band.
And YSS is currently looking to be the comfort pick for Carl Teasy, which means that, are you going to go full housekeeping in red side? Take away the 1-1 Carl Teasy, Lancelot, and YSS? That feels bad, man.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta remember too, like some of the bands that went out were like towards the utility, right? The Fredrin, the Baksha.
Yeah, they went Fredrin, Baksha, Arlet. That was AP Brandon blue side, and now in red side, what do you take away? I feel like Kalea is also scary, dude. Like, I feel like Carl Teasy doesn't really care if he gets the YSS or Lancelot. He plays them both.
So on red, I would assume AP Brand goes 1-1, Fred.
Kalea.
Yeah.
1-1 Fred Kalea.
Yeah, you can't give the Kalea, dude.
Fred 1-1. Fred 1-1 Lance.
Dude, if they go Fred 1-1 Lance, that's gonna be Kalea on first pick. And if ever they get the Yi Sun Shin on the other end.
The thing about Kalea is you're only worried about it mostly if you're an assassin jungler, right?
Yeah.
What if
they go Fred?
What if
you ban the Fred and then James Banks digs deep and picks out like an alpha.
Like an alpha, you know?
He's got the...
Like a Lucas.
He's got the hero pool we talked about. Yeah, Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, a very wide hero pool. And we did see a lot of mid lane action from last game. In fact, that was a savage out of Sanji. And looking at our player head-to-head, things are not looking great here for Aqua. And it's quite obvious because of the struggles of AP Brand as well. As of now, they are still currently on the bottom half of our regular season. I feel like top 6 or 7.
7.
Yeah, 7.
Near rock bottom.
They're 1 point ahead of Falcons. That is kind of sad. Like, Falcons are already in the biggest slump of their lives.
It's only sad if you have no hope. And I think AP Bren looked at game 1 and said, hey, we took him the distance. Almost 20
That's
minutes.
true.
So there is hope here. My course of action, my suggestion is don't take it to the late game. Don't let Liquid run you over. A Stampede is Stampede, whether it takes 10 minutes, 15, or 20. So don't take it lying down. Don't be passive.
Yeah. Not only that, but like, again, Aqua can only do so much. Like, he's only able to go ahead and work around what they have in the roam for X-Nova, and also, of course, in the jungle early on. And, you know, a lot of those early rotations, like, it's kind of dictated there for the pacing of the game. And we know that TLPH likes to go ahead and, if they can get a strong start and get things going quick enough, then they'll play into that. They'll be able to make that happen here. So that's why I think for AP Brand, it's yes, Aqua has the veterancy and everything else, but it's like it's so much reliant on that early game trio rotation that they have and being able to fight in those first objectives.
I feel like X-Nova should be playing a more high-tempo roam here. Grok just isn't it today, I feel. Like, Grok is a big-ticket type of roam, you know? You kind of go in, go for the tech charge, find 2 or 3 people, sometimes, or most of the time, burn your flicker to make it sure that it's not just an honest tech charge.
Yeah.
I feel like a high-tempo roam would be better here for X-Nova. Even if it's like someone as passive as a high loss, at least your uptime is way better than having a Grok just forcing the threat of the tech charge instead of enforcing the tech charge on the 3. You know, that's a big difference.
It's the only thing I don't like about the Grok, man. I know he's really good, and Rampart can be used to, you know, in creative ways, but it's like if you don't land that tech charge and you're not able to go ahead and do something with it, then you're a sitting rock, literally.
Yeah. Sometimes it's a little too much effort to try to make work. But you know what? I think X-Nova's Grok wasn't so bad in game 1.
Yeah.
Might be worth, I don't want to say forcing, but might be worth revisiting. Especially if you have a mindset of, we're going to win early, and we're going to do something about the matchup that we can win.
Was the Dyroth also a problem for the Grok then in some way, or no? Not
the
too
Grok.
Much.
I think for the Uranus.
Yeah, it's for the Uranus.
That was an already losing matchup. Mr. 50-50 went in less than 50-50.
It was just really hard as a Uranus against a D-Rod, especially someone like Sanford who knows how to play these winning matchups.
Press those buttons.
Yeah, those are the things that I feel what makes Sanford a great XP laner. They just know how to play those winning matches. But anyway, we will be taking a short break. We are your casters. My name is Omi. With me is Nice to and Leo. MPL will be back.
Di abot ang data! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade!
Panggisa!
Pampasarap!
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto to plato, sarap panalo. Luto to plato, sarap panalo. Luto to plato, sarap panalo. Luto to plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Hello Super Fans! Episode 2 na tayo ng ating Meta Pro at syempre kasama natin si Edward dahil siya ang magbibigay sa atin ng tips, hindi ako. Uy! Ganun ang Meta Pro.
Yun pala.
Oo, mamimit ang Pro tapos magbibigay ka ng Meta. Paano? Umpisa na natin.
Sige, bigyan example para mabilis.
Sige, ganito muna. Sa mga nagdaang panahon, matagal ka na, naka 500 games ka
Oo,
Palo
eh.
ka Ano yung pinakatumatak sa'yo ng Meta?
Siyempre yung pakita Bene.
Pakita Bene.
Oo, season 7.
Ubistrat. Okay. Ano yung mga pinaka-nadalian ka or nahirapan? Nadalian mo?
Nadalian sa
Meta. Season 8, Pakita Bene pa rin.
Oo, parang yun yung naging pick ko nun eh. Pakita Bene, Esmura.
Parang ngayon, balik. Yung mga nahihirapan ka naman, yung bad trip, sana matapos na itong meta na to.
Yung season 14, 13-14 ba yun? Yung tank.
Gatot din! Gatot din! Ayaw mo na!
Yung wala highlights, gatot.
Mas tayo doon, mabagal. Walang ginagawa, no?
Wala masyadong pinipindot.
Tawa
may masaktan dun. Sorry.
Mabagal. Hindi yun. Okay, pangalawang tanong, Edward. Kung gagawa ka ng sarili mong meta, kung may-ari ng inmate, anong gusto mong meta?
As a whole ba na team or sa akin lang na XP League?
Okay, whole team na. Sino ang hero yun? Bigyan kita idea.
Okay, sige.
Si Kelra, all assassin daw.
Bakit yun?
Bakit? Ano sa'yo?
Sa akin, 3 fighter, 2 mage.
2 mage. Ano yun? Rambulan meta.
Rambulan yan.
Rambulan meta.
Rambulan yun.
Kagulo yun. Bahala na sila kung ano
bahala
yun.
na.
Mag-isip, Okay, Edward. Sa mga nagdaang season, sino sa tingin mo yung player or team na sobrang bilis mag-adapt sa meta bukod sa Aurora? Bawal yun. Bias ka nun.
Bias ba ka nun? Okay, siguro sa team na lang. Yung ONIC or TL.
Kasi?
Pagod sila.
Mabilis? Okay lang, okay lang. Okay lang, masaya nga yung masaya eh. At syempre, ngayon lang to, may special guest tayo.
Yun yun.
Galing sa Super Fans. Syempre,
Super
Aurora
Fans.
mismo.
Uy.
Welcome na natin si Miss
Sino
Pia.
yun?
Hello
Hello
po.
po.
Congrats dahil ikaw yung napili na makausap si Edward na ating pro ngayon. Syempre, may karapatan ka. Bibigyan kita ng karapatan na magtanong ng 3 tanong para kay Edward.
Sige nga.
Ano yung golden rule mo bilang Legend Zero and to remain Mr. Consistent?
Golden rule. Grabe. Hirap ng tanong na yun din. Ano yung maganda sagot doon? Ayan. Para sa akin, disiplina lang talaga. Doon lang lumalabas na yung pagiging consistent doon kapag disiplinado ka sa ginagawa mo sa everyday life mo. And ayan.
Okay. Pangalawang tanong, Pia. Anong pangalawang tanong na gusto mo itanong kay Ed?
Curious ako kung ano yung ginagawa niya kapag yung enemy team is parang lahat ng hero pool niya at that meta is binaban nila.
Edward, ano daw nasa isip mo or ginagawa mo?
Semi-proud kasi, ayun, at some point, ako yung nakikita nilang threat or nire-respect nila yung hero ko. Siyempre, nakakaano yun. Medyo nakaka-proud lang din. Mina-mindset ko lang na kaya kong gamitin lahat ng hero or kahit banan nila ako, kaya kong gamitin at anytime. Kahit wala akong practice. Ganun lang.
Pangatlong tanong, Pia?
How do you make yourself adapt and be adept sa bagong heroes? Adapt sa meta, yung parang magigets-maget siya. Tapos nagiging proficient kapag sa hero na yun. Gumagaling ka sa hero na yun.
Next question daw.
Next question, pwede bang skip? Okay na ba Tagalog?
Tagalog yun lang.
Yung sa meta, di ba? Like, mag-shift ganun. Tingin ko naman, all throughout ng, bago mag-start yung MPL, na de-determine agad kung ano yung magiging meta. Which is kung ano yung ginagamit ng kalaban, maggagayahan. Kung sino yung una maglabas, maggagayahan pa yan. Doon pala magkakaroon ng idea na counter pickings, which is, doon lalabas yung mga off-meta heroes na, yun, tulad nga ng dati na tank EXP. Yun. So, doon mo ma-determine pa lang kung yun na lang.
Ano yung ginagawa mo para mabilis ka maka-adapt din sa game?
Wala eh. Sa ano lang talaga eh. Experience ng screen kung ano yung nagiging meta, ganun. Kumbaga, wala, adapt lang. Minsan kopya-kopya lang, ganun.
Kailangan gamit din, no? Ginamit niyo sa amin, gagawin
sa inyo.
Thank you so much, Pia. Maraming salamat sa pagsama. Okay, Ed.
Thank you.
And ayun lang guys, kung gusto niyo rin ma-experience yung kayo na mismo yung magtatanong sa ating mga mamimit na pro, huwag niyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket dito lang sa link na to. And Ed, maraming salamat sa pagsama. Hanggang sa muli sa ating Meta Pro.
Amazing!
Hello Super Fans! Ako nga pala si Bentings, pero hindi ako magbibigay sa inyo ng tips, kundi ang ating mga pro. At syempre, dito lang yan sa Meta Pro. Makakasama nga natin dito ang ating gold standard na si Kelra.
Hello guys!
At syempre, bago tayo mag-start, ang ibig sabihin nga pala ng Meta Pro, mamimit na natin yung mga pro at magbibigay pa sila ng mga meta tips. Ang unang tanong, Kelra, sa mga dumaang meta, ano yung mga pinaka nagustuhan mo at mga hindi mo nagustuhan?
Sa lahat tayo, pinaka gusto ko yung mage.
Yung mga Alice,
Gunok, Sarit, Parsa, Kagura. Kasi masaya gamitin yan, tapos mas may mechanics yan kasi sa mga marksman. Ang pinaka di ko naman nagustuhan is, parang wala naman akong di nagustuhan. Parang lahat gusto ko, gusto kong fighter.
Nakapag-preya ka?
Nakapag-preya, nag-ruby.
Kung i-rate mo na lang from 1 to 3, ano doon? Mage, top 1?
Marksman, tas fighter.
Marksman pa rin talaga.
Tas fighter.
Kel, pangalawang tanong, kung gagawa ka ng sarili mong meta, ano yung gagawin mong meta? Tapos, ano yung itatawag mo?
Ano siguro? Assassin.
All assassin?
Hindi, balik lang assassin meta.
Assassin meta na lang.
Oo, yung parang last season. Tapos tatawagin mo siyang Kel Assassin.
Kel Assassin. Ano, ikaw yung core o ikaw yung ano?
Pwedeng assassin gold, pwede rin gang yun. Basta dalawa assassin.
Kel Assassin.
Kel Assassin.
Okay, good yun, good yun. Pangatlong tanong, Kel. Isa kayo sa pinakamagaling mag-team fight. Ano yung mabibigay mo sa kanilang tips na para mag-success sa isang team fight?
Siguro yung proper comms and proper targeting sa team fight. Ayun lang kasi yung talagang ginagawa namin.
Pero pag nagawa yung simple na yun, talagang malaking chance manalo sa team.
Simple pero sobrang laki ng impact sa team fight.
Ang next na tanong natin, ano naman ang mabibigay mo sa mga nanonood sa ating mga gold laner? Kahit yung pang-RG na tips lang na mapapakinabangan nila.
Siguro sa mabibigay ko sa mga pang-RG na tips, unang-una, lalo na pag solo kayo, huwag kayong matitilt. Kailangan enjoy nyo lang yung game kasi kaya nga game yung ine-enjoy, di ba? Enjoy nyo lang game, tapos siguro sa in-game naman, kailangan nyo maging patience kasi kailangan nyo mag-farm, lalo na gold game kayo. Kailangan nyo ng pera para makasama sa team fight and mapanalo yung team fight.
Ayun, napakaganda nun. Madami kasi sumasama agad sa team fight, tapos nauuna pa sa mga tank.
Mga uno pa.
Kaya nadi-disaster sila.
Ayun ang pinakaiwasan dapat. Pag sumama ka sa team fight, huwag ka mauuna. Kasi once na sumama ka, tapos nagpaparm yung kabilang gold game, bosset ka nun.
Lugi ka sa gold.
Lugi ka sa gold.
Napakagandang tips coming from gold standard. Ang next na tanong, Kel, sinong team or player yung feeling mo napakabilis umadapt sa meta o kaya sa mga hero na bago? Sino sa tingin mo?
Yung previous season siguro yung TL. Tapos sa player naman, si Carl kasi di ba, UT jungle talaga siya. Tapos nag-assassin, isang season lumipas. Pero yung season na natalo sila nung assassin meta nung season 14, maganda pa rin yung performance ng assassin niya doon. Pero kahit na UT siya, di ba utility talaga siya nakita? Parang
utility, mga friend.
Doon siya. Kasi matagal, hindi, sikat na siya sa assassin, mga lance. Pero di ba matagal siya hindi assassin?
Kasi napahinga.
Naging utility ng sobrang tagal na season, sobrang habang season. Tapos nung nag-assassin, parang nandun pa rin talaga yung prime sa assassin.
Isang beses lang natalo yung assassin meta nila, tapos wala tuloy-tuloy na.
Tuloy-tuloy na.
Champion na.
Champion na ngayon. Kyle, the GOAT. Taste of MLBB.
Okay guys, next naman, may bubunutin dito sa Kelra. Ano to guys, mga player din to, tapos sasabihin mo Kel kung ano ba yung weakness or strength ng player na mabubunot natin. Start na natin. Ikaw na bumunot?
Di ako na.
Sige.
Isa muna na. Isa. Ikaw wala makuha. Super Yoshi.
Roam siya, Roam. Omega.
Siguro yung strength niya, magaling siya manghuli. Ang weakness niya lang siguro, pag may time na nanguhuli siya, wala siyang kasama. Yung magaling siya manghuli, pero madalas walang follow-up.
Timing na lang.
Timing.
Next, tulungan na kita.
Tulungan ko na. Oheb. Siguro yung strength ni Oheb, yung sa team fight, magaling siya sa team fight. Pero yung weakness niya siguro, laning. Sa laning.
Next.
Sanji, may weakness ba to?
OP ba yan?
OP yata to eh. Siguro yung strength niya magaling siya mang-reflect ng mga skill ng mga kalaban tsaka magpabait. Ang weakness lang siguro pag nasasobrahan siya sa pagre-reflect, minsan hindi niya na nare-reflect. Yung mga huli.
Okay, next Kel, may kasama huli tayo dito. Ito naman, tapos na tayo sa mga player. Ito naman, sa mga hero naman to. Tapos bibigyan natin sila ng tip kung ano nga ba yung mga best pang-counter dito sa mabubunot natin. Tulungan na ulit kita. Sige natin ito.
Nathan. Pang-counter dito si Irtel. Kasi, di ba yung passive ng Nathan? Pag init mo, yung Irtel, kahit nakakahit siya habang tumatakbo. Kaya Nathan, yung masakit sa kanya yung bumabalik-balik pag umaatake. Hindi siya tatamaan ng pabalik kasi naglalakad habang naatake. Kaya yun yung pang-counter mo sa kanya.
Single lang dapat, no?
Oo.
Nahihirapan siya pag in relationship.
Uy!
Dalawa yung babalik eh. At tulungan na kita, nainggit ako sa'yo eh.
Mapapaleng tupa. Ano pang-counter dyan?
Ang lakas na sa lane.
Sa linya eh. Wait lang.
Tulungan kita.
Tingin mo?
Irritel na lang din.
Pwede. Kaya rin Irritel yan. Kasi Irritel kasi malakas siya sa lane dahil sa first skill side niya. Yung minus armor. Kaya malakas sa lane yung Irritel eh. Kaya yan lalo na pag-level ko.
Tingin mo sa 1-1 naka-install ka.
1-1 din pala. 1-1 din pala. Kasi yung pag nag-ulti yung Popol, may second skill yung 1-1 diba? Madadodge yung ulti.
Pero ang hirap counter rin ito.
Pero mahirap yan. Katapat. Malakas na lane yan. May kasama eh.
Popol guys. Gamitin nyo.
Try nyo yan.
And syempre, huling bunot. Kel, ikaw na.
Oy, parang danger to. 1-1.
Speaking of...
Irritel din.
Madali lang eh, no?
Dali lang. Irritel.
Weakness kasi ni 1-1 yung isa, laning.
Laning.
Tapos, ayaw niya nang hindi siya nakaka-stop. Something na nag-pure guys, or...
Mabilis. Ayan, tulad ng Irritel, nakapaglakad, hindi niya may istakan.
Mahirap.
Mahirap siya istakan.
Tsaka yung mga long range, like
Ranger.
Eto, Kel, dito na masusubok yung smiling face or serious face kasi kada may sasabihin akong player, pwede mong ngitian kung feeling mo mas malakas ka dun sa player na yun. Unahin natin, Kel, Aaron Shiki. Panis. Ang laki ngiti dun, parang no match yun. Ang next natin, si Innocent. Ayan, sakto lang. Papalag. And next natin, Super Marco. No mics, no mics. Eman. Papalag. Pwede. Hoy. KO guys, KO. And Ulekel, ang mortal enemy natin dito. Dalawa sa pinakamalas kayo mag-gold. Ohen. Gold standard. Okay, last natin si Domen Aurora.
Hindi lang din.
Ante lang yan. And next naman natin guys, magiging si Ben Abondo muna tayo kasi magpapastok tayo with Kelra. Kel, bibigyan ako sa'yo, pastok lang, tulungan na kita. Siyempre, TLPH or Aurora?
TL.
Bilis na. Pastok yun
Pastok eh. Sabi ko
RG.
Sabi.
Turtle or Lord?
Lord.
King Kong o Brusco?
King Kong.
Harit or
Ranger.
Ranger? Meron agad. Gold or kill?
Kill.
Gold or jungle?
Jungle.
Banning or picking?
Picking.
Shoes to go or mom shoes?
Choose to go.
MSC or M-Series?
MSC. Basta kayo pera.
MSC guys, abangan nyo daw next week si Kelra. And nga pala guys, para nga pala sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro Series, siyempre mamimili tayo ng super fan sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro player. Kaya abangan nyo.
Kita kits.
Kung isa ka sa mga player na napigil matatag sa MPLBH, anong sekreto ng Kusang Field?
Para sa akin siguro yung passion ko sa gaming talaga. Kahit anong game kasi gusto ko maging magaling eh. Yung passion ko sa gaming is nakuha ko siya simula nung bata pa ako eh. Parang sobrang saya ko sa mga nilalaro ko and sobrang saya ko lalo kapag nananalo ako. So, piling ko din ko nakuha yung passion ko.
Nabanggit mo din na CPU yung GOAT mo.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 16. We are down to our final match of Week 4. Once again, we're your casters, Uomi, Naisu, and Leo here. Still be your casters for this game. We already saw APBR fall to TLPH in Game 1.
We did. It took us a little bit of a time to get back here for Game 2, of course, but hopefully we got things smoothed out and we can get to Game 2 shortly. But I would say for sure, if you happen to miss Game 1 or, maybe you forgot, maybe you got short-term memory, it's going to be a tough one. That is me too, man. That's me too.
All right, for those of y'all who do have short-term memory, let me help jog up the process. 19 minutes about is all it took for Liquid to win in Game 1. It was kind of close, but if the game ending with a 7K, 8K gold lead plus a Savage on Chef Sanji means anything to you, then maybe it's worth scrubbing back. So that is what you missed. Come back to us now, and then we can move on and talk about Game 2.
Yeah, and hopefully for Game number 2, APBR had enough breathing time to recover from that. That was a tough game for certain roles out there, mainly for Lord JM and X-Nova. I feel like both of them really found it hard to make the plays that they had to do for APBR. And now we're gonna talk about Yin, who is currently, I make a lot of tier lists every month, even so. I have never put Yin back in the middle. It's always been down bottom lane.
Is he always the worst? Is he always the worst here?
Not worst, but really bad. I would say in low elo, this guy's great. But when you enter a certain elo, he begins to be a non-factor.
Like epic downward, he's still a threat.
He is. Not just a threat. He is a valid meta pick. Epic downwards.
So what changes? Why does he all of a sudden fall off?
What he brings to the table, this is just my opinion, right? What he brings to the table is just so specific that both teams just don't benefit when you put a Yin in an atmosphere such as competitive professional MLBB.
Yeah, I mean that isolation trick on his ultimate doesn't really work well for junglers because the Yin himself can't press that retribution, You can't look at your own objectives too. If you put him on XP lane, everybody outtrades the dude. And if you put him on gold lane...
You put him anywhere else, it's just worse.
It's just worse, right?
It's just weird because when he does, use the ultimate in an actual ranked game, everyone's just waiting around.
Everybody's just waiting around. People know, especially when they nerfed him down to the ground. That's the worst part. I have 150 games on Yin. I'm not making this up. Before the nerf on Yin, Yin was viable. Yin had a 0 delay on his ulti kidnap. And now it has a 0.5 delay that allows for teams to just push him away before he even does something. But let's push that away for now. Let's go back to this game. It's going to be game number 2. AP Bren now on red side. Let's not forget that AP Bren did have the side selection for game 1, which meant TLPH chose to be on blue side in game 2.
So what did I tell you, gentlemen?
What did you tell us?
Coach Jeff, Coach Bomb, ban the 1-1, ban the Fred, ban the Lance, and then we can go from there.
Let's see if it's going to be the Lance ban, though. Harith taken away here by TLPH.
It's gotta be.
Oh, Kalea and the Lancelot. Maybe even the YSS. These are things that you have to look. Or maybe none of the above. You just get what's left.
Okay, here's the thing. You trade Lance for Kalea. You like?
I like. Wait, you know what?
It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
You like?
Especially Scar PC, it's not worth it.
I know, but you know what? I'd rather just throw away this ban. Like, take away the Badang or take away the D-Rock.
So you get at least one or the other, Lance or Yusen Shin.
If they get Yusen Shin or Lancelot, I get Yusen Shin Kalea. I'll take that.
So that's like getting 2 things that you do like.
Yeah.
At least one of them. At least you get one of them.
Oh, this is such a tough decision for Coach Jeff.
This has to be a throw ban. Oh, they take away the Zushin. This is even better.
This is better. Okay, so that's it, Carl. Just take it. There you go.
There you go.
The GOAT.
Look at me smiling. The GOAT's smiling.
That's why
Is he actually going to go for the Bren skin? Is he going to play his M series skin?
I think just last week he played it.
He did?
And that was the first time I've ever seen him play it.
I thought he didn't want to play it.
He used to not like it because he would always go for the Matador or the superhero.
Is this growth? Is this personal growth?
He's moved on.
He's moved on. He doesn't believe in bad luck anymore.
Yeah.
In the juju.
In the juju.
Bad luck is afraid of this man. And
it's afraid of the GOAT.
It's afraid of the GOAT.
Carl's not bad luck. Bad luck has Carl.
And now they have the Kalea Yusen Shin. But they don't have to take the Yusen Shin immediately. But I feel like the Kalea is a must by this point.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's one of the ways that you actually answer to the Lancelot. Oh no!
You give Lancelot Kalea to TLPH.
Me no like. Because
you like?
No like.
No, because I said the Grok on X Nova was good, but it's not great because, as mentioned by Joseph, there is a delay. You have to set it up.
Yeah.
Like there is a 2-step process to pinning down elusive targets.
All right.
One of the most elusive being the Lancelot. What's going on?
Oh no, it would be a big surprise for me if TLPH doesn't pick up the Kalea at this point. One of the more potent roamers right now. They could just redeem that Kalea. And the AP Bren will be in trouble for that too.
Man, what if they just went Kalea and then
Arlot?
There's so many good choices here, honestly, for TLPH to go ahead and take. And they'll go Selena and the Granger. They lock in the Granger now.
They could just snub the Kalea, actually.
Uh-huh.
Because it was more of a big-ticket pick for AP Bren. But now, Liquid's just like, they gave us everything. Look at this. These are signature picks. 1 to 3 on blue.
Yeah. Granger, definitely one of the heroes to watch out for if you're up against OHAB. Currently #1 on Granger. And to be fair, AP Bren, I feel like this has to be a Yusen Shin. Unless, of course, you want to play into your deep hero pool. James Panks, I wonder what they're going to take out by now.
Yeah, it might just be a YSS, honestly.
If they don't pick the YSS, they don't have to pick anything here for James Banks. It's just leave it to Red 5 or something.
Yeah.
Kagura?
That was a Joy.
They still go for the Joy. And which means that this is actually one of the first few times that Yusen Shin is completely snubbed in a drafting phase.
That's right. We've seen it happen. We've seen it before. Not just in MPLPH, but, you know, a handful of third-party and adjacent tournaments all around the world. But here's the thing. The Joy, the reason why I think James Banks called for this and Coach Jeff allowed for this pick is the Selena does nothing against the Joy, especially if the arrow doesn't hit. When you hit max electrifying beat stacks, you can just step on traps and like, nope, nothing.
It's fine.
And also the Granger struggles against it by mid to late game. Early game, I feel like the Granger could tolerate the damage and outrange, obviously, this Joy. But it seems that the Arlot is the next target here for AP Bren. Still looking for the XP and roam pick here for TLPH.
Oh, and then what's Sanford going to end up playing? You can see some of the XP lane options.
Lapu's still there.
Yeah, Lapu's still going to be there.
Uranus.
It'd be cool if he, I don't know who else he'd debut, but it'd be cool if he debuted another hero, but
I agree.
I think that's all we're going to get. is the Dyroth for now.
If AP Bren picks Lord JM's pick Red 4, then that's when 4D picks. This is a nice chess-like setup in the draft for TLPH. Because even if AP Bren have the red side advantage of picking last, they don't have control. Because Liquid put them in this position.
And in terms of power spikes too, TLPH just goes insane by mid-game. A Lancelot and a Granger and a Selena means they could pick off anyone the moment that Abyssal Arrow lands. Last ban here for TLPH. They do have a Kimi ban already, and they're going to take away the Kagura, which means that a bad matchup between a Farsa and a Selena could be an option here for the side of AP Bren.
And even if that doesn't happen, and since AP Bren are also attacking JP's hero pool, we can, again, just roll back to the Kalia. Imagine
it's still
just
open.
Tsunami slamming that Joy. That is not safe for the Joy, because the Joy is definitely going to get suplexed.
And there's no question there. I mean, JP could just spam the Tsunami Slam while the Joy's trying to charge up that ultimate, and there's no way to dodge it.
Tsunami spam.
Tsunami spam.
I like it. What are they going to do then, AP Bren?
Unless they go for XP lane Kalea. We haven't seen that in a while.
That's some Mr. 50-50 tech right there.
Oh, okay. The preemptive Valentina pick.
It's a blind Valentina. It's a blind Valentina, this one.
Still just a Phantom Execution.
Yeah, because you're also assuming that Rome and XP will have solid pickups for you. I wonder how Daddy JP and TLPH's coaches skirt around this.
Chip Lapu.
Chip Lapu?
Yep. Again,
I just randomly threw heroes there.
That gives the Valentina nothing. Although there's very little interaction with Selena and the chip, but it's still lethal.
Would he go Hylos?
Oh, Hylos would.
Hylos Lapu good too.
Valentina would be really happy with a glorious pathway, though. It seems that they're going to go with Phovius Hylos.
Hylos Phovius.
So the only real pickup is the glorious pathway.
Is the glorious pathway.
All right.
And now Shizo is left. Actually, no. They're still looking for their XP laner here. Unless this is going to be a XP lane Valentina, in which case we haven't seen in a long time, too.
That'd be a history fact to bring up.
Yeah, that's going to be... The last time that we actually saw Valentina XP lane was 2 seasons ago.
Oh, not as far as thought.
Not as far back as it was played by Edward. When Lucas was still part of the meta, Valentina was the counter pick against it.
A legit threat she was.
Yes.
Against the Phovius, given the current bans. CC, there it is. They dug deep. I also just almost blanked out.
Yeah.
This is solid. At least they won one lane.
Yeah.
Very solid laning phase here for the XP lane of AP Bren in the hands of Lord JM, and I'd like to believe a comfort pick as well for Lord JM. He entered this league with a few heroes on his sleeve. I feel like apart from the Thamas, where his debut season relied on, this CC is also something that Lord JM loves to play around with.
Yeah, he's had some good performances on it for Lord JM. I think this one he's going to have to, of course, step up and be able to utilize this in complement to Xnova. Again, we mentioned Xnova's game 1 wasn't too bad, but they just got to be able to go ahead and capitalize on this. And maybe the Valentina taking the glorious pathway will really help that.
And this is already game number 2 with Team Liquid securing game 1 in 19 minutes. This is already going to be the final game of this series if ever TL scores another one.
Welcome
Going into game number 2, I
Legends.
like that AP Bren heeded our calls for early game proactivity. They are not playing a reactive game. They are actually putting their foot down, even with Aqua picking up the Valentina. Because I would rather have one solid ult than be overloaded with 2 or 3 choices and not getting what I want.
Yeah.
So this is okay. Again, I respect Aqua's game.
Aqua has been one of the more, I would say, mid laners that, apart from his veterancy, has peaked in his RHG days, but is willing to lead a team of sophomores and rookies back to the promised land. And for TLPH, they are currently in their prime, and Shizo already taking a lot of damage as well from OHEB, but those are like solid trade-ups in the gold lane.
Yeah, I wonder too, you know, how this is going to be able to go ahead and play out for not just Aqua on the Valentina, but even so for James Panks, because yes, the Joy is great. It should be able to keep its pace against Carl Teasy here, but I feel like, again, if you're not able to go ahead and utilize X-Nova, for example, in some of these objective fights, it's up to James Panks to pull out those million moves that we talked about before, even back in the rookie season.
I mean, James Panks is still one of those junglers that is yet to prove himself in the MPL. He has already proved himself in the MPL, getting his moniker, the man with a million moves. Right now, I feel like he's very limited against TLPH. They have been pinpointing his location for the longest time, and X-Nova is one of the biggest clues as to where James Panks is.
X-Nova protecting that other half of the jungle. Sanji coming in, spots him. But whenever Sanji does join a fight, whether it be to help Kaltizi leash or to throw in some CC, some burst, he's such a key player. Look at this.
Oh no, though.
Oh, X-Nova! He's trying to get away with a flicker. First blood in the hands of Carl Teasy, and now there's the pathway from Aqua, taking it from JP. So, okay, first blood on the board.
Wow.
I guess he's just gonna go grab his buff and get the turtle after that.
Gentlemen,
That's just real predictions.
Yeah, did you see that? That was a third eye level read by Carl Teasy. He Phantom Execution into where he thought X-Nova would flicker. The tightest corner of that small camp.
That's the GOAT.
Yeah, that's experience and adrenaline running through Carl Teasy's soul as he tries his first turtle of the game, already half HP.
Okay, yep. Right now there's nothing they can do about that.
No contest. But look at James Panks' effort, right? He knew that he wanted to go for the trade instead, but gets blocked by Daddy JP.
And so far, the game has not been looking great here for AP Brent. TLPH not only controlling the first blood, but also getting the first big objective as well. James Panks yet to find his first, I would say, first winning skirmish, and Joy loves those skirmishes.
Okay, looking at the lane, gold-wise, the only real major lead we're looking at is on baby cakes, right? From jungle to jungle, gold to gold, and that's where a majority of this 1,000 gold lead is for Liquid. Where does AP Brent catch a break? I'd say in the EXP lane. Lord JM is their only hope here. If he can bully Sanford into actually doubting if he can jump in and use Infernal Pursuit, then maybe AP Brent can claw into a solid mid game.
Yeah. Even with that, if you can utilize that CC later on from Lord JM, yeah, you might be able to transition later on to these team fights around the turtle, but right now, since that's going to be on the other side of the map, we'll have to see how it's played out. Carl Teasy was up there, but his buff's up, so they'll just go for a reset. Nothing too much happening. AP Brent just farming up.
I feel like for AP Brent, it's extremely hard to find plays against TLPH, mainly because the uptime of TLPH is technically like all the time.
Yep.
All of their stuff is almost always online. You have the Granger with the bullets, the arrows from Selena, and the Hylos is just Hylos, man.
Yep, their only real big thing that they're counting on is the Glorious Pathway. After that, you can't even count Phantom Execution. Carl Teasy has the potential to whip out 2 in a long fight. So Liquid now have to watch out for the XP. That's the only thing I think that AP Brent have going for them. Besides X-Nova getting a flicker tech charge, which is, again, we've seen and learned that takes a lot to warm up.
Now the second turtle of the game already in the eyes of JP and X-Nova. Both roamers establishing good position around that as well. Pexel Brush with the Earth and Rampart. And the arrow does land at James Panks, which means Carl Teasy could go for this.
Yeah, half health there. Another arrow's going to land. James Panks, though, is going to go mid for Sanji. So turtle will be secured. The Phantom Execution from Carl Teasy. Now Aqua be in trouble. They drop down the Glorious Pathway, but still, what more can they get? A good push, though, from Shizu up top of the Tier 1.
That's good. At least they got something in return.
And again, this is partly in exchange of how Lord JM called the shots. Pushed in that wave, set it up for Shizu, so that Shizu, in the absence of Liquid's pressure, could push in. So I'd say that's a fair trade. A turtle for a turret. This will definitely slow down Liquid's Stampede going up. Economy-wise, though, yeah, no, I think Lord JM did pay for that setup. He's now down about
just
100 gold.
Oh, JP in trouble. Glorious Pathway dropped down, stolen by Aqua. Now Sanford all by himself, but a push down a bot from Oheb.
And that's good for TLPH. A big fight was happening in the river. Get your own turret, and now you're up ahead by 2,000. That was, I thought AP Bren already won that trade, but Shizo down to half HP with 1 Thorn Rose.
Okay, so Lord JM, he's now doing the opposite of what I think, but just getting the same result. He's playing the sandbag, all the while leading up to... He's basically the stepladder for AP Bren. He is setting up so that Shizo can get wins, and so that other lanes can win for AP Bren. This is what's keeping Liquid here down to just 1,500, 2,000, because this could get out of hand. Oh, look at the damage from Lord JM.
Wow.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what we are looking for from this CC. You know, he did use the current call, but wasn't able to cap out. But he got a bounce well. He got the flicker out from Sanji, so that's at least a little something. AP Brand really holding on to this tier 1 in the mid, though. That's what they want to. The third turtle's coming up shortly.
But that's already 2 green camps stolen away by Carl TZ. James Panks have nothing to farm apart from this mid lane as the last turtle spawns near the XP lane, and TLPH already in a very prime position to take this away for them. Potential 4v4 happening here in the last turtle fight, and X-Nova still looking for his first big play.
Let's see how they do it. X-Nova giving the information. Lord JM now playing a part of the fight up front against Sanford. JP concealing a 4, gonna drop the pathway to cut them off. Who's gonna be able to get this in? Carl TZ gets the turtle. Now X-Nova could be in trouble. He's all by himself. He'll fall here, so TLPH gets a turtle, 3 for 3 and a kill, and they're still under the turret. They're pushing James Panks off the orange. Shizu, though, he does get some damage on this tier 1.
Sanford can take this.
Oh, Sanford. JP's here. Oh, there's the flicker. Shizu trying to get out. He's going to get stunned. And Sanford now joining through. Infernal Pursuit under the turret. Shizu's going to be fine. A good pushback. Here comes the rest of AP Bren. Going for JP now. JP in trouble as he falls. Sanford has the Infernal Pursuit, but he can't go 1 versus 3. He falls there. Great play to respond for Shizu.
A lot of battle spells burnt, though.
But it was traded for in mid. I think Liquid understood that they are already too far gone, and the 2 most gym proficient members of TLPH sacrificed so that the rest of the map can go blue. Liquid, I think, halfway regret it, but it's not exactly unrecoverable. This puts AP Bren in a better position, though.
Oh, they still got something out of it, but Lord JM able to escape with the leap here, and Carl TZ. Ooh, bit of spice here between James Panks.
Oh, he's going to go ahead and challenge James Panks. He'll get out. Phantom Execution. Not sure if Aqua and X-Nova want to go ahead and do much.
No way.
The Thorn Rose to stop from the Spear Destruction landing.
Yes way. Carl DG knows the ins and outs, the little intricacies of this hero. That's what I'm saying. You don't give Lancelot to Carl.
Even with a Brent skin too, showing off in this game. 20 seconds before the first Lord of this game spawns, and TLPH holds a substantial 3,000 gold lead against AP Bren. But the good news here for AP Bren is they still have a hold around their orange buff, which means they could set something up for themselves before this Lord starts.
And that's something definitely AP Bren can count on as a blessing. Looking at their items, this is... oh my lord, a full item between Shizo and Oheb. The concealed play from Liquid.
Who are they going for? X-Nova. Tech slams on now, on the defense, even flickers. Now Lord JM all by himself is going to pop the Vengeance. Trying to do something. I'm not sure what the plan was there. But SOD is landed by Shizu, but he's just going to stay on that bottom side, and TLPH will go ahead and take this Lord now.
And this is going to be a free Lord after that winning team fight from TLPH. Lord secured here by Carl TZ, and no turret in exchange for AP Bren.
So Shizo, what he's doing here is he's threatening the split lane, the long lane split push, but just the same, he's keeping himself safe. If at any time he overheats, best believe since 40 has his flicker off cooldown, Shizo could get punished. And unlike Liquid, wherein they could have traps set around or their rotational speed is just much faster than AP Bren, Shizo only relies on SOD. But if he does throw an SOD, mind you how that mechanic works is he can only teleport to where he hits another member of Liquid. So it's a catch-22 again. So that's why he did not force the push on that bottom lane, and he sends himself home.
And look at that artillery damage coming in from TLPH. Not even this Lancelot is just poking out people with Thorn Rose. That's how brave Carl TZ is right now.
Yeah, that Thorn Rose, and then under the turret even, Oheb playing up front, getting the Death Sonatas off, so that Lord's going to eventually make its way up here. TLPH will sync things forward to get these tier 2 down in the mid and the top. They still have the Holy Shields here for AP Bren. Let's see how they go with the defense. The Lord will go ahead and charge into this bottom turret. Arrows being thrown at, but ultimately
Rampart.
Lord is cleared. Sanford gets caught in the Rampart, but he's still sitting at half health. He's going to be fine. Lord JM will jump on out. I'm not sure if TLPH is going to be able to get much more. They got the Holy Shields, though.
They got to take it slow. The fact that all the Holy Shields fell and the waves are still crashing through is good for Liquid because they have to slow it down. They're going to have to freeze so that they can set up for the next Lord coming in a minute and a half. So far, this is a power spike for even Sanji. He just picked up the Enchanted Talisman during the slow siege, and these arrows are going to come non-stop.
Yeah, and that means that AP Bren needs to be careful in wherever they go. Carl TZ still holding on to that Phantom Execution, waiting for the perfect opportunity as another siege happens down bot.
First pathway dropped down. They just want this turret. It finally goes down. And AP Bren losing the first base turret so far. TLPH will pull back. They got about a minute or less for this Lord to come up.
I think I haven't seen a tectonic charge land at all.
It has during the last turtle take.
Oh, just, oh yeah, the last turtle take.
But Carl DZ still got the retry in, and there wasn't enough of a follow-through.
Oh, AP Bren still struggling to find that first big play then.
They might force something here. X-Nova, he's going to go in with a tech charge to be able to find Oheb. Oheb is in trouble, but he still has enough space. Lord JM tries to jump forward. With Lord JM and X-Nova gone, and Sanford will jump in and find Aqua. A double kill. In an instant, TLPH finds 3. They'll go ahead and get ready to continue on to the base of Shizu. Keeping Sanford at base. Sanford could be in trouble here. Here comes Carl Teasy, though, to try to help out. He's a little bit too late, though. And now James Panks popping the electrifying beast. They're trying to hold on. It's him and Shizu. Oheb firing off with the Rhapsodies, and Shizu takes an arrow. And that's going to be it. TLPH will sweep AP Bren.
And the moment frustration hits for AP Bren, TLPH seizes the victory. TLPH sweeps AP Bren.
That's what you call a stampede. A singular stumble and fall leads to sure demise. Well, we were looking for a tech charge to hit. X-Nova heard you and they came in, but it was evident that they were lacking follow-through. The damage to make the most of that. Lord J was panicking. He was like, let me get in. But again, what was the lead? 5K, 6K?
Yeah.
Maybe even bigger.
They couldn't. And at this point, AP Bren falls to TLPH, but still a great effort for the boys in yellow, looking for their stride in this regular season. Their last game in the first half ends with a loss. But maybe in the next half, they find their way to victory. Right now for TLPH is currently on a hot streak. 1 yesterday and 1 today. We're going to talk to Team Liquid Philippines with our hosts in the main stage.
What a great way to end the first half of the regular season, and give it up for your winners, Team Liquid Philippines! Gentlemen, congratulations first of all, Carl. Congratulations sa inyo. Ang ganda ng performance, syempre, 2-0 sweep para sa inyo. And kanina nakita natin na may iba't ibang age bracket na nanonood dito sa MPL Arena. As the young GOAT in the face of MLBB, meron ka bang maa-advise sa mga new players ng bagong generation, pati na rin sa ating mga rookies like James Panks and the other players that we have in the league?
Advice ko lang sa mga bata pa, enjoy nyo muna yung pag-aaral, tsaka kung kaya nyo pagsabayan, mas okay.
Wise words from the young GOAT. Hindi lang puro ML ang iniisip. Pero sa mga bagong players dito sa ating liga, syempre, kinakapapa nila kung anong meron tayo sa professional scene. Meron ka bang mai-a-advise sa kanila bilang mga pro players dito sa league?
Advice ko lang, pagpatuloy lang nila ginagawa nila. Ayoko magsalita kasi baka matuto kayo eh.
Tama naman.
That's correct. Actually, there was a little fun fact that was shared with me. Coach RC, if you could please come over here and join me. Because you actually helped reveal something to us na nagulat din ako because if you go to some of the famous sites where you can find more info about MLBB, wala dun eh. But actually, you were able to already coach X-Nova. you were part of the MDL Season 2 roster ng RSG Mista. So, is there anything that you can share with us with your time with RSG Mista as a coach for X-Nova? Something na hindi pa namin narinig ever.
Siguro nung sa MDL Season 2 kasi, nung magkakasama kami sa bootcamp, hindi niya ako naging personal coach eh. Parang naging kuya niya ako, tapos, pero naging coach din naman.
Yeah.
Kumbaga mas nanaig yung pagiging kuya ko sa kanya. And kinokorek ko yung mga maling attitude para just in case na maging pro siya, kagaya ngayon, na sobrang proud ako sa kanya.
Oh, so I'm sure nung na-reveals na si X-Nova will be joining here in MPL Philippines that you are very proud of him. So, of course, talo sila ngayon, but you see that APBR, they're still continuing their progress. If you could give a message for X-Nova so that he continues to improve dito sa MPL Philippines, ano po yun?
Kagaya na lagi ko sinasabi sa'yo, lagi mo lang fokusan yung pangarap mo kahit anong mangyari. Lagi mo lang tatanggapin kahit manalo o matalo. Basta, pagbutihan mo lang. Sobrang proud ako sa'yo.
Aww.
I love the wise words. Parang life coach ang datingan ni Coach RC. And going back to you, Carl, alam natin na ending na ng ating first half of the regular season. Moving forward sa ating second half, meron ba kayong specific team na gustong makatapat?
Wala naman po eh. Lahat naman po sila gusto namin makalaban. Tsaka excited kami sa bagong patch. Kasi pili ko new beginning to sa lahat ng teams.
And speaking of a new patch, maraming changes ang mangyayari. So, can you give us a hint kung ano ba yung pinaka-nilook forward mo na mangyayari sa Project Next?
Yung nilook forward ko po yung yung nagbabago yung mapa.
Yan. Alam ko, lahat tayo nilook forward.
Yeah, and actually, since katabi ko na dito si Coach RC, without revealing too much, masakit ba sa ulo na magkakaroon tayo ng bagong patch dito? Kamusta yung buhay as a coach with the fact that the game might change in ways na hindi in-expect ng MLBB community natin?
First of all, syempre, nakaka-overthink na eh. Pero as long as kasama ko yung team ko, wala akong ino-overthink ngayon.
Wow, sana all.
So sweet. And with that, we're looking forward to seeing you guys in the next round. Again, please give it up for your winners, Team Liquid Philippines. You may now take your back. What a great way na pinakita ng Team Liquid Philippines sa kanilang laban kontra APBR.
Yeah, and again, very surprising the result. But now, we even hear from Team Liquid itself saying that the game might change in ways we don't expect. And kahit na sa struggle onte, si Coach RC, hindi naman struggle, but more of napapa-overthink na.
And now, we're looking forward to seeing get it.
Yeah, all right. So now it's time, of course, to learn more about what we missed out, maybe, in the game. And for our analysts and casters to break it down for us. So, we'll pass it back to you.
Thank you so much to our host and to Team Liquid Philippines. Amazing performance coming in from TLPH. And looking at that 2-0, I would say they're currently on a hot streak entering the next half.
Did you say amazing?
Yep.
He put that in
Amazing.
there. He put that in there.
I put that in there.
I still get confused when he does his intro, though. Like, I'm not sure if it's Womi or Umi.
I'm not quite sure, too. But, of course, our MVP, Carl TZ, with a perfect game. 100% KP and 0 deaths.
I told you so. Again, we know that
Tell us again.
You don't give Lancelot to Carl TZ, sir. They clearly left it out to open. And I'm not so sure if APBR had a sound answer to what potentially could have been unleashed on them. And we saw it in its full potential. Maybe twice or thrice did the tech charge hit. And even when it did hit, Carl TZ shrugged it off.
Yeah. And with a Thorned Rose, too, already in a very low cooldown at this point in this meta, dealt so much damage all across the map. I feel like that's one of the 3 tech charges that actually landed.
Yeah, it was, again, like X-Nova. That's so clean, by the way. Again, that Thorn Rose. But yeah, X-Nova, he tried to land a couple, but Leo mentioned it. It's just there wasn't enough follow-through. Yep. And that's what we were kind of talking about from the draft.
Okay, just to add a little bit of a wrinkle to Carl TZ's performance, some intricacies to the Lancelot game he played. Looking at APBR, I'd say maybe 2 or 3 of those targets you would not want to puncture through even if you gave the option, right? You don't want to necessarily always jump on the Joy. Lord J on a vengeance when he pops it. Even Aqua, he keeps himself scarce. He backs off. But the way Carl DZ knows when he's able to press it or when he should press it makes it such a masterful performance. That is what makes this all the more worthy of an MVP game for this Lancelot, especially since it's Carl.
Yeah, and this Carl TZ Lancelot has been through with MLBB esports history, has been with him since M2, and now on the way back to M7. We're looking at a meta that is defined by Lancelot.
Which is going to be interesting because if that's still the case, I mean, they talked about it there in the interview a little bit, even with Coach RC. It's like everybody knows that we're going to be a potentially a very different, maybe meta in the next couple weeks. I think some teams might even be preparing to test things out already, but I don't know if the Lancelot is going to change too much. You know, at least being one of the top picks for the jungle there.
Knowing what we know about what's coming, it might actually benefit Lancelot.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to make the strong ones stronger and the weak ones even weaker, with select people thriving in certain changes. But right now, it's a 13-minute game, still fairly quick.
Yep, looking at the main damage sources from APBR, you have Aqua in the early, and then James Spanks as well, who hit some modicum of power spike. Liquid just had the better item response. Like Radiant Armors on those who matter, the frontliners. And then you just barrel through everyone else. Because even Lord JM isn't infallible. Like Lord JM is a hybrid to stay in damage, right? Because when you click Vengeance, that's when everyone else's damage doesn't matter. And that's when you want to soak it in. Liquid played that window so well that it looked like Lord JM was made of paper.
Yeah, without the Vengeance, he was immediately bursted down. And for TLPH, looking at the damage dealt, Carl TZ dealt the most damage out of all. In fact, we could see that as well in our big four here, with Carl TZ being the carry. But of course, our still BPI rich guy, Oheb. And you've mentioned this a couple of times. Oheb, one of the more, I would say, leaders right now in this category.
He is the leader.
Oh, wow.
He's number one.
If I'm not mistaken, he played a Granger and hit just a hair under 1,000.
That's why he's number one.
Yeah.
We haven't had anyone in the thousands, right? Like last season we did.
Yes, we did.
In MSC we did too.
MSC we did as well, yeah.
Not here. Here it's like 986, 989. And that was Oheb.
And now for this game number 2, I think last game it was Carl TZ, but this time it's going to be Oheb on his signature Granger, still currently number 1 on this pickup. Yet another statistic to add on that already stat-padded all-time Granger stat for Oheb.
He's kill 1.
He's kill 1.
He's a man.
He's kill 1. How do you do that again?
Kill 1, baby.
Kill 1.
I don't want to try. I don't want to
try
I might
that
do
too. That's
something
pretty
different.
hard.
I might like do the, I mean, you know, we got international viewers here.
Oh, yeah, you're right. But anyway, I don't know. I don't know any hand symbols in the international stage, but...
I know this one.
What's that? That's love. All right, and now we're going to check the winning calls from game number 2 for Team Liquid Philippines with the Infinix mic check.
Double dash. Mga dash ah. Saka Joy. Tadi tayo. Clear mo ball, pagandang goal. Here, sir. Nice. Next wave nga.
Ay, ingat sa flicker ng rock. Okay na yan, basag lang.
Kaya tari lang.
Out.
Ay, basag lang.
Baka mabal bigla mag-inb. Ay, naka-inb sa
Kaya sa akin, Joy. Kaya sa Joy.
Ito, GG.
Let's go. Tara nga.
Tara pa ako ah.
Pick up, patay ito. I-inbot natin ha, malaki yan ha. Tara sa mid pre, and double sa mid. Kapag di kaya, my lord. My lord ah.
Kaya pre.
Okay. Wala flicker na Moscow.
Tara.
Wow, it's insane that they called GG right before people thought it was endable, dude.
That was one of the more
clean, calm,
melancholy,
nonchalant.
One could say.
You know, just talking to the huzz like my cuz, and just making sure that everything's nonchalant and performative, you know?
Type-ish.
Give me a matcha.
Give me a matcha drink right now and I'll stand all over and fight for everybody's rights. Looking at Infinix standings, we have Aurora still up on top and TLPH still number 3. In fact, I feel like nothing moved.
Nothing moved.
Nothing moved.
Liquid just encroached on ONIC space with almost a similar score.
It's like they just took a step forward, and they're like right behind them.
That's true. And
breathing down their ear.
I wouldn't like that if that happened to me. But for the Infinix standings, it's still pretty much close up there.
Yep.
Very intimate in the bottom 4.
I hope this is a wake-up call to the bottom 4 because round 2, this cannot stand.
I agree.
Something has to change, man. I mean, something's definitely changing, though.
And looking at our Fansiklaban standings for Week 4, Day 3, the Mines and the Cavalry still up on top. The Cavalry, however, defending champions of the Fansiklaban Season 2, has a challenger with the Mines still undefeated, ending Week 4, Day 3.
That's crazy, man. 7-0 right now for the Mines. Definitely, it's always fun to... What did our dear friend compete in? Did he compete in a specific...
For TNC?
Yes, Rayash played for TNC.
He played for TNC.
Yeah. But he told me he lost.
Oh, they lost? Darn it.
So that's still experience, and they were still able to play with the Infinix GT30 Pro.
He still had plenty of fun.
That's a lot of fun, and for community teams such as these teams that you see, they also compete on the days that their teams compete.
Yeah.
So it's quite the experience. Imagine playing for your team community and then watching MPL right after.
It's a vibe.
It is a vibe.
It is a vibe.
This week's been a vibe.
Buy by PPI. Download now.
50 raffles.
50 raffle entries and so many other diamonds to give away. But before we end the first half of MPL, favorite moment of the 4 weeks of MPL.
Oh, that's hard. Casting with you.
All right. I'm going to start with me. 2 savages from mid laners. Insane.
Okay, that's true. That's true.
I'm going to count my blessings and say Clash of Titans. It's always fun. No matter where they stand on the standings, must watch.
Well,
this season.
I'm skipping you right now. Anyways, we've been your casters. Omi with Naisu and Leo. We're going to send you over to the main stage.
Nope.
It has been a great Sunday at Family Day here sa MPL Philippines. Sigurado ako nasulit to ng ating mga super fans. And that ends the first half of the regular season.
And it was a great ending to the first 4 weeks of MPL Philippines. 3 series yesterday went the distance, 9 games. The very first series of the day went 3 games where we saw the reunion between Chakno, Kelra, Coach Itumax, Coach Wynot, of course, the old Omega Boys together, serving even more memories with 3 games.
Everything has been memorable, especially para sa Team Liquid Philippines na makuha nilang panalo against APBR. The Cavalry was showing a pure dominance with a 2-0 sweep. Renmar, overall sa ating first half of the regular season, what's your favorite moment?
You know, my favorite moments so far from the regular season are the moments you never really get to see in camera. The quiet moments between members of the community, finally getting to meet their idols in person, getting to take photos with them, the interactions between the casters, the fans, everyone. So if you want to catch those in person, you better come here to the MPL Arena every time you can.
I love that. Sobrang napapakita mo kung ano nga ba ang hindi natin nakikita sa camera. And with that, alam natin na mas marami pa tayong aabangan for the second half of the regular season.
Week number 5. Next week begins our road to the MPL Philippines playoffs, getting even closer to the M7 World Championship. But the game we have grown with will change in ways you never expected because Project Next is coming out soon.
Project Next nga ang ating aabangan at magbabago na ang takbo ng ating meta, takbo ng laro. Kaya magkita-kita tayo next week muli. This is your very own Odin.
And this has been Renmar Santa Cruz. Hans Galeria will be back next week.
See you next week dito lamang sa
MPL Philippines Season 16.
to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PIN, yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, beast to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang